Let's be clear. I'm the only candidate with a plan to make New Jersey affordable. I'll reduce property taxes and lower energy bills because you should keep more of what you earn.
New Jersey, Jack Chitterelli is the change we need. Mikey Sherrill is just more of the same. Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean nobody. So if you're looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price, get to Town Fair today. Michelin winter tires offer a shorter stopping distance on ice and snow, along with predictable handling in cold, dry, and wet wintry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price and free services for life on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair tire. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Luxury just got tripled with Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Union, and Freehold, New Jersey. 3 powerhouse locations, 1 legendary name. Ray Katina. More selection, more convenience, and more ways to drive excellence. Experience the power of 3. Visit benzfam.com.
This hour is brought to you by Dunkin', the official coffee of Evan and Tiki. WFAN runs on Dunkin'.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 7 o'clock. This is Rich Ackerman. The sport is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Game 5 of the ALCS. The Mariners have the early 1-0 lead on the Blue Jays on a home run by Eugenio Suarez. They're now in the bottom half of the 4th inning. The series even at 2 after back-to-back wins by the Blue Jays in Seattle. The Dodgers have been a juggernaut in the postseason and are 1 win away from going back to the World Series, up 3-0 on the Brewers, allowing just 3 runs so far. Shohei Ohtani will be the starter for the defending champs tonight. Ex-Met Jose Quintana goes from Milwaukee. The Giants go into Denver thin at the wide receiver position with Darius Slayton out with a hamstring injury. Center John Michael Schmitz will miss his second game with a concussion. Abdul Carter has popped up on the injury report with a hamstring and is listed as questionable. The Jets' Garrett Wilson doubtful with an knee injury. This report sponsored by Moderna and by Volkswagen Manhattan, where sophistication meets performance. At Volkswagen Manhattan, experience premium service in the heart of New York. Visit their flagship showroom on 56th and 11th. That's what's happening. I'm Rich Eck.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Here, it's a football Friday on the Fan, and it's me, Keith McPherson, doing another 5-hour sprint. I think this is my 3rd one this week. Sprint, not a marathon. Another KM to AM. Keith McPherson to midnight, KM to AM. You get it. Dial 888-808-1019. I'm trying to find NFL Network on this TV in here. We will have 3 different guests join me to talk about the Jets, talk about the Giants, and talk about the Broncos, because I feel like we need a little bit of the other side. And what's cool about modern day time is we can get a little bit of the other side on Twitter, Instagram, social media, Facebook, whatever you're on, Reddit, Twitch, maybe even in this YouTube chat. I am live on the YouTube. Let me make sure I put out the link. Join the chat live for 5. Yeah, we're up and running now. Got that on Twitter. Got that on Instagram. It's interactive. And, you know, us millennials and younger, we're very interactive. And I think the most exciting thing leading up to this Giants game in Denver is the trash talk. And the fact that we have these young NFL players that interact on Twitter, X, and engage like that. It just it stirs the pot. It's provocative. It gets the people going. And then if you're a fan, and shout out to Giants Twitter, because Giants Twitter has been down bad for years. Giants Twitter hasn't had much to stand on. You know, Giants Twitter had to latch on to Danny Dimes for a while, had to latch on to Tommy Cutlets for a while, but now they've got their golden arm, golden hair, golden boy in Jaxson Dart. And don't you dare say a word about him. They going to ride for JD. 888-808-1019. Maybe you were one of those guys tweeting on Giants Twitter in defense of the New York Football Giants young rookie quarterback, the Giants team. I mean, you saw Abdul Carter get involved, but then he also was asked about it today. We'll play the audio from him getting asked about that stuff. And it's funny, right? Because, reporters are also online, and they do a lot of their work online. They tweet out their articles, and they tweet out their takes and the information they're getting and their interviews with players. And to me, I think social media is a fake world. To me, I think it's not real. It's it's a multiverse. It's a layer of our real world. If I was a player, I don't think I would tweet. I tweet a lot. I tweet a lot as a radio host, but that's because I'm promoting. I just put on my Instagram and Twitter, hey, I'm live, join the chat so we can get people going on YouTube, talking and conversing, and maybe we even find some people from Denver. I know my guy Joe is a Denver Broncos fan. All week he's been chiming in to try to tell Giants fans, it's not sweet. It's not going to be as easy as you think. And when you see the Denver players and the Giants players kind of going back and forth a little bit on Twitter, it gives the fans this feeling of being involved, right? This is what fans do. I know a couple weeks ago I was saying, man, the Giants and the Jets have way more online content creators, way more online personalities than they probably deserve for two teams that aren't going to win much. But now that the Giants have two signature wins against undefeated Chargers team and against the defending Super Bowl champion Eagles, they're walking around with their muscles out a little bit. They're feeling themselves a little bit. And you should, because nothing matters until the game starts, right? All that will be settled on the field, and there are no fans that get involved in that. But that's what I'm saying. When players are tweeting, when players are also talking, everybody heard what Jonathan Cooper had to say. And Abdul Carter quote tweeted not his tweet, but his, quote that came from a reporter, Luca Evans, and he said, put your 3D glasses on. And then Jonathan Cooper got on and he put the glasses emoji out there, and then he said, shades been on. And obviously he talked about Jaxson Dart's dancing and his chain and how he's feeling himself and how they've dealt with running quarterbacks, and it's nothing new. They've dealt with Justin Fields. They dealt with Jalen Hurts. They dealt with Daniel Jones. This is different. I also like Kayvon getting involved. Kayvon with the gift game strong. He used the Denzel, all right, training day gif, and then he used the Robert De Niro gif, just kind of, smoking one, taking a look. And I don't know. I think it's okay if you do tweet if you're a player, but you just got to back it up. But I say I wouldn't tweet if I was a player because, you don't need any promo. You don't need any exposure. Everybody knows who you are. They see you. The NFL is king. Millions of people are watching these games. If you're a good player, you don't even need social media at all. But social media for us connects us to the players. There was just this whole thing. And I got to watch this series of the Starting Five on Netflix. I started it last year, but it didn't hold me. And nothing holds me besides live sports. But now this year, the Starting Five on Netflix has KD in it. And it also has James Harden in it. And I saw a clip on Twitter about KD, and KD talking about, why he trolls and why he goes back at fans. And he's like, I want to give them their little 5 minutes of fame. I want to put them on the big screen. I want them to see, hey, all this attention is not all it's cracked up to be. Maybe I can get the audio and play that. But KD says, Twitter is like his morning coffee, right? And athletes get motivated off of anything. And KD says this is like coffee for him. He lives to troll, and that, going back and forth with people that don't play, that don't hoop, that don't have any impact on the game, it gives him added motivation. So maybe there's some added motivation coming into this game for the Broncos, for the Giants. I mean, Jonathan Cooper, he's got to back up his talk. Nick Bonito, I know he's going to back up his talk. And that gets me to the real part of the game. And we're going to talk through all these things all night, right? Nick Bonito was the one that said, I've never seen such a delusional fan base, post and delete, had to get rid of that tweet. Somebody in the Broncos PR was probably like, hey man, you're on the way to being defensive player of the year. You and Jonathan Cooper just got back-to-back defensive players of the week. And we don't need this. We don't need this. Just prove it on the field. But Giants Twitter got a hold of it. They took the screenshot, ran with it, And then the Denver Broncos fans got in on the act, right? The Denver Broncos fans started talking about the Giants fans being delusional. They even ran with a Giants videos tweet from Evan and Tiki yesterday with Evan and Morash talking about how Jaxson Dart is better than Jalen Hurts. So that just added more fuel to the fire. I'm trying to find the tweet now because when I went to look at all the quote tweets, I'm like, damn, they're cooking the Giants fans. They're cooking the show. They're basically saying, like, this is exactly what we mean as far as Giants fans being delusional. Look at these hosts talking about, 2 wins under his belt, a rookie quarterback being better than Jalen Hurts. I mean, there were some points made. Jalen Hurts isn't having the greatest season. And for years, we've been saying that Jalen Hurts has been carried by his teammates and the team around him. And he's not a difference maker as far as like him being able to win them games on his own. But whatever. That's neither here or there. What I'm saying is all of a sudden, there's so much anticipation and juice around a Week 7 matchup that when the schedule came out, I think most of us looking at the Denver Broncos as a playoff team from last year, Bo Nix in his second year, Sean Payton, and all the respect that you have for him, this defense that they have, guys that they have on offense like adding J.K. Dobbins, adding Evan Ingram, to Cortland Sutton, to Troy Franklin. Like, I think most of us, anybody, looked at that as a loss. Oh, the Giants got to go all the way out to Mile High. I can't say that it's a guaranteed loss. The spread is the same as it was on Thursday Night Football against the Eagles. And now I think there's so much in everyone's head. I think if the Giants go out there and start fast, and Dart has talked about wanting to start fast, if they get points on the board, they got to take the building out of it. It's Mile High. They have a great culture and fan base. I remember talking about going into the New Orleans game down there in the Superdome. It's a tough place to play on Sundays. It's a culture. This is tradition. This is what they do down there, no matter whether it's Spencer Rattler or Drew Brees under center. And I do feel like the noise and the atmosphere clearly got to the Giants. There were passes that should have been caught. There was fumbles, interceptions, turnovers, drive after drive. They weren't crisp. Hopefully they learned from that road game. Now they're going back on the road again in a hostile environment. They have to score points early, and the defense has to hold. And I think they can hold Bo Nix. Bo Nix hasn't been impressive this year. If they can hold and take the crowd out of it, we got a game here, folks. And it's going to be box office. Everybody is now, amped up for this game because of the back and forth and the banter. And shout out to the Giants fans for adding to that. Now, for the Jets fans, it's quiet for y'all. And it's quiet for the Carolina Panthers, too. The Panthers have back-to-back wins looking for a third win, but they don't have a road win. They haven't really impressed me. I think they are still very much figuring it out. So if you're a Jets fan going to the game on Sunday, go in there with the thought that you can win. The spread is 1.5. That's a pick 'em. It could go either way. And I think with all of the conversation around Aaron Glenn, and I'm sure at some point tonight we will play some more of his audio. He mentioned Lamar Jackson, and he mentioned the MVP. Though both those guys have MVPs, Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. Lamar should have had 3, but Josh Allen has 1 to his 2. He mentioned those guys in the same breath as Justin Fields. I'm just like, oh my. Just go out there and have a game plan. Go out there and execute on the plan this week. Be buttoned up. Be prepared. Hopefully you practice this week what to do with the clock running out and the ball in your hands. And you better be buttoned up and prepared because you don't have Garrett Wilson this week. And I don't know who the hell they're throwing the ball to. You might as well throw it downfield. If they don't at least attempt one deep ball to Arian Smith using his speed, I don't know what they're doing. If they don't throw a screen to Breece Hall, I don't know what they're doing. If they don't have design runs for Justin Fields, zone read with Justin Fields and Breece Hall on the edge, I don't know what they're doing, Tanner Enstrand. But if you're a Jets fan, go to the building and don't go in with a negative attitude, looking to boo, looking to be negative, because this is probably the only game you realistically have a chance to win. I remember saying that this was a stretch here of 3 games that you should win. But now we just saw former Jets quarterback Joe Flacco versus former Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers last night. I mean, I don't see the Jets going to their building in Cincy and beating them now, especially now that'll be another couple weeks of Joe Burrow getting more rapport with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. That's probably a loss. And then, I don't know, maybe by November 9th, after the trade deadline, the Browns will put Shedeur Sanders in. But even so, if it's Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders, I really don't understand. Tomlin was right. I don't know how or why Andrew Berry, the GM of the Cleveland Browns, thought it was a good idea to trade Joe Flacco. What did you bring him in for? What did you start him for the first handful of games? He beat the Packers. You traded him to a division rival just in time to knock off the Steelers. But whoever the quarterback is for the Browns, I don't think it's going to matter. They can run the football a little bit, and their defense is stout. So the Jets have to get this win, because when you look after that, they got to face Drake May in Foxborough. Lamar will be back when they go to Baltimore. Then they got the Falcons and Jeff Ulbrich coming. Now, you don't even want to look that far. Aaron Glenn needs a win so bad. He is the only coach without a win. They are the only team without a win. It is not even the same old Jets. It's worse than the Jets have been. 888-808-1019. So why can't they beat the Carolina Panthers? Why can't they find a way to keep that game close? Kick the ball. Kick the ball through the uprights. Kick the ball and win the game. This is the game that they have to have circled, saying this is it. This is the time, right? They're going to be underestimated a little bit with some of their injuries, but this is a game where the Carolina Panthers are coming up here away from their building, and if you keep it close, I think the Jets can get a win. I think this is a week where we're going to be glued to both of these games, and when we come back Monday, there's going to be a lot to talk about. But there's a lot to talk about tonight. So Football Friday on the Fan. Zach Rosenblatt will join us at 8:20 to talk Jets. Bobby Skinner will join us at 9:20 to talk Giants. And Andrew Mason will join us at 10:20 to talk about the Denver Broncos. And I will talk to you in between. Can't wait to do it. 888-808-1019. This is a 5-hour show. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Let's break it down, and we'll be right back.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
The tush push is wide open, and we can all see that, the offensive linemen are pre-snap moving, and it should be a penalty every single time.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
mNextBike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnextbike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Viant, data-driven advertising made simple. The key to reaching new customers is not overspending on search or social. It's streaming TV, where you can make the right impression with the right audiences. No stress, no guesswork, just smarter advertising that drives new business growth. Viant. Visit ViantCTV.com to learn how easy data-driven advertising can be.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what's to do with your unwanted bills? Ever seen an origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Jokes aside, Verizon has the most ways to save on phones and plans where everyone in the family can choose their own plan and save. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on root metric true score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Michelin Winter Tires offer confidence in all types of winter conditions. And Town Fair Tire offers every long-lasting, fuel-efficient Michelin tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services for life with your purchase of Michelin Winter Tires to keep you going for years to come. For the guaranteed best deal on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Move and be moved in the Mazda CX-5. The smart choice from those who expect more from their drive. With standard iActive all-wheel drive and advanced safety features, the CX-5 gives you confidence in every condition. Its effortless handling and responsive performance set it apart from the crowd. Inside, you'll find thoughtful crafted design for comfort and connection. There's more to a Mazda. Lease the Mazda CX-5 for $229 a month. Visit your local Mazda dealer or MazdaUSA.com.
Hey guys, if you're ready to pop the big question, discover why 5 generations have purchased their diamonds from H.L. Gross Jewelers of Garden City. Since 1910, the Gross family has been the place Long Island gets engaged, and where you'll find all the latest styles and rings and a huge selection of GIA-certified diamonds. Save yourself all the hassle and come to H.L. Gross, where you'll get the guaranteed best price, as well as the best education and guidance in picking out the perfect ring. H.L. Gross Jewelers, Long Island's premier bridal ring store at 840 Franklin Avenue in Garden City or at hlgross.com. Luxury just got tripled with Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Mercedes-Benz of Union, and Ray Cattina of Freehold. 3 powerhouse locations in New Jersey. 1 legendary name, Ray Cattina. More inventory, featuring one of the East Coast's largest selections of new and pre-owned Mercedes-Benz vehicles. More convenience with 3 state-of-the-art service centers to keep your Mercedes-Benz running like new. And of course, legendary Ray Cattina customer service, where you always come first. Experience the power of 3 at benzfam.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
94.7 The Block and our sister station 101.9 WFAN present the quickest New York football preview with WFAN weekday evening host Keith McPherson.
Okay, it's week 7, 6-7. It's not 1-on-1, it's 11-on-11. Jaxson dart, do-do-do-do-do-do. Don't shoot off a tweet, just be ready to shoot. We all know he's a hooper. We all heard Mr. Jonathan Cooper, outside linebacker, wannabe chain snatcher. If you run your mouth, better be able to run faster. They weren't worried about the Giants, now all these games matter. The G-men got their pride back. These opposing teams don't like that. They think this is a light pack. Delusional if you don't think that they'll fight back. But Mile High's where the fight's at. I don't think they survived that. After Denver wins, it's gonna be a long flight back. Speaking of flights, the Jets have been delayed. The only team to lose every game that they played. The Panthers going 4-3 wins in a row. But Carolina doesn't have a win on the road. This is a game I think the Jets can win. But fool me once, can't fool me again. I'm taking the Panthers, not taking Aaron Glenn. Monday night, there's a game at 7 and 10. I'm taking the Bucks, I'm sticking with Baker. Sam Darnold, the Seahawks, and I'll see you later. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, so there's my opening rap form. Keith McPherson on The Fan. Let's get right to the phones. It's a football Friday, so you know what we're talking about. Frank is in Syosset. Frank, you're first on The Fan.
Hey, Keith. Good to talk to you. How are you doing? How's the kid?
Good, good. Everybody's good.
Getting big, right?
Yeah, he's not a baby anymore. He's 2.5, so he's more like a little guy, little toddler.
Yeah, all right. Hey, I'm just hoping that the Giants are competitive, Keith. I'm trying to be practical about it. I think it'd be a great growth experience for Jaxson Dart. And you were a quarterback. Do they blitz a lot? Do the Broncos blitz a lot? Would you roll out a lot? A moving target's harder to hit, isn't it? And what would you do? What would you do against?
I think it's going to be just as much of a test for Kafka and Dable. I think they're going to blitz because he's a rookie. They're going to test him. They're going to heat him up and see if he's prepared for it. See if he knows what to do with the ball. And when you have Patrick Surtain and you don't have Malik Neighbors, there's not going to be too many options for Jaxson Dart. He likes to run. He likes to, evade the rush and try and make things happen with his legs. I expect them to spy him. I expect those guys to, hit him and try and get in his head. He's got a target on his back. So, this is one of the best defenses, if not the best defense in the NFL. And they just played against a Jets team that they knew couldn't really do too much on offense. Now I think they're going to ratchet it up a little bit because they've seen not just Jaxson Dart, but also Cam Skattebo and the tight ends and Wan'Dale Robinson. They're gonna be prepared to stop every option that Dable and Kafka have.
Yeah, Robinson has stepped up over the last couple of weeks too, Keith. And he's got Theo Johnson, and Burns has been playing great. we got our resources. We got Abdul Carter, and they've been stepping up. So Dexter, he picked off, popped the ball up in the air and ran down to the goal line. Right? We got our guys. So I don't. A win would be nice, but a good competition would be a lot of growth for this team. They're young. They're the fourth youngest roster in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see them just be competitive, Keith.
I think they will be. Thanks for the call, Frank. I think this is a huge test for the Giants, just their whole franchise, where they are, where they're at. Show us that it's real. I talked about last night and, seeing the Cincinnati Bengals win at home and Joe Flacco just get there, about how Thursday night football is a little bit of an anomaly. It's not it's a short week. It favors the home team. Anything can happen. It's the only game on. It's standalone. And sometimes you just need some good fortune and some turnovers. There were plenty of turnovers yesterday. And, I'm like, it's been a little while now. The Giants are on extra rest. It's been a little while since that Eagles win. I think that's good for them because, they're able to kind of ice up and get treatment and be ready to go. But then on the same accord, the Broncos were in London, which you want to talk about a weird game, like the London. You go to London, you fly over there, you're there for a week, you're in a completely different country, different customs, away from your norms at all in the United States. And we got a weird game between the Jets and the Broncos last week. I think the Broncos are out to prove that that was just a one-off, their offense and their defense. They're coming home to Mile High. They are celebrating Super Bowl 50. They are honoring Demaryius Thomas. They're going to try and turn that building up. They're going to try to intimidate these rookies in this Giants offense, and they have a point to prove. They're trying to prove that they're better than the Giants by a lot. That this 2-win Giants team, okay, those 2 wins were cute, but you don't belong on the same field as us. Let's see it. And what I love about Dart and Skattebo, those guys have no fear. Those guys feel like they belong on the field with everybody. Those guys have talked about how they weren't a part of the losing. They weren't, part of the losing franchise. They go out there expecting to win. Now, I understand it is a lot. It's going to be a lot when you're getting pressured, when it's loud in there. Guys got to make plays. What I'm really hoping is the guys around Dart take some of the heat off of him. That offensive line, they eat their Wheaties and they're ready to block up front. And then the receivers are able to make plays and the play call's got to be there. That's why I said it's just as much of a test for Dable and Kafka as it is for the young quarterback. Richie in Queens is with us next. What's up, Richie?
Keith, how are you?
Good.
I'm watching this Mariner game, man. I know you watch it when you're
I have it on.
in the studio.
1-0 still there on commercial.
Did you see the 2-2-3 double play? That's the last time you saw that. That could be a turning point. Bases loaded, no out in Seattle. Little dribbler, Clement, who's hit about 600 in the series. It's a dribbler in front. Raleigh steps on home and throws to first. So maybe that gives them a little
1-0
incentive
Mariners. We're in the top of the fifth
inning.
Yeah, still a lot to be seen here.
Yeah, and the other thing too, before I get to the Giants, the fallacy the last couple of years, it's like in football, it was like the running back the last couple of years is not a big deal. Okay, you don't really get a running back. It's true, but the running backs have been major, and Barkley proved that last year. And also the starting pitching, Keith. It's like look what the dog. You know how you help your bullpen that it's kind of mediocre. You have the starters go 7, 8, and 9 innings. And those three guys, and that's why I thought that they were going to be tough to beat with Glasnow and Yamamoto and who's the other guy that pitched?
Blake Snell.
And Blake Snell. I mean, incredible. And it's such an advantage to get to the 7th and 8th inning. So, baseball is too pure when you see guys go 7, 8. And me, the old guy in the balcony. Yeah. I just love to see that. I really do.
Yeah, I talked about it last night because Yamamoto pitched the whole game and they traveled. The bullpen was rested. They needed to throw. They had the luxury of not letting Glasnow throw more than 100 pitches. They took him out at 99. I think he went 5 2/3, and the bullpen gave up nothing. So
yeah, and because they're well rested from the 2 previous games. Yeah. So they just are, look, I hate them. I dislike them. They beat up my Giants every year.
Yeah, but they're locked now. They're locked to win the National League again. And they're the first team to go back-to-back NL pennants since themselves. And I fear that they're not going to now this series with the Blue Jays and Mariners, if it goes 6-7, 6-7, like if it goes the distance, the Dodgers might sweep and have their feet up. And then they're the favorites to repeat. And then we'll be talking about how they actually really are the new evil empire, the first team to repeat since the Yankees did it.
They absolutely are the evil empire, the money that they spend.
They don't
I listened to Cashman yesterday. Can they win with Cashman and Boone? Yes. Can they get a piece here and there? But, we've talked about it before. They're there every year. When you're there every year, you just expect more. With the Giants, Keith, and I think I'm not going to get fooled by the game because they didn't look that awesome, Denver, and they look kind of beatable. They're going home. You touched on it. They've won 9 in a row. They're going to stack the box against Dart and Skattebo. Tracy's got to come up big too, and obviously a couple of maybe Hyatt has a big game.
Yeah,
their tight
beat
ends
them over the top.
Game. But their secondary is so tough, and so they will beat them and they will pack the box, and they're really going to put pressure on them. And the Giant defense has got to come up big. They've got to make the sacks. They've got to, 3 and out and not keep them, not let them have long drives. And like you said, keep that crowd out of there because nothing stops a crowd than a good sack and, 3rd and 22. So let's hope that's the case because if they do win that, wow.
Right.
Then we're talking like, well, we got the Eagles next week and here we go. Always a pleasure, Keith.
Thanks for the call, Richie. Yeah. Just as I talk about the Giants Twitter and Giants fans being fired up too, the Broncos fans are as well. Now, I don't know how many of them on Twitter will actually be at the game. I would assume a lot of them. I would assume that place is going to be turned up to celebrate the Super Bowl. And then obviously with Demaryius Thomas passing and honoring him, putting him in the Ring of Honor, there's a lot of motion. And it's like, man, these are the games you live for. You wish you could play in. It's going to be so revved up. And I think the Giants have enough guys. They have enough studs, enough alphas to answer the call. But, games can get away from you quickly. They have to go in there and score. They have to go in there and play defense. And Richie made a great point about the Giants defense. I don't think we're talking about them enough. I don't think we're talking about what they have to do against Bo Nix and that offense. Got to stuff Bo Nix and J.K. Dobbins, and the Jets, they have the blueprint from the Jets. The Jets were able to get a takeaway. The Jets were able to contain them and hold them to 13 points. If the Giants are able to hold them to 13 points, I don't expect that, but like if the Giants are able to keep the scoring low from their offense, if Bo Nix throws them the ball, they'll be in for a game. They will be in for a game. And yeah, as far as, the Dodgers go, Ohtani's on the mound tonight, and I don't even really I don't want to do too much of the baseball or the Yankees, the football Friday, but we can. I think the Dodgers are sweeping. I think it ends tonight. Ohtani's on the mound, and when you look at the Dodgers, I think the Yankees should be looking at the Dodgers and understand that the Dodgers spare no expense. I know they have a loophole. I've been saying it all week with the deferrals. It's probably what's going to cause a lockout because they are doing something that the rest of baseball can't. They are attractive to the Asian players coming over there. They are attractive to all American players because who doesn't want to live in the nice weather of sunny California and play with former MVPs in front of the highest attendance as far as the fan base showing up to games. It's a dream, right? You're going to compete for a championship every year. But when I look at the Yankees that aren't always so aggressive, cut corners, settle for less, they think they're getting a bargain out of a couple players, and then they come up short at the end. It's like, that's why. That's why. So look at the Dodgers before you say you don't think that you need to spend that much, or even like, Hal had the quote last year saying like, oh yeah, the rest of us can't do what the Dodgers are doing. Sure you could. You're not. You can, I guess, but like there's a reason that the Dodgers have been this good, this dominant, and not just these last couple years, for years now. 888-808-1019. Moose is in Jamaica on the Fan. What's up, Moose?
You're Keith. Since Frank did bring it up, and quickly on the football. Yes, by the way, fire bars, fuego, snaps.
Once in a while, I get a couple bars off. I get paid to do that every week, so I got to come through.
That ish definitely smacked a little bit on the Gangstar with Mass Appeal. With the auto-tune, the synthesizers, it was flowing. But quickly on the football, and then I'll talk about the whole press conference and interview on the Fan. And so our Giants are facing arguably the most efficient, lethal, deadly, in terms of ferociousness of a defense could possibly muster in the NFL in the first 6 weeks of the season. So we'll Dart keep working his magic and Cam Skattebo marching forward. I'm not worried about our defense stopping a struggling offense. It might be a 7-9 game, might be 35-34. I don't know. It's a coin flip if you ask me. And the Jets, yes, like you said, on the bars, the Panthers can't even necessarily win on the road, but at the same time, can the Jets even show some competency or a quarterback who can convert a third and medium or a third and long?
That's the thing, Moose. Like, Teteroa McMillan had 2 touchdowns last week. I don't know, if they're putting Sauce Gardner on him, like, he's a threat. Rico Dowdle has had 200 all-purpose yards back-to-back weeks, and now they're saying, hey, Chuba Hubbard, you get in there. They're going to have a tandem of 2 guys that can hurt you. Bryce Young has come a long way. Like, they're going to move the ball. Their offense is going to find a way. The Jets' offense has to have an answer.
They got to be able to sustain and finish drives with not just a field goal or punt. They got to punch it in. But quickly on the whole Brian Cashman, Aaron Boone thing, and you know this, Keith. Every person who complains about analytics or is in favor of analytics, you can look at the basic stats: runs per game, home runs, batting average, OPS, on base percentage, strikeout percentage, average of runners in scoring position. The Yankees, ever since the analytics revolution in baseball, have been mirroring what the emerging teams to establish perennial winners have been doing in baseball. Look at the Dodgers. They've been mirroring them and their analytics, right? But there's a missing piece that I explained to you in terms of the Yankees getting over the hump. And a huge part of it that the Dodgers, with their hedge fund owners, have chiseled away is to get the all-star, generational talent that discount now and pay them when they're retired. So we can't do nothing about that. But the one thing we can do is, I don't know, maybe, like I said this to Michael Kay on the show, not to quote another network. I called in March saying, I think we're going to tear the cover off the baseball so we have good enough starting pitching. What happened in the ALDS the first 2-3 games? We
got smoked. We couldn't get anything going in the first game, and then when they did get it going, it was too late because the game was already out of hand.
So that lies in the question. Is it necessary, the analytics? Is it the spending on players? Remember, those were our big money pitchers. Or except for Heel, but he won Rookie of the Year with a sub 180 batting average against in his rookie year.
They took him out of the game because he gave up a couple homers. Thanks for the call, Moose. I really do. I have no interest in rehashing it's so dead and gone. We have and I know we're gonna probably do it at some point later in the night, but let's focus on the football. I have my eyes right now on the American League Championship Series. Toronto just tied it up 1-1. Like, it is so over, and like I get it. We got to get it out, and we got to just say all the things about the Yankees, whatever. But it's the same thing again. We fell short of our ultimate goal for 16 years. Keith McPherson on the Fan. When we come back, I'll play some audio. King George is back. King George will be first. We'll continue to talk about the Jets and the Giants before I bring in my first guest, Zach Rosenblatt, at 8:20. Stay with us. You're listening to The Fan.
It's Evan and Kiki. Afternoons on The Fan 101.9 FM.
The Eagles, the defending champions, are the best team in the NFC. The Giants beat them. And so there is two victories at home against two of the best teams in all of the NFL. That's encouraging.
Listen to Evan and Kiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Take the guesswork out of cooking, folks. The Chef IQ senses a must-have wireless cooking thermometer that eliminates under or over cooking chicken, fish, or steak. Order the newly released third-generation Chef IQ Sense at chefiq.com. That's chefiq.com.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah, and they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay, in St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
Clogged toilet, leaky faucet on one. Ready?
Uh-oh, you got a plumbing problem blitzing through the line. Time to audible and call in the pros. Roto-Rooter is your go-to defense for clogs, leaks, and any plumbing fix. Call the right play and download the Roto-Rooter app and easily book an appointment and receive exclusive service discounts. Touchdown! Don't get sacked by plumbing issues. Call in Roto-Rooter, your MVP for plumbing solutions. Download the app today and score big on savings.
And away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Sitting in the driver's seat of the Nissan Kicks is like the best seat in the house. You're in the action. And with the Nissan Kicks all-wheel drive, you can go find the best views. And with the 10-speaker Bose Personal Plus audio system, you can hear everything. Your new wheels await. Reimagine your ride with the reimagined Nissan Kicks. Now get the 2025 Nissan Kicks starting at just $21,830. Shop your local Nissan store or nissanusa.com. Starting MSRP at $21,830 for base model. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP. MSRP excludes up to $1,495 destination and handling charges, tax, title, and license. Dealer sets actual price.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
At Paramus Chevrolet, we understand that a car is more than four wheels. It's an extension of who you are. Hey, it's Mike Tandarella, General Manager, Paramus Chevrolet. Because everyone has unique taste, we stock a large variety of certified pre-owned automobiles. So you're sure to find something you absolutely love. And it gets better. Enjoy our exclusive Paramus Chevrolet VIP Plus program. A lifetime of complimentary oil changes, courtesy shuttles, and loaner car availability. Visit us in person or online at ParamusChevrolet.com.
Hey, this is Tiki Barber. Those of us living in New Jersey got hit with a 20% electric rate increase. If your current heating system is over 15 years old, it's time for a new high-efficiency Carrier system. And there's only one company to call for a new one. My friends at Edison Heating and Cooling, New Jersey's heating experts for over 38 years. Older heating systems waste gas. So get your system checked now and save money with Edison Heating and Cooling. Contact them now at EdisonHVAC.com. That's EdisonHVAC.com.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled
the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. T&Cs apply.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Let's get right back into it before we have to hit the break and the update and the top of the hour. Keith McPherson on the Fan, another KM to AM. It's a football Friday. I know y'all want to complain about the Yankees. At least nobody calls me to complain about the Mets. I think Evan's doing his Rico right now. If the Met fan wants to complain about the offseason moves from last offseason coming into this season with the Mets and David Stearns, I think I heard Evan on my way in saying he was going to do a Rico. Yeah, he's live right now. 68 people watching. We're dueling. I have 56 people watching my live on WFAN YouTube, 68 people watching the Rico Bronya. The Rico is far more popular than I am and my show. We just started streaming these at night, but do look up WFAN on YouTube and subscribe. We are on the road to 90,000 subscribers and then 100,000 subscribers, and we appreciate you guys if you want to watch us while you listen, if you're home and you're not driving or at work or anything like that. Let's get back to the phone. I said I would go to King George. King George from the Bronx, you're on.
Live long and prosper, and your show is so devastating that your competitors say, oh, no, he's like a lightning bolt. His show is like a Colt 45, and that's no jive. And I don't understand back and forth. Only a corrections officer would understand it. If you kick, because when I went to the academy, the guy said, if you kick every dog that barks when you walk down the street, you're not going to get very far.
Understood.
You know, back and forth, it'll keep going. And my father taught me that. He said, ignore it. He said, if you ignore it, they got nowhere to run.
Yeah, I don't think people have the ability to ignore, especially when it's like it's not real life, like it's not an actual dog. You're not actually walking down the street. It's like these guys see all this stuff in the phone and they just can't help but to say something, to tweet something. Like Nick Bonito does not have to send a single tweet ever.
No, it's like your show. It's called phone muscles. A lot of times they say things to you over the phone that they wouldn't say to your face.
And the internet. Every day I get a lot of that. I don't get any of that in reality, but that's why I say it's all fake. Thanks for the call, King George. Yeah, the back and forth will happen on the field. Let's actually play some audio from Abdul Carter, but first I want you to hear from Cam Skattebo. So as Connor's queuing that up, Abdul Carter was asked about the back and forth, but Cam Skattebo was asked about, because Cam is on Twitter. I just followed him, but I don't think he's really divulging in the back and forth. But Cam was asked about, like, okay, you just had a 110-yard game, 3 touchdowns. You are a threat. Teams are going to be gearing up to stop you. Like, what do you think about that?
How long do you think it's going to be before opponents start looking at you differently? Because now you put a lot on tape. They see what you can do.
I think it started.
Right?
Yeah,
Has it already?
I think it's going to start. Yeah, I mean, you can plan it. You can plan for it. There's other people on the team. You know, I mean, you can run the ball. You can pass the ball. Other teams can do it too. You know, and if people want to bring 9 in the box, then someone's got to step up. That's really about it. So, I mean, they game plan just like we game plan. So, if people start game planning for me, then there's going to be other ways to get the ball to other people.
And see, like that goes back to what I was saying about Dable and Kafka, and like, okay, show them something different. You know, have a game plan, have a new wrinkle, have some stuff that they haven't seen. You know, I was reading earlier today about how, you know, the offense that they're running, a lot of the plays, I think it was from Pat Leonard, was saying that if the Giants' offense looks familiar the last 3 weeks, that's because you've seen it a lot before at Ole Miss. The 3-level route concepts, a run-pass option, and up-tempo operation and crossing routes prevalent in the Giants' offense the last 3 weeks were installed on purpose. The Giants have given Dart ownership of their evolved offense, and it's clear from watching the film that Dart pulled from his past and mixed in some of Lane Kiffin's SEC offense with Brian Dable and offensive coordinator Mike Kafka's plan. That's what you should do. If you want a rookie quarterback to come in and be able to play, don't just throw a brand new playbook at him and say, you got to learn all this. Throw that at him, throw the calls and the system at him, but also say, what works for you? There was a clear difference between the plays they were calling for Russell Wilson and the plays they were calling for Jaxson Dart, because they have different skill sets. And yeah, all the back and forth online, you know, Dart, he didn't tweet anything, but he did acknowledge Jonathan Cooper. He said, like, I like that he likes my dancing. Like, I guess, you know, Dart spends a lot of time in the mirror hitting those dance moves. He could dance. He's got rhythm. I'll give him that. But he didn't really go back and forth on it. He just said, like, thanks for acknowledging my dances. You know, I just saw a video of Puka Nacua before Puka got hurt last week talking about, you know, let's get in the end zone. You got to earn the right to dance. Let's get in the end zone and dance. And the Giants have. So once they get between those white lines, all that Twitter stuff does not matter. Here's Abdul Carter when asked, because Abdul Carter did say, put your 3D glasses on in response to what Jonathan Cooper had to say.
Sticking up for Dart a little bit. How important is it to get your rookie? You're a rookie, but to get the rookie quarterbacks back like that.
Yeah, we believe in our guys. Really, nothing. We don't want to put too much into it, but we ready for Sunday. We gonna settle everything on the field.
What did you think of what Cooper said?
Yeah, we gonna settle everything Sunday. It don't really matter no more.
Were you surprised when you saw some of that stuff come out? It seemed like it was
I wasn't surprised. You know, people say things, but like I said, we play in 2 days, so everything gonna be settled Sunday.
I like that type of time, man. I like this kind of party. Like, all right, enough. Like, enough was tweeted. No more Twitter fingers. We're going to settle it on Sunday. We are getting closer and closer. It's a football Friday. Let me see if I can get another call in before we get to the break. What's up, Josh? Welcome to the fan. You're already in the chat. Now you're on the line. You're fully interactive tonight.
Keith, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Look, it's awesome, man. But all I'm going to say is, if Aaron Glenn wants to dance, man, he's going to have to get that W first. Thank you for taking my call. I can't wait to hear you guys.
That's a good transition, Josh. Speaking of dancing, you know, Aaron Glenn hit that dance against the Buccaneers. And if you want to dance and you want to celebrate, get the win at home. Get your first NFL head coaching win in your building. You can beat the Carolina Panthers. The Carolina Panthers are not a good team, not a good franchise. They just had some success. I think your defense can match up well against their offense. It is all eyes on Justin Fields, who you have so much faith in. It is all eyes on these receivers now without the best receiver that you paid in Garrett Wilson and Tanner Engstrand and what he's going to call and what you're going to scheme up to move the ball. I'm waiting. I'm interested to see it because I know as I've tried to, encourage Jets fans to go to the building and be supportive, if it's 3 and out and that offense looks inept again, boo, the boos are going to rain down. People don't have time for it. And I know Aaron Glenn seems very confident or maybe not very confident, but like he's so, the way he talks, it's like a guy that's sure that he's going to be here next year. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe Woody has assured him, but nothing can be assured. This is New York. This is the NFL. You continue to lose, and that's what I was saying about the schedule. This is the game they need to win. And I felt like they coached scared last week. They played scared last week, and that was a winnable game. Can't happen. They need to be going for it. You went into the bag of tricks last week with the fake punt. Do it again. Something different. This is the game you have to win because when you look at the rest of the games on the schedule, maybe you have a chance against Dylan Gabriel, but I don't think you have a chance against Myles Garrett, not your offense. And who knows, Dylan Gabriel might improve in the next couple weeks. So for the Jets, this is the game. In your building, after all that was said, right, as we're talking about all this back and forth and this talking, it's like it's the Broncos and Giants players on Twitter. It's Aaron Glenn versus the media. And then Jets fans versus Aaron Glenn on Twitter. Like, Jets fans aren't going at the Carolina Panthers. Jets fans are going at Aaron Glenn online. All of that doesn't matter once that ball gets kicked in the air. The Jets have to find a way to beat the Carolina Panthers, and I think they can. I think they can. The game, the pick, it's a 1.5 spread. It's a pick 'em, and I think Justin Fields is going to be motivated. Maybe he does it with his legs, and maybe you call some plays for him to do it with his legs. I don't know. Breece Hall, you're trying to get traded, right? Free 20. You want to go somewhere? Then have the best game of this season. And they got to give it to him. They got to target him, and they got to hand it to him. Breece Hall, it's on you, bro. Break some runs, score some touchdowns. 888-808-1019. We are coming up on the 8 o'clock hour. That's 1 hour down, 4 hours to go. Reminder that we will have some guests mixed in coming up. First up will be my guy, Zach Rosenblatt. You know him covering the Jets for The Athletic. I've had him on a bunch of times, and we will ask all the Jets questions with Zach. So maybe Jets fans call me now before we get to that at 8:20 if you've got anything that you want to ask Zach about the team, about the coach, about the offense, the defense before they face the Carolina Panthers. If you're on hold, stay on hold because after we hit the break and the update, I will take calls before we break again to bring my first guest in. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Don't go anywhere. I'm coming right back.
Regular season battles in football. Off-season moves in baseball. The Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets all live here. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Fun is in the driver's seat at Nielsen Dodge. Get a great deal on the new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram you really want with 0 down payment available, plus the credit help you need. Shop online at nielsendodge.com. Drive into fall event.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painter's Trust kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. Now, the full lineup is only at the one place pros rely on. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers exclusively at the Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
During the Jeep Drive-In to Fall event, well-qualified current FCA lessees get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2025 Grand Cherokee Laredo X4x4 for $389 a month for 24 months with $2,249 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-8925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease to qualify. Extra charge for miles over 15,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery from dealer stock by 11/3. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Get to Town Fair Tire for Michelin's cross-climate tires, offering a design that delivers an exceptional level of long-lasting performance throughout the tire's lifespan. Plus, Town Fair gives you more free services than anywhere else. For the guaranteed lowest price and your best deal on Michelin cross-climate tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Ever seen an origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Jokes aside, Verizon has the most ways to save on phones and plans where everyone in the family can choose their own plan and save. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metric True Score report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Go running with the Devils on November 2nd, a 5K race hosted by RWJ Barnabas Health and the New Jersey Devils. Register at rwjbh.org/runningwithdedevils.
We love talking about the Knicks and Nets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 8 o'clock. This is Rich Ackerman. This report is sponsored by Chef IQ, precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. The American League Championship Series is even at 2 in Game 5. It was tied at 1 until just a couple of moments ago when Ernie Clement snapped the tie with an RBI single after Alejandro Kirk doubled earlier in the inning. They are in the top of the 6th, and it's Toronto in front by a score of 2-1. The Mariners got the scoring started. Eugenio Suarez with a home run back in the 3rd. George Springer then tied the game with a double in the 5th, and now in the top of the 6th, it is Toronto up by a score of 2-1. The inning has come to an end as they head to the bottom half of the 6th. The Dodgers look to become the first team to repeat as league champs since they last did it in 2017 and 2018. They go for the sweep of the Brewers tonight in the National League Championship Series with Shohei Ohtani getting the start, while former Met Jose Quintana will go for Milwaukee. The Jets are winless and likely to be without their top offensive player Sunday when they host the Panthers. Garrett Wilson doubtful with a knee injury, while the Giants won't have John Michael Schmitz, who's out for a second straight game with a concussion, and receiver Darius Slayton is also out with a hamstring injury. Abdul Carter questionable with a hamstring injury. And that's what's happening. I'm Rich Huff.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Yeah, still rocking for another 4 hours. I could do this all day. If Hoff can't get here, I'll do the overnight as well. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Watching the baseball game. The Toronto Blue Jays are awake, man. Nightmare. I was talking about the nightmare last night. If it's Toronto versus the Dodgers, we as Yankee fans can't have any joy in that at all. Like, there's no one to root for. You root for the Dodgers to be the first team to win back-to-back World Series, a team that embarrassed you in the World Series last year, mocked you, and then they stand next to the Yankee team of old that did it, like, or the Toronto Blue Jays beat the Dodgers, and that's your division rival that did what you couldn't do last year. That sucks. I can't. Let's go, M's. Come on. Don't lose every game in your building. 888-808-1019. Let's get back to the phones, and then we will play some audio around the New York Jets as we get ready to have a quick interview with Zach Rosenblatt from The Athletic. Kyle is in Eatontown, New Jersey. What's up, Kyle? You're on.
Hey, what's going on, Keith? How we doing tonight, brother?
Good, man. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, of course, as always, man. It would be painful to see. I know we're going to talk football, but it would be painful to see the Toronto to come back here, man. I thought the M's had it there for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, going up 2-0, I was ready to bury the Blue Jays, call them frauds and all that. And it's a long series, and the way that they can hit, and I don't know, they somehow got good pitching out of Shane Bieber and Max Scherzer. And, yeah, man, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm hoping they can pull through. I got a buddy who's on the roster right now. He's living the dream, so hopefully they can get it done. Yeah, so I wanted to just make 3 points on 3 different games if you'd give me the time. Just to start with the hometown Giants, I don't like this spot for them. I think it's a get-right game for the Broncos. It's going to be tough to go on the road in that environment with not as many weapons as, solidified weapons. We've seen good things from our guy, from Dart and from Skattebo, but, I don't think that's going to end well right there. Then I wanted to talk about, there's so many good games this weekend. I want to talk about your Cowboys, are they going to,
Not
finally...
my Cowboys.
Oh, you're not a Cowboy fan?
No, they have been
Why did
disowned.
I think that you were a Cowboy fan?
I was.
They've
I
been-
grew up a Cowboys fan, but I'm grown now. I grew up.
Well, Dak's playing out of his mind, so it'll be
He's my
interesting to
fantasy
see
quarterback. I knew he was going to have a good year.
Yeah, we'll see what they could do with the Commanders and kind of flip
CeeDee Lamb
roles as
coming
we
back.
go to the second half. Yeah, they'll be all right. And then my team, I'm a Green Bay fan. I'm looking for Jordan Love to ball out this weekend and continue that MVP candidacy race. There's a lot of good games. It should be a good weekend of football.
Thanks for the call, Kyle. Yeah, I will get into all of the games and matchups and storylines. Rashee Rice coming back, and the Chiefs were able to kind of tread water here, and people were writing them off. They're 500 right now, but they don't ever lose to the Raiders, so they'll probably get a win. And I already mentioned CeeDee Lamb coming back for the Dallas Cowboys. If he's right, even if he's not right, and his ankle is just 70%, he can be a huge decoy. And I mean, George Pickens has been balling. George Pickens, I also have on the same fantasy team with Dak. George Pickens is one of the receiving yards leaders and has a handful of touchdowns, and he's been doing his thing his first year in Dallas. But going back to what you were saying about the Giants, part of me thinks this isn't a good spot for them either because I think we are blinded by what we saw on Thursday Night Football on a short week. Eagles team that Saquon Barkley was more focused on his documentary dropping on the same channel he was playing on, Amazon Prime, and there was turmoil between A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts, and they got on a short week coming up the turnpike, right? They didn't have to fly. They just drove up here, and I was in the building. It was a great night. But the week before that, everybody was talking about how trash the Giants were and can't believe they found a way to lose. They shot themselves in the foot. Oh, there's going to be growing pains with these rookies. Skattebo fumble going in. Dart fumbled off his own body, threw interceptions. And Sean Payton, former New Orleans Saints coach, you think he didn't pour over that Saints film? You think he didn't watch that Saints film in the Superdome and say, okay, this is what Kellen Moore and those guys did. And, okay, here's what we need to do. Here's what we need. Don't let a Rashid Shaheed type play happen this week. I don't know, Troy Franklin just running past Tyler Nubin, running past your defense. If it gets out of hand for the Broncos early, they're gonna steamroll them. But if the Giants can come out and score and assert themselves and really, stand on business and say, hey, we're here to play, then we'll have a whole game. We'll have a good competitive game. But Kyle just said, I think this is a get-right game for Denver. I think so, too. I think that's why they're all-pro players, their top defense, their defenders are like, what? This team has 2 wins. These are rookies. They played a handful of games. We're grown men. We're in our building. We're about to show them there's levels to this, and they're not on our level. We shall see. That's why we watch. Tim is out on Staten Island on the Fan. What's up, Tim?
Hey, what's up, Keith? Every time I listen to you, man, I think you're great, and I hope one day you're one of the headliners on the station.
Yeah, I'm already a headliner, so I come on at night.
I hope
understand.
you stick around,
Thank
and
you.
I hope you get to the day one day.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Two things. With the Giants, I'm not really worried about any game. I'm just worried about progress. We've seen, before the Saints got Drew Brees, they were horrible. Before the Lions got Goff and Dan Campbell, they were horrible. But when you turn the corner, you have to continue to build and progress and have sustained success. Not like the 1 year off with Daniel Jones and then, bad for 4 years. So that's my main thing with this season. And if I can ask you one more question.
I was going to say it feels like it has happened. I know there's so much more of the season to go, but like even as much credit as Dart and Skattebo get, like even on the defensive side of the ball, Brian Burns has been playing at a Defensive Player of the Year level. Dexter Lawrence has not actually been the all-pro that we expect him to be, but we know he can turn that on. Abdul Carter looks like, he's going to be a guy that was worth picking number 3 overall. The DBs, the secondary, they've been solid enough. Cordell Flott, right? You're not playing that game with Deontay Banks.
Yes.
Cordell Flott is the guy. Like I don't know. I think there are a lot of pieces here for the Giants. I mean, even now Andrew Thomas being back. Like there's a lot of pieces that have stabilized this thing where you kind of see, hey, these guys are going to be here for the future. They're building blocks. Maybe they're going to come out of it a little bit here.
And you've seen teams be bad for years on years and decades at a time, and then when they turn the corner, they get, they stay there. My last question: do you put any weight into the Parcells drafting rules for a quarterback? And that must be a senior, 3-year starter, graduate from college, start 30 games, win at least 23 of them, post a 2-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio with a 60% completion rate. Because Jaxson Dart's college career checks all of those boxes. So do you think that's like it's an old school, like Parcells, outdated way of thinking? Or do you think that can still...
It's a great checklist. It's a good system, but it's hard to find those guys. Thanks for the call. It's hard to find guys that cross off all those boxes. Guys are transferring now more than ever because of the transfer portal and not having to sit out. There's different style offenses now. What I was saying about Dart and all these quarterbacks, because I was included in this. A lot of us were like, yo, you sign Russ, you sign Jameis, no need to rush the kid. But these quarterbacks are coming into the NFL more prepared than ever. In high school, they have quarterback coaches. They spend every waking hour watching film. They have virtual reality headsets like Jaden Daniels where they can speed up defenses and like they're just a different level. Like these things didn't exist. And even just like I remember being in college, we watched film. We had CDs that you could take back and put in your DVD player or your MacBook. Now everything's digital. It's a file. Like, these guys can watch film on their phones, on their iPads. And it's just a different, it's a different time. If you are a top high school quarterback, they're getting you a quarterback coach, and then you're going into college and everything is focused on learning defenses, reading defenses, getting reps, being prepared. It doesn't matter if you're 22. I talked about Jaxson Dart playing at USC and playing at Ole Miss. I don't think playing at Mile High is going to be too big for him, but he needs help. A quarterback can only really be as good as his supporting cast. 888-808-1019. Speaking of that, quarterback only being as good as his supporting cast. I talked before about Aaron Glenn and, how he mentioned Lamar Jackson and Justin Fields in the same breath. I want to play this because I want you to hear this. And when Lamar Jackson, and he also mentioned Josh Allen, when these guys win MVPs, it's because of their offensive line. It's because of the guys they're throwing to. It's because of the defense as well, because they got to help them win games. Nobody wins MVP alone. It is a team award. And Justin Fields is so far from the MVP or even being like an MVP caliber player, but they're looking for comps. It kind of reminded me how yesterday Aaron Boone and Cashman are talking about like Dansby Swanson as a comp to Volpe, or how Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold types, they didn't have it right away, but they went elsewhere. Listen to Aaron Glenn when he's asked about Justin Fields holding on to the ball too long. And then we're going to play what Dan Orlovsky had to say about it. And he basically he hit it, spot on where I don't even have to say it. Here's Aaron Glenn, New York Jets head coach, talking about Justin Fields holding on to the ball too long first.
Yeah. At this point in the season, to work on that and really get it out and make it fast, that process.
I know that's a huge topic that everyone talks about, but sometimes there's a lot that goes into that. And when you look at the time he gets the ball out, some of those have been some of his best games when he's holding the ball, 3 seconds or whatnot. And it's who he is, and sometimes it's play calls and the way that he sees things. So, and I'm not sitting here saying that he doesn't need to get the ball out. There's some quick game, where the ball has to come out, and you work on those in practice. But there's also an element of, and we know who that player is. You look at Lamar. I think Lamar, his numbers getting the ball out is higher than Justin's. I think Josh Allen's numbers are higher than Justin's. But I think everybody tends to see who those guys are and understand that. And for some reason, they don't understand Justin. But listen, I'm not sitting there saying that there's some times where he got to get the ball out. He knows that. He articulated that to you guys, and we're going to continue to work on that as much as we can.
No. We watch the NFL, bro. Lamar and Josh Allen are extending the play. They are scrambling. They are avoiding sacks. They are making plays happen by finding green grass. That is not the same as Justin Fields being in quicksand during quick game. Like, if it's quick game, they're getting the ball out. Here, I don't have to talk about it. Here's Dan Orlovsky explaining, a former NFL quarterback, college quarterback, and a guy that does this for a living. Here's Dan Orlovsky explaining the difference.
I was seeing Aaron Glenn's comments on Justin Fields and holding the football, and everything he said and the way he described it is true. I know people are killing him because of the Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen thing, and I think he's just saying, listen, there's great quarterbacks in the league that have held the ball in their past. But I think the two things that stand out are when Aaron Glenn says, one, that's just sometimes the play call. This is a more often than not like a play action passing offense. Play action, the quarterback is going to hold the ball faster. So he's 100% right on that. And the second thing is that's kind of the player. Justin's a ridiculous athlete, but he's not a twitchy athlete as far as like throwing. And so, to get the ball to your hands quicker, it's often like a quick game, what we call a 3-step drop. That's never kind of been something that Justin has done well. He's not a quick kind of whip it out of his hand quarterback. It's a longer release. And so, like, quick game has never been something he's executed at a high level, and he probably never will. Even the RPO world, the run-pass option, I think of Rodgers last night, and sometimes he just got the ball and kicked it out to the perimeter. That's a very quick release by Rodgers. That's not Justin. And so I think one of the things that the Jets offensively, Tanner Engstrand will have to figure out with Justin is, what is their version of quick game? Because it's not just going to be a slant on a consistent basis or a quick out on a consistent basis or a hitch, just not really who his game or what his game is. But you really want that part in your offense to give your offensive line a breather, get the ball to the quarterback's hands, find an efficient play, get the ball to a playmaker out in space. And so it's not... They don't really have this ability to call your traditional quick game and execute it at a high level. So I do think everything Aaron Glenn has said about it is accurate, but it will be interesting and important for them to figure out kind of what that quote-unquote quick game in their offense can be.
I'll be looking for it. I'll be interested to see what it looks like. Put him in the shotgun. Let him catch the snap and throw the ball. Like, I don't know, man. I feel like this is, again, Aaron Glenn and the Jets, because they are trying to take up for Justin Fields and cover him and protect him. And it's like, you don't have to do that, bro. If he struggles this week against the Carolina Panthers and he can't just do simple things and stop having him get under center and drop back, go to Tyrod Taylor. This is the game you must win. All right, we must take a break. Zach Rosenblatt from The Athletic covering the New York Jets is coming up next. This is Keith McPherson on The Fan. I'll be right back.
The Scarlet Knights return home hungry for their first Big Ten win of the season. But standing in their way are the high-flying Oregon Ducks.
Touchdown, Rutgers!
Kickoff is tomorrow at 6:30. The home of Rutgers Big Ten football is WFAN. Brought to you by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together. And The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the TuneIn, iHeartRadio, and Odyssey app.
During the Jeep Drive-In to Fall event, well-qualified current FCA lessees can ultra-low mileage lease on the 2025 Grand Cherokee Laredo X 4x4 for $389 a month for 24 months with $2,249 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-8925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease to qualify. Extra charge for miles over 15,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery from dealer stock by 11/3. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Get to Town Fair Tire for Michelin's Cross Climate tires, offering a design that delivers an exceptional level of long-lasting performance throughout the tire's lifespan. Plus, Town Fair gives you more free services than anywhere else. For the guaranteed lowest price and your best deal on Michelin Cross Climate tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what's to do with your unwanted bills? Ever seen an origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Jokes aside, Verizon has the most ways to save on phones and plans where everyone in the family can choose their own plan and save. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metric True Score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Kick off the new season in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Upgrade to a new GLC, GLE, or GLS, or take advantage of their loaner-to-owner program. Buy or lease a 2025 X-Loaner and enjoy a like-new Mercedes-Benz. Now at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Luxury just got tripled with Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Union, and Freehold, New Jersey. 3 powerhouse locations, 1 legendary name. Ray Katina. More selection, more convenience, and more ways to drive excellence. Experience the power of 3. Visit BenzFam.com.
Don't fumble the ball when it comes to fine jewelry, diamonds, and engagement rings. There's only one choice. It has to be H.L. Gross Jewelers of Garden City. Visit HLGross.com.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
And we're back. Joining me right now on The Fan is Zach Rosenblatt, senior writer for The Athletic, covering your New York Jets. I've had Zach on a bunch of times. He's great. He does a lot of great work. Let's talk to Zach right now. Zach, are you there?
I'm there. How you doing, Keith?
I'm good, man. How did you enjoy your trip across the pond?
It was great. Yeah. You know, the football wasn't so great, but, you know, I always enjoy going to London. So
the football, a lot of times, is not great over there, but it gives you an excuse to go over there and stay a while and explore and sightsee. And I always think it's a good time. The first couple of times I went to London, the thing that I just was, shocked with myself, I'm like, I'm so Americanized. Like, I don't have enough of a worldview. I'm like, these people are over here. They don't care about the little stupid things that I care about in America. I'm like, this is so nice. I'm just like blending in and getting lost. It's so enchanting.
Yeah, London's great, and there's so many different things you can do and see, and the food that's not the English food, but the other cuisines are underrated, I think. So.
Yeah. There's good restaurants. My wife, she does the research. She found some good steakhouses and a couple good places. And then there's always great like pubs and places that you can just walk into. So
for sure.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I had a kid, so I haven't been back to London in 2.5 years. But we had our baby moon there, so I always love it. And I proposed there, so I love London.
Yeah, it's awesome. And we actually went out to Richmond where Ted Lasso's based, and that was a really fun old town. Yeah.
Well, anyway, back to the Jets, who went out there, and it was like their offense could not run positive plays. I said it frustrated me. It reminded me of Pop Warner football, where it's like these kids can't even get it going. Like, we can't get first downs. We can't punch it in. And now let's start with the scouting report, the injury report. Without your best offensive player, who in my opinion is Garrett Wilson, they have to get creative now. They have to figure some different things out now. What do you expect to see from the offense this week? Because I think this is a game that they can win, but they have to kind of like take the training wheels off and say, hey, let's go for it.
I mean, I expect them to try and do what they've tried to do every week, but to a more extreme degree, and that's run the ball as much as possible. Because, I went into the season thinking Garrett Wilson was their most important player because of the combination of his talent, the lack of talent around him, his connection with Justin Fields, and that proved to be true. He has such a insane target share relative to the rest of the team. I believe the second leading receiver is Josh Reynolds with like 70 yards. It's pretty dire straits at wide receiver. Like, there's nobody that scares you. The Panthers defense, I don't think it's a great defense. I actually don't think it's as bad as you would expect. They have a pretty good run defense. So can the Jets counteract that if they're stopping Brees, if they're stopping Fields running the ball? Can they counteract it by throwing it? And there wasn't much evidence they could do that with Garrett Wilson. And I don't have a lot of confidence in Justin Fields' ability to do it without him. But like you said, this is kind of where Tanner Engstrand and Aaron Glenn have to kind of show what they're made of as coaches and with their creativity, because they haven't really, the last 2 weeks, it hasn't been really creative. They haven't really done a good job of, counteracting the blitzes that the teams are throwing at them. Like, Brees Hall had 0 targets last week. I would think that goes up significantly if they want to win this game. And if it doesn't, then you're going to find them on the losing end of it. But, it's hard to go into this game optimistic about the offense.
Yeah, I'm right there with you with Brees Hall. He's the second best offensive player that they have. I would expect to throw him a screen. I would expect to throw a check down to him, try and get him going. And then even this might be a little bit of a rock fight, right? This might be, them running the ball and controlling the clock and kicking field goals. If that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do, because you're coming home in front of these Jets fans, and I feel bad for Jets fans. I have a ton of friends that are Jets fans, and they just feel defeated. They feel like there's no end in sight to the misery, but they're still going to the game, so you don't want that place to turn into the fans booing. And I feel like if they get some points on the board, I feel like if they do take some deep shots, if they do move the ball, that can get the fans on their side. What do you think the atmosphere is going to be like in MetLife returning home?
I mean, They better hope they come out and don't go 3 and out or something. Right. The fan base is pretty angry already. I can't imagine it's going to be a great crowd, because I don't even think Panthers fans travel well either. And, you've seen some of these games where the opposing crowd is, pretty close to the Jets. You saw that with the Cowboys game. I don't really see that happening. But
right, the Bills, the Steelers.
Yeah.
If anything, this should be a game where it's all Jets fans, Jets, Jets. There's no Panthers fans.
Yeah, the problem is they're 0-6, obviously. So I don't know how many people are dying to see them live right now. But, there's, like you mentioned, taking deep shots. Like, that's kind of been another topic of discussion. I feel like we go through the cycle of the same topics with Justin Fields. It's either he holds the ball too long or he doesn't take enough shots. It's been a combo of both. You look at his stats, he has no interceptions, and that, in theory, would be a good thing. But he only really has them because he hasn't really they haven't really done anything to even come close to risking that being a possibility. So, you need to take shots. You need to open things up. You have a guy in there, Arian Smith, who's really fast, has some downfield speed. Take a shot downfield, take a few shots downfield, take some risks, because if you don't, this is just going to be the same boring, predictable offense.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned the interceptions. Not having any interceptions, it's not so shiny. And to not have any interceptions puts you with quarterbacks that don't have as many, reps, as many plays. And, even some of the best quarterbacks in the league have a handful of interceptions because they are forcing the issue. They are, they're trying to get the ball downfield. Sometimes the ball gets tipped and ends up in the hands of the other team, but you have to put pressure on the defense and make them feel like you're at least trying to put the ball there. We're on the phone right now with Zach Rosenblatt from The Athletic, talking about the Jets. Let's go to the other side of the ball. The Jets had made history as the first 0-5 team without a turnover, and then immediately in the London game, they get that turnover. And we got to see Brownlee, we got to see Jermaine Johnson, and we got to see a Jets defense that, these guys said they met and they took it personal. And against the Broncos, they held them to 13 points. They did their job. I expect them to do the same. I expect them to come out and be able to stop Teteroa McMillan and Bryce Young, and maybe they can't stop Rico Dowdle, who's been on a tear, but I think the Panthers are going to stop him because they're bringing Chuba Hubbard back into the fold. What do you expect to see, for a round 2 of this Jets defense building off of what we saw last week against the Broncos?
I mean, you need a repeat performance. I do think, I think the Panthers' offense to a degree is kind of like a poor man's version of, in terms of personnel of the Broncos. If you look, Bryce Young, kind of shorter quarterback, a little more, doesn't scare you as much, kind of like Bo Nix. They have some running game with the guys you just mentioned. Teteroa McMillan is kind of like the Cortland Sutton. So, they line up pretty well with this team. They just shut down the Broncos offense and made them look really, really bad. They still only had 1 sack. You need to get more than that. Like you mentioned, Jermaine Johnson and Jarvis Brownlee, the combo of those two guys both coming back and joining this team, like it just infused that defense with some energy and some fire that they were like really lacking. And some of the other guys are starting to play better. You know, Brandon Stevens has played better. Kiko Mawigoa, the rookie, has played better. But you need to show that more than once. Like the previous 5 games, they were one of the, if not the worst defenses in the NFL. So, you know, if the Panthers come out and run it all over you and you're missing tackles again, you're starting to wonder if Steve Wilkes is the guy to lead this defense. And that's kind of going to be the pressure of, you're an 0-6 team. If the offense is going to struggle, which I think they will, you need the defense to step up. And this is going to look like this, in theory, should look like the games did for a couple years under Robert Saleh, where the defense was doing the job and the offense wasn't scoring.
Now, we're getting close to the trade deadline, and obviously when you don't have any wins and you're in a complete rebuild, there's some people looking at the Jets and saying, hey, everybody should be available. Who do you think that they're potentially going to move? I know there was a lot of talk this week about Breece Hall and his Instagram post and him writing free 20. I think the Jets should be open for business.
Yeah, Breece Hall is an obvious one. I think right now, I think they're maybe asking for more than teams are willing to give. I'm curious to see how that changes as the deadline approaches. The ones I have my eye on are guys like Mike Carter II. He's a guy that'll probably get cut in the offseason because they'll save money, and Jarvis Brownlee might have replaced him, and he's been a quality starter in the NFL. Quincy Williams is one I have my eye on. He's going into a contract year. They just paid Jamie Sherwood. I know there was a report about Jermaine Johnson the other day. I don't see that happening. Quentin Williams would be one I'm interested in. I don't think they're going to trade him. I think he's someone you build around, but, he's also a guy that might have some of the best value on this roster. So if you don't want to adjust his contract in the coming years, if you can get a first-round pick for him or something like that, like you have to explore it. But, yeah, I think ultimately it's maybe more second-tier level guys than I don't think they're going to trade Jermaine. I don't think they're going to trade, obviously, Sauce or Garrett. And Breece is kind of the big name. That Breece and Quincy would be the 2 big names, I would say.
A question for you about Aaron Glenn, because I've talked about it all week, just him changing his approach. But, you're there. You're in the media scrum. You're sitting there. Can you tell us a little bit more about, I think a lot of us jump on clips, and I say this a lot. A lot of us helicopter in off a 1-minute clip, and we all kind of jump to conclusions and, write our own narratives. But, you're there with Aaron Glenn. Is his demeanor so brash? Does he really come off as, so much of a guy that just, knows it all but doesn't have one leg to stand on because he doesn't have one win?
It's an interesting combo because I think that more's been made about his press conferences than any since I've covered. That is the nature of being in New York. But, I do think sometimes he strikes a tone that feels unnecessary, or he feels like he has to call out the media every time it's something to do with criticism, even if it's warranted criticism. I think you would hope he can get away from that. But, at the end of the day, I think he's always just being who Aaron Glenn is. And so I never really take it personally, necessarily when he does stuff like that. I don't think it's as big of a deal as it's made out to be, but I also think he does not help himself when he does that because, like you said, we live in a society where things are going to get clipped and fans are really mad right now. And when he says the wrong thing, they're going to jump on it. And so I think he could do a little bit better job of when he goes out there, just thinking about how the words he's saying are going to be taken publicly and all that stuff. And not as a crutch blaming the media or saying, he had a quote the other day about how the media is going to complain. Justin Fields could do it right, and then the media is just going to complain anyway.
Yeah, if he throws picks, you guys are going to be bitching about that. I'm you didn't have to say that.
It was really unnecessary. And the media doesn't complain about Justin Fields. We ask questions about why he's struggling. It's the fans that are complaining because they're fans. So, I think he cutting those quotes out. I think he just has a hard time, removing that because he hasn't been a head coach and he hasn't been a head coach in this media environment, and it takes an adjustment. They're 0-6, and he believes they're doing things that nobody's noticing, but they're losing, so nobody cares about that. So it's a real balance that he's trying to find, and he's a rookie coach, and you hope that he learns from all this stuff and he gets better as time goes on.
Yeah, he is learning. It's clear that he's learning on the job and learning on the fly. The last thing for you about Aaron Glenn is, I said, he's got to have some type of conversation or agreement with Woody where Woody's like, no matter what happens this year, no matter what the record is, you're not getting fired, because he carries himself with this air of like, I can say and do whatever I want. We're working on it. I know better than you guys. And like, yeah, I know I don't have a win, but like we're building a foundation. And, you know, I talked to Parcells and I talked to this guy and this, and nobody cares about that. All they care about is results. But in your mind, and I think you wrote about this a little bit, like he's not getting fired. You think he's safe. You think like, you know, this year, no matter if it's a 0-for season, a 1-win season, you think he'll be back for next year?
I mean, I think if it's an 0-for-17 season, I think all bets are off. I don't really know what that would look like. I don't think they're going to lose every single game, though. Like, I think fans have reached the point, like, wow, and I believe they can win, and I get it. But I don't see it going 1 win or 0 wins. If it does get to that, then it's a different combo. But I think he's safe. They signed him to a 5-year contract. He's the richest Jets coach in team history. I don't think Woody's trying to pay a guy for 4 years to not coach for him. I think, you know, the message that he keeps preaching, what fans are getting tired of, is that I've been through this with the Lions, been through this with the Saints, and he keeps preaching that, like, you know, this, you know, people don't want to go through the hard times to get to the good times, and it's hard to look down the tunnel when it's been so dark here for so long. But he believes he sees some light, and so, you know, you need to show it. What I would just say to fans freaking out is that it's only been 6 weeks. Like, I know it's been bad. It's been way, way worse than anybody could have expected, but it's been 6 games in a long season. So, like, I'm not trying to say stay patient, because I absolutely think fans are justified in their anger and their impatience and all that stuff. But like, let's see how he looks after 10 weeks. Let's see, are they 0-10? Are they still a complete disaster? Has he not shown improvement? Has the team not shown improvement? And as we get to the second half of the season and things just aren't better, then I think it's another conversation. But I just think it's too early to be saying he's on the hot seat, he should be fired, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he's inheriting the struggles and the lack of winning from guys that came before him. But honestly, like, there's like 3, maybe even 4 games here that were close games that they could have won. So when I hear Aaron Glenn, what I'm feeling is like, bro, don't dig the hole deeper for yourself with what you're saying in the media off the field. Like, if you get 1 win this week, that buys you some grace for the week. But you don't. There's no grace for you when you go out there with an attitude and kind of you know, add fuel to the fire by, you know, saying the stuff that you're saying post game and you know, meeting the press.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of my point earlier. Like, you know, there's already enough negativity and distractions and things like that to not add on to it even more. So I think he would help himself in those moments to just, you know, take it on the chin, take the hard questions. You don't have to answer every single one of them. And, you know, look, I'm not standing up there. I'm not going to try and tell him how to do his job or anything. But I like to your point earlier, just, you know, things are going to get taken and they're going to get, you know, talked about. And sometimes he's going to go out there, and I don't blame him for the ways he defends Justin Fields. But I don't know if you want, when you defend Justin Fields, if you want to compare him to Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, like things like that, you can just cut out of the way you answer questions. And then I think it would go a long way, not towards helping him with fans and all that stuff. And ultimately none of that matters. All that matters is if you win or lose. But this is all just while you're losing. This, like, just, as you said, digs a deeper hole, and you don't want that.
Yeah, Zach, you're the man. I appreciate your work. I appreciate you giving us some time tonight. Go enjoy your weekend. Thanks for coming on The Fan.
Always, Keith. Appreciate you.
That's Zach Rosenblatt. Make sure you follow him at Zach with a K, B-L-A-T on Twitter. He does great work. I've had post notifications on for his tweets for years. He's had a lot of great things on The Athletic. The Athletic just hit me for $7.99 today. I didn't even realize my Athletic subscription went up to $7.99. But, I mean, when you work in sports talk radio, it's worth having, and he does great stuff. So let's take this break right here. I don't know if you guys have eyes on Luis Varlin versus Julio Rodriguez right now. It is the bottom of the 7th, 2 outs. And Toronto is leading 2-1. I feel so bad for these Mariners fans that they paid a whopping $340 to get in the building tonight, some of them. And they can't, it seems like they can't get a win. They can't get any joy out of this. And I know there's still a few outs to go here. Maybe the M's find some magic, but yeah, I don't know. Varlin is in now, and the Blue Jays are up, and they've done enough, and Varlin strikes out Julio Rodriguez. We are on to the 8th inning. Damn. Here we go, folks. Keith McPherson on The Fan. My next guest is Bobby Skinner from the Giants Nation podcast. He will join us at 9:20. So we're back open for calls. Jets fans chime in. Giants fans chime in. Baseball fans chime in on where we are with this ALCS. And I know the Dodgers are getting started right now, too, so I'll try and, get some eyes on that. It's a 5-hour KM to AM. We will be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Cam Skattebo is going and is like a legend in the making for the Giants fan and football fans.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium iced or hot coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions, participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah, and they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay, in St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose.
$5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Sitting in the driver's seat of the Nissan Kicks is like the best seat in the house. You're in the action. And with the Nissan Kicks all-wheel drive, you can go find the best views. And with the 10-speaker Bose Personal Plus audio system, you can hear everything. Your new wheels await. Reimagine your ride with the reimagined Nissan Kicks. Now get the 2025 Nissan Kicks starting at just $21,830. Shop your local Nissan store or nissanusa.com. Starting MSRP at $21,830 for base model. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP. MSRP excludes up to $1,495 destination and handling charges, tax, title, and license. Dealer sets actual price.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's stepping into a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
This Halloween season, the deals at Route 22 Toyota are wicked good. Treat yourself to hundreds of new in-stock Toyotas like the sporty Corolla and stylish RAV4, both drastically reduced. Qualified buyers can save more with leases as low as $199 a month or 1.75% financing for up to 72 months on select new Toyota models. Visit Route22Toyota.com for all the details. But hurry, as these wicked good deals disappear soon. So fly over to Route 22 Toyota in Hillside, New Jersey and drive home in a brand new Toyota before they vanish.
Westwood One presents Today in Women's Sports. Soccer star Kristen Press announced this week she'll retire at the end of the NWSL season. The U.S. national team forward helped lead the Americans to back-to-back World Cup titles in 2015 and 2019. A standout at Stanford, Press won NCAA Player of the Year in 2010 before turning pro the following season. The Los Angeles native went on to play 11 years in the NWSL, most notably with her hometown club, Angel City FC, joining in 2021 as the expansion team's first ever signing. Now she's set to hang up her cleats, leaving behind a legacy as one of the sport's true pioneers.
Because it's women playing sports, it automatically signals impact, progress, and change. There's so much opportunity in women's sports. It's phenomenal where we are, and there's so far to go.
Angel City will honor Press on Sunday when they host the Portland Thorns. With Today in Women's Sports, I'm Erica Herskowitz on Westwood One.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo
Touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those? Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America. Proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
A win isn't a win without the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. The official beer sponsor of the New York Giants. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
New York! Friday night in the greatest city in the world with the greatest fans in the world talking sports. Your nighttime host, Keith McPherson, checking back in as we proceed. Rock until midnight. If you're just tuning in, we just had Zach Rosenblatt on so we could hit the Jets conversation as they prepare to take on the Carolina Panthers in their building. Obviously needing a win, the only winless team in the NFL, and a head coach that surely needs one just to kind of back some people off. You know, I opened up talking about the back and forth between Giants Twitter, Broncos Twitter, Giants players, Broncos players. It's all digital, but it'll all be settled on the field. Looking forward to it. That's going to be a hell of a game. It's funny how all of a sudden now, you know, Jaxson Dart and Cam Skattebo have put the Giants in a place where these top teams, these playoff teams from last year are looking like they're a threat, looking like, okay, we're not taking them lightly. Good. Before we get back to the phones, I got to plug something that I'm working on or that I will be doing. Next Saturday at Bang in Olufsen on Madison Avenue. It's 540 Madison Avenue. We will be doing a couple book readings for children. Sorry, I had to sneeze. So shout out to Steve and the good folks at the GOAT series. They have books about Michael Jordan, Babe Ruth, Messi, Serena Williams. And I'm going to just be the voice reading the book to the kids. My son will be there. I have a couple friends coming that are bringing their little ones. There's going to be a live read along with all of the books, an immersive sound experience powered by Bang and Olufsen. And temporary tattoo station for the kids, refreshments for the guests. It is at 10 a.m. It'll go till 12. It's Saturday in the city again at Bang and Olufsen, 540 Madison Ave. If you follow me on Twitter or Instagram, the flyer is up there with more details and the link to RSVP. It is a limited space. It's a really nice space. I think earlier I checked, there's 50 spaces available, and we were down to 40. That ball's got to get out. It does. It does. Cal Raleigh. So, yeah, check out at Keith McPherson on Twitter, on Instagram. If you have, a young sports fan under the age of, let's say, 5, and you're in the city and you want to meet me and bring your child out or your significant other and your child out and, pick up one of these books and, just have a nice little story time. That's next Saturday, October 25th at Bang & Olufsen at 540 Madison Ave. Now, Cal Raleigh is holding the Trident in the dugout. This is a great game. Bottom of the 8th, no outs. Cal Raleigh homers to left field after Randy Arozarena just didn't rob a homer, but it was warning track power. Went up and took one back from Ernie Clement the inning before or at the top of the 8th. So now we have a tie game, folks. Now we have a tie game, Game 5, Toronto versus Seattle. It's 2-2, bottom of the 8th, no outs. Like I said, hopefully the M's find some magic and battle back, and here we go. Back to the phones we go. 888-808-1019. Bob is in Vermont on the Fan. What's up, Bob?
Hi, Keith. Do you remember me?
I feel like we've spoken before. Have we met in person?
Yeah. Remember when Knoble? Remember Knoble?
Yeah, the Jets drafted Knoble in the 8th round.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Jake told you on the... That was me. Remember Jake Asman?
Yeah, that was funny. And I also went on Connor Long's podcast.
Oh, yes. Remember Connor Long?
And
he's a good kid. He's a smart kid. I tell you that kid.
Yeah, the Jets have a lot of young kids and content creators that make great content. They got to start winning for them. But, yeah, that came up when I did his Jets show as well. It was funny. I'm not the type of guy to ever fake it. So, I didn't know who the player was. I wasn't going to be like, oh, yeah, I saw him play against Nebraska. He's got to come to the Jets.
I like him. How's your son doing? Remember we talked about that?
My son is great. I'm blessed. He's walking and talking, and he's 90% potty trained, and the things he says, he's just. I'm very proud. I was telling him before I left today, I'm like, you are my favorite thing. You are my favorite thing in the world. I love you, and I don't even think he processes all that. He's just like, can I get some more chips? Can I get some more chips, Daddy?
How old is he now?
2.5 on the 13th.
I remember
2.5.
I told you they grow up fast. They grow up fast.
Oh, yeah. I'm telling my friends now that have younger babies and send me their pictures. Yeah. I'm like, enjoy it. I know it's hectic and it seems tough, and the days and nights are long, but they don't stay small like that. And before you know it, they're so independent and they fight back. And it's like, you're looking at the young baby pictures when they couldn't even move. And, that time is quick.
If Jets pray we win Sunday, I hope they win.
I hope so too. I think this is a must win. I think they can win, and I think that it'll just do enough here at this point in the season to kind of back some people off.
Yeah, and the Giants are going to win. I think they have a chance to win against Denver Broncos. Dart is playing good. I like Skattebo. That guy is great.
Yeah, that tandem, that duo has reignited the fan base and completely picked up this offense. If they can run the ball, throw the ball, and do what they've been doing, coming out and scoring on the first drive, I think it's going to really, assert them out there in Denver to be like, hey, we're here. We're here to compete.
I'm so happy they beat those smelly Eagles. I hate the Eagles.
Oh, I said that was the most fun Giants game I ever been at. It just was.
Me too. I was going crazy when they beat them. Oh, my God.
It was
fun. They won by 7 points, yeah. Keith, it's nice talking to you. Great caller, talking to. And then the guy backstage who gets me on, he's a cool dude. I don't know his name, but
behind the glass. There's no real backstage here, but behind the glass, Connor Gangrene. He's a Jets fan, but we won't hold it against him. I'm just kidding, Connor. 888-808-1019. As I'm keeping my eyes on the baseball, Shohei Ohtani is the starting pitcher for the Dodgers tonight. Shohei Ohtani starts the game off. He strikes out the side. 3 strikeouts in the first inning. one walk. So, like, I'm looking at the box score. I didn't see it. So let me see how the order of this went. He walked the first batter, and then he struck out 3 people in a row. And then he leads off the game with a homer. Like, come on, bro. They have the best player in the game. I know Judge is the best player in the game, but Judge is not going to come out there and strike out the first 3, the next 3 hitters for the first 3 outs of the game and then put the team, on his back with the leadoff homer. Judge is not the starting pitcher in the leadoff. Like, they have the unicorn that exists in the game. Ohtani looks like he is about to punch the Dodgers ticket to the World Series himself tonight. Like, what a masterful start to that game in the first inning. I mean, they're still not done. Mookie Betts singled, Will Smith singled, and now Freddie Freeman, the demon, is up. But, like, I'm not even watching. I'm watching the Mariners game in here, but Connor has the Dodgers game on through the glass. So I'm keeping an eye on that. I see Ohtani rounding the bases. I'm like, didn't he just strike out 3? I look at the box score. Yeah. First inning, he owns them. 3 strikeouts and a homer to put the Dodgers up 1-0. Ohtani didn't want to give the Yankees even a meeting. I've always been against Ohtani. I've always been an Ohtani hater since he didn't want to give the Yankees any time, and then he won Rookie of the Year playing halftime, like playing half a season. And Miguel Andujar, I felt like, should have got it, but you knew they weren't going to do that because it's like, oh, here's the Japanese Babe Ruth. We've never seen this. Of course he's going to win Rookie of the Year and then MVP every single year after. 888-808-1019 as John Snyder comes out of the dugout. His relief pitcher Little is struggling here in the 8th. He just walked Josh Naylor. Now there are 2 on, no outs. Tied game here. And the Mariners fans are rocking in T-Mobile Ballpark a little bit. This is fun. This is cool. Shout out to everybody in the chat that are, watching sports and then also watching the live stream. Shout out to Scott in there, the Lone Silencer, Chris, Jay Snow. We've got a good little audience here on the YouTube live stream. And Chris says, I'm liking the fans streaming like it's 2025. Good looks. I said, yeah. I mean, it's time to get with the times. Everyone is streaming everything. We have these beautiful cameras in here. We have the technology in here. And now we're streaming nighttime shows. We'll keep this stream running all night, even when Hoff comes on at 12. That's 2 hours down, 3 hours to go. We have to go to the break and the 9 o'clock update. I will get some more calls in. I'll sprinkle some more stuff in. And then again, reminder that Bobby Skinner is going to join us. Bobby Skinner is the host of the Giants Nation podcast. He's got almost 60,000 followers on Twitter. If you're a Giants fan, you know his work. Formerly of Talking Giants, this is a guy that built his brand, his name from the ground up. I don't think you could say anybody does any more work as far as watching film, breaking down film, and analyzing everything with the New York Giants. So we will talk to him in the 9 o'clock hour at 9:20. This is Keith McPherson on The Fan. Stay with us. We will come right back.
It may be the offseason for the Bombers and Amazons, but there's no offseason for Yankees and Mets talk. Get the latest here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah. And they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bet.
Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Sitting in the driver's seat of the Nissan Kicks is like the best seat in the house. You're in the action. And with the Nissan Kicks all-wheel drive, you can go find the best views. And with the 10-speaker Bose Personal Plus audio system, you can hear everything. Your new wheels await. Reimagine your ride with the reimagined Nissan Kicks. Now get the 2025 Nissan Kicks starting at just $21,830. Shop your local Nissan store or nissanusa.com. Starting MSRP at $21,830 for base model. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP. MSRP excludes up to $1,495 destination and handling charges, tax, title, and license. Dealer sets actual price.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's stepping into a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
Wake up with Boomer and Gio. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 9 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Summer of the Big Dumper continues. Cal Raleigh with a big solo shot in the 8th inning, tying things up for the Mariners, trying to take the lead in the series at 3-2. Eugenio Suarez is homered in this one as well, and you know what? He has just gone deep for a second time, and it's a grand slam. The Mariners have come back from 2-1 down. They have taken a 6-2 advantage on the Blue Jays in the bottom of the 8th inning on a second home run, a grand slam for Eugenio Suarez as the Mariners looking to take a 3-2 lead in the ALCS as the series will head back to Toronto for game number 6. Meanwhile, in the other one, it looks like the Dodgers want no part of playing a game 5. 3-0 lead in front of the Brewers. They head to the second inning. Shohei Ohtani's on the mound. He struck out the side, and then he led off the game with a solo shot in the bottom half of the inning. Tommy Edmonds singled in a run. Teoscar Hernandez drove in the other. So the Dodgers with a quick 3-0 lead on the Brewers, looking for the sweep against Jose Quintana. Giants with a big test on Sunday on the road for the Broncos. Jaxson, Cam Skattebo have brought a whole new energy to this club. Two have grown close as they try to bring the Giants back to prominence, and Skattebo explaining why their headbutt celebrations come about.
Just craziness, just me and him being crazy, being friends. It's just something like, he has to throw the ball with his right hand, and I have a little, sometimes from stiff arm, my right hand will bother me or be bruised up, so I'm like, we just start headbutting. It's just something that you naturally do when you have a helmet on.
And the Jets will look for that elusive first victory, likely do it without Garrett Wilson, though, listed as doubtful with a knee injury. 57 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Yeah, let's go Mariners! Hey, Eugenio Suarez. See, that's why you trade for him. That's why you go get a difference maker at the deadline. 888-808-1019 inside the 9 o'clock hour on the Fan in New York. That was legitness. I was out there in the newsroom and walking through. I'm like, at first I saw Randy Arozarena, he pimped a walk. And I'm like, did he homer? Did he hit a 3-run bomb? And he was pimping the walk. And then Eugenio Suarez comes up, hits the grand slam. That's why you bring the guy back. And just like that, 6-2, the M's are back. Where are those goofies at in the chat that last night were like, hey, Keith, I thought you said the Toronto Blue Jays were dead. And my response to like 2 or 3 people that said that was, they can still die. 888-808-1019 as they making out right there. So 2 outs. Here we are, bottom of the 8th. And, yeah, I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm not rooting for the Blue Jays at all. Like, the nightmare scenario is watching a World Series with those two, the Dodgers and the Blue Jays in it. And, like, the Dodgers have wasted no time. It's already 3-0. They're putting them away. I told you before that game started, they're about to sweep them. They're about to sweep them tonight. But who knows? Maybe the Brew Crew fights back. I just doubt it. Here we go. Back to the phones. We're talking football. And again, program alert, reminder, Bobby Skinner will join us at 9:20. So let's get your calls in. Call me up right now with your comments and thoughts on the Jets, the Giants, and even where we are tonight in the championship series for both the American League and National League. John is in Little Silver, New Jersey on the Fan next. What's up, John?
Hey, what's up, DT? Long time, first time, big fan of the Fan. Listen, I think we're just, I'm calling about the Jets specifically. I think this is a wash. I think it's got to be completely over. I've been doing my research here. I mean, I'm 55 years old. I don't think I've ever seen an 0-6 team make any kind of progress at all. At what point do you just completely give up? That's my question to you.
I mean, there is no giving up. It's just like they can't give up. If you're a fan and you want to give up as a Jet fan, you could have given up a long time ago.
I mean, I should have probably, but I'm saying as a team, at what point do you start playing for a draft pick?
Never.
I'm sorry I'm on the bus, by the way. I don't know if you can hear all that. Never?
Yeah, never. They're going to try and fight and win every game. These guys as individuals got to go out and fight for the name on the back of the jersey. They got to put good 100%. Stuff on film. If they're not going to be with the Jets, some of these guys are planning to get traded. Like, you know, they can't look at it like that. They're not tanking for the next franchise quarterback. They just can't think of the season like that. They can't. That's not how these players approach it. Definitely not week 7. Maybe when we get to the last 4 or 5 weeks of the season, there can be thoughts of tanking. Yeah. But I don't think Aaron Glenn is a tanker. I don't think there's players on the team thinking about tanking. The Jets have lost so much over the years. They want to win every game they could possibly win.
I love it. I appreciate the positive attitude. Listen, DC, I'll see you around. Thank you.
Yeah, that was weird. I don't know what's up with Buddy. Like, he started the call. He said BT, and like I checked with Connor. I'm like, did he call me BT? And he,
stop walking around work like a loser.
Does he think I host Unkillable? I don't think I've ever heard BT on at night. Do I sound like BT? I was like, that was weird. I guess some people listen to the Fan and they don't listen for the chance. They don't listen for the host. I don't think I sound like BT. I'm streaming live. I know I don't look like BT. Shout out to BT though. BT, like, I don't think we sounded like that one threw me for a loop. I didn't even listen to the first couple things in the call because I'm like, did he say BT? It's been a while since I've been confused for anybody. Like, there was a guy with, 2 other syllables, JR. I got JR a little bit, like a couple of years back when JR Sport Brief, shout out to JR, would do like some Saturday shows. But, I mean, this is year 4 at this point. I don't think I sound like anybody else. But I'll take it as a compliment. BT is a veteran in the game. BT has done a lot. BT is one of the best. Shout out to Brandon Tierney and Jets fans that, I guess, John in Little Silver who heard me on the Fan was like, I'm about to call BT right now. 888-808-1019. When do you quit? These guys get paid millions of dollars. They can't quit. These guys have a brief amount of years in the NFL. It's not for long. There is no quitting. It's crazy to think that, like, we're already on the tanking conversation. I was talking about, Mendoza out of Indiana. I was talking about Moore out of Oregon. And, at least the Jets are lining themselves up to be a top 1, 2, 3 pick and get a quarterback. Like, I mean, even if they're not, like, let's say they win a game, 2 games. The Titans just fired Brian Callahan, and they drafted a quarterback this year. They're not drafting a quarterback again. So, like, the odds are really good for the Jets to get the quarterback of their choosing, unless they're that in love with Justin Fields, which, of course, they won't be. But yeah, there is no quit. Win the game this week. You're playing against the Carolina Panthers. They're a team that you can beat in your building, and that will back a lot of people off. That will make a lot of people feel better about things. You got to win. It's funny because, the Jets and the Giants, I feel like in the beginning of just like, let's say September, we thought both teams were cooked. While the Yankees were still playing, we were like, all right, well, the Yankees got to keep going on a run because we're not going to have anything to talk about with either one of these football teams. Neither one of them is going to be able to. No, here we are. I was already getting around. I'm wearing my Devils shirt. Was watching the Rangers in here the other night. I'm like, we got to get ready for some puck talk. I just was in the newsroom. The Knicks preseason game is on. The Nets preseason game is on. We'll start to have coverage on the Fan next week of the Brooklyn Nets. Knicks opening night is Wednesday. I'm like, we're going to shift into basketball. I think in one of my raps, I said, if the Jets and Giants lose again, it's time for the New York Knicks. And that was like week 4, week 3. No, there is no time for tanking. There is no thoughts of like who they're drafting next. This is a first-year coach, a first-year GM, a new regime, and they seem worse off than the last regime. Winning cures all. They got to go out this weekend and get a win. And we got to think more positive about, I think both teams could compete this week and win. I think both teams could lose, but that's why we watch the NFL. That's why, you can bet on this stuff. That's why there's fantasy implications and all these different things and parlays and prop bets, and the NFL is king because you don't know. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We call this BT to AM. Roman is in Wayne. What's up, Roman? You got it.
Hi, Keith. How are you today?
I'm good. Just, messing around.
Hey, BT. Somebody call you BT. I don't see the resemblance, man. But I got a question for you, man. Aaron Rodgers' behavior when he pushed off his player. I understand we don't want to get hurt, and I get it. We're getting older. However, though, I think it was childish and not teammate-like. Seeing that on national TV, my mouth dropped.
I didn't see it during the game because I went to the Devils opener last night. I was watching a little bit of it there. Then I got here and the end of it was on. But when I saw it on social media, it was hilarious to me. Aaron Rodgers seemed so startled and so upset that Broderick Jones, who's 24, I think he's in his second year in the league, he was just excited. It was a big play, big touchdown. And he jumped on Aaron Rodgers, and Aaron Rodgers didn't have the ability to stay up because Broderick Jones is 6'5", 315. I just thought it was a hilarious outtake type of thing. But Rodgers does have to cool it a little bit. It just shows you that's your teammate, man. That's a young guy. He's excited. But I also think Rodgers has some PTSD from the Achilles injury, and he does not want to get hit. I remember last year, Leonard Williams talking about, he's chucking and ducking, and he's scared out there. And when he hit the ground, he got up. He was mad. He's like, get the F off me.
I thought I was looking for a flag. He turned around thinking it was somebody else tackling him. Maybe that's what happened.
You know what it was? He was doing so much of his old man uppercut celebration. Thanks for the call, Roman. He was doing his old man, you guys see me on the video, his yeah, Aaron Rodgers. Not the discount double check that he used to do, but the fist pump uppercut celebration. So he's getting his celly on, and young Broderick Jones is like, yeah, let's go, Unc. Jumps on Unc's back. Unc goes tumbling down. Like, hey, nephew, don't put your 315 pounds on me. But, honestly, if Rodgers ended up, spraining an ankle or getting hurt right there, we wouldn't be laughing. We'd be like, well, damn, now Rodgers is out. But even when he got to the sideline, I think their backup is Mason Rudolph. Mason Rudolph pushed him. It's football, bro. When you're out there and your helmet is strapped, you got to be prepared for contact. There's a lot of testosterone. These are grown men. They're fired up in the moment. He didn't mean anything by it. He didn't jump on your back and kick his legs up. He just kind of was, jumping on your head, your shoulders, and you weren't able to stay up. But I thought it was hilarious. Aaron Rodgers was big mad. I'm like, yeah, it's time to hang it up after this year. But it's not. Did you see the stat that he had the longest throw that's been recorded in the NFL? I'm like, let me see if I can pull up I think the air yards was something like 68 yards on that Hail Mary. And he literally threw the ball 70 yards. He just kind of got some space and then just chucked it up. Yeah, let's see. 41 years old. Aaron Rodgers has now the longest throw in the NFL since 2017. 69.8 air yards, like 70 yards in the air to get that ball into the end zone. Aaron Rodgers still got it, can still sling it. His legs aren't there, and he doesn't want to get hit. But like that arm, he's still got the cannon. He's still making those throws, which is crazy. Jets didn't want any parts of him. Isn't that funny? Like the Jets go from Aaron Rodgers, who can make every throw, read every defense, get rid of the ball. We'd rather have Justin Fields, who's just standing back there with the ball forever. Gerald's in Harrison, New York on the Fan. What's up, Gerald?
Hey, what's up, Keith? How's it going?
Good, hanging out. The Mariners win. The Mariners take a 3-2 lead in the ALCS.
Good. Hate the Blue Jays. I mean, as a Jets fan, I mean, what do we even hope for anymore? And how long do they extend Aaron Glenn?
I mean, he's got a 5-year contract. He may not see all 5 years, but I definitely think he's going to see year 2. And what you just hope is that they can beat the Panthers, that the Panthers, turn the ball over. Maybe Bryce Young reverts back to what he was, last year in his rookie year. Maybe Tedero McMillan gets strapped by Sauce Gardner. Maybe there's, too much of a share in the backfield where Chuba Hubbard comes back and he's not right, and Rico Dowdle doesn't get going, and, your offense is able to move the ball. You just root for some way, for them to find some way to win.
I mean, how do you expect them? I don't really expect them to win against the Panthers. I don't expect them.
From what I saw last week, I'm like, I don't know how they make the jump. Like, they're not playing. I don't know. Their offense is not an NFL offense. Their defense is there.
Do you see 2 or more wins on their schedule left?
No, and I did that exercise, and we've been doing that exercise. Like, maybe they can beat Cleveland, but I just think that, like, by
I don't even
then,
think they beat Cleveland.
I don't know if they can beat Cleveland. They beat Cleveland a few years ago. Cleveland's coming here. Cleveland's defense is strong, but Dylan Gabriel is not good. But then, like, there's a stretch of, like, there's nowhere they're beating the Patriots. Lamar Jackson is coming back. They're not beating the Ravens. Jeff Ulbrich and the Falcons come to the building. They're not beating them. Maybe they can beat the Dolphins when the Dolphins come through. Maybe they can beat the Saints.
I'm just rooting for them to have a historically bad season now, like 0-17. Like, I just want to see that now.
Yeah, it's on the table that they completely lose out. Thanks for the call, Gerald. Like, as a fan, I wouldn't root for that history. As a fan, like, that's an all-time miserable season. You get mocked, you get trolled, and this playoff drought, like, to add another year to this playoff drought and it be a year that you don't win a damn game with all the talk and hype around Aaron Glenn. He was highly coveted. A lot of other teams were interested in Aaron Glenn's services. To not win a single game after you told Aaron Rodgers, you want to play football? Yeah, I want to win, though. 888-808-1019. Let's go get Bobby Skinner, the host of the Giants Nation podcast. We'll talk about the G-Men right after this.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
The tush push is wide open, and we can all see that, the offensive linemen are pre-snap moving, and it should be a penalty every single time.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
At Paramus Chevrolet, we understand that a car is more than 4 wheels. It's an extension of who you are. Hey, it's Mike Tandarella, General Manager of Paramus Chevrolet. Because everyone has unique taste, we stock a large variety of certified pre-owned automobiles. So you're sure to find something you absolutely love. And it gets better. Enjoy our exclusive Paramus Chevrolet VIP Plus program. A lifetime of complimentary oil changes, courtesy shuttles, and loaner car availability. Visit us in person or online at ParamusChevrolet.com.
Viant, innovating digital advertising. Didn't think you could advertise on the largest sport platforms? Think again. Viant helps brands show up where it counts, on live sports, where audiences are the most engaged. It's simple, smart, and built for results you can actually measure. No wasted time, no wasted spend. Viant. Visit ViantCTV.com and get your message in front of the right audience today.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what's to do with your unwanted bills? Ever seen an origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Jokes aside, Verizon has the most ways to save on phones and plans where everyone in the family can choose their own plan and save. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metric True Score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Every sports fan fears an injury to their team's players, but it happens. The only good news for professional athletes is that they have the best doctors and support to get back on their feet. But that's most likely not the case if you or a family member are injured. Who's going to make sure that you get the care and support that you need? The Rothenberg Law Firm will. For over 50 years, they've been winning for injured people. They've won and collected billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm.
Be a lawyer for injured ones. InjuryLawyer.com.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah, and they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay, in St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
Kick off the new season in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Upgrade to a new GLC, GLE, or GLS, or take advantage of their loaner-to-owner program. Buy or lease a 2025 X-Loaner and enjoy a like-new Mercedes-Benz. Now at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.com or 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires. See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Right back at it on The Fan in New York. Joining us right now is Bobby Skinner, the host, creator of the Giants Nation podcast. He's successfully built two great brands under, the Giants. And I think everybody in the Giants world, Giants Twitter, knows Bobby and his work. He does great film breakdowns. He's just a guy that I've seen grind for years. I've been waiting to get him on. And I think the time is right, especially with all this back and forth going on Twitter. He's big on Twitter, at Bobby Skinner, almost 60,000 followers. Make sure you follow him. Bobby, are you there?
Yeah, what's going on, my man?
I just watched the Mariners beat the Blue Jays, so I feel good about that. And we've been talking all night about, Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito and just how Giants Twitter has really come alive. And I've seen a lot of the Denver Broncos fans as well. But what are your thoughts on the back and forth? Do you think players should engage in that online or should they stay out of that online?
I love it. You know me, I love trash talk. I wish they would embrace it a little more because, what sparked it was Jonathan Cooper was asked about what are some of the challenges of facing a quarterback like Jaxson Dart and trying to keep him in the pocket. And then he starts going on about dance moves and his chain and all that. And so that obviously got some attention. And then it turned into Nick Bonito and Kayvon and Abdul. I like that. I think sometimes we forget because we are in the social media age how much these players used to talk trash, even through the media. So I like it. I think it brings some energy to a game where the Giants are trying to keep the ball rolling, being 2-1 with Jaxson Dart.
Yeah, I think it's just a sign of the times. It's a modern day thing. These players are young guys. They've grown up with phones and social media. They can't help themselves. Like even Nick Bonito, who everybody this year is talking about how great he's played, he felt the need to come out there and say, I've never seen such a delusional fan base. And I think that got every Giants fan online to be like, wait, you talking about us? Like, what do you mean? Like, what do you think about Nick Bonito? And, he'll have to answer to Andrew Thomas. But he's a guy that I said, he doesn't have to tweet anything. His play speaks for itself.
Yeah, he leads the NFL in sacks. Like, he's an awesome player, but it's a weird thing for the New York Giants because they've been bad for so long. But, like, a player who might be a Defensive Player of the Year candidate is one of my least worries for them because of Andrew Thomas. Not to say that Bonito can't get a win or two, but Thomas has been really good even against the top edge rushers. I remember they left him one-on-one with Myles Garrett all game last year, and I couldn't believe a team would do that. It's more so the rest. It is the Jonathan Coopers, the Zach Allens. Like, that's where Jaxson Dart should be worrying is left guard to right tackle because Thomas is, even if he gets beat a play or two, is not going to get beat consistently. It's the rest of that Broncos defense that's nasty, and the fact that you're not playing Keely Ringo this week. You got Patrick Surtain covering Lil Jordan Humphrey and Jalen Hyatt.
Yeah, I was going to go to Pat Surtain next. I think that Jaxson Dart is going to be able to run around, scramble enough, and try and keep himself clean. Of course, they'll get some sacks. They'll get to him. They lead the league in sacks. But not having Malik Neighbors hurts because you would love to see that matchup, him versus Surtain. Like, who do you expect to rise up to the occasion? I know Jalen Hyatt is in the mix. Wandale has been making plays, but, like, somebody needs to help Dart. Dart can't do it on his own. Who do you expect to be catching the ball for him?
It's got to be Wandale, the tight end. Like, I don't expect anything from the outside guys. Like, whoever Patrick Surtain covers is going to handle him well. And if Jalen Hyatt, I just don't trust him at all to really do much for you, except for maybe create, like, one explosive play. And that's a huge maybe. He hasn't done that in over a year. They got to lean into the two tight ends. And then Wandale Robinson. He did that versus the Eagles. He needs to create yak. But with the pressure they send too, like, you got to get the ball out quick, and Wandale's like the receiver for that. So it's really up to Wandale and the tight ends.
We're on the phone right now with Bobby Skinner, one of the top content creators in Giants Twitter, Giants YouTube. Make sure you look up the Giants Nation pod, Giants Nation show. What do you think about Cam Skattebo's chances? Now, I think he's got a target on his back. I think after he knocked Zach Bond off his feet, and everybody's just seeing how he runs people over, and the game he had last week, 110 yards, 3 touchdowns. Like, in the NFL, guys see that and they want to kind of prove a point. They want to lay a big hit on him. Do you think he'll be as effective against his Broncos defense?
Dude, watching him at Arizona State, I'm like, this is definitely fun to watch, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do this against, like, NFL linebackers and stuff and NFL D linemen. I think he'll be able to do it against the DBs. Like you said, he ran over Zach Bond a few times last week. So, the Broncos have good linebackers. Alex Singleton, Dre Greenlaw may be back. But, they played Demario Davis, who was an all-pro a couple weeks ago, and he did fairly well against them. So I think that's another thing, like you said, with the receiver issue, is they're going to hope that they can start fast and run the ball, which, since Jaxson Dart has taken over, I think they're the number 1 rushing team in the NFL in that time span. So, they're going to need that, and they need to start quick. But if they fall down 10-0 or 13-3 or whatever it is, that's where it can get out of hand quick for the Giants.
Yeah, I said, going on the road, it's a tough place to play. They're honoring Demaryius Thomas. They're having the Super Bowl 50 celebration, and it's mile high. They have a good culture, and now the fans have a battery in their back because they're like, oh, these Giants fans are delusional and all the back and forth. But I go back to the Saints game that they lost, and I knew that would be a little bit of trouble going down to New Orleans because they have a good fan base and a good culture. I feel like the Giants have to take the crowd out of it. So my next question for you is, do you think that we see some more wrinkles with Brian Daboll, with Kafka? Like I said, this is just as much of a challenge for the offensive coordinator, head coach, as it is for the quarterback to game plan and scheme against Sean Payton and Vance Joseph.
Yeah, and they've done it every single week. They've added new elements to the offense for Jaxson Dart, and that's why they've scored touchdowns on their opening drives 3 times under Jaxson Dart. And in the second 2 games, they've scored touchdowns on the second drives of the game. So, you can't just put, copying and pasting what you're doing. Teams catch on to that stuff. So I do think you're going to do that. Brian Daboll is pretty good at he's not creating these brand new plays, but he runs the plays he likes in new, different ways. The teams aren't, the Wan'Dale Robinson touchdown was the concept they had run. I've watched them do it 80 times. It was the first time I saw them run it that way. So, yeah, they're going to need those new wrinkles to get the game going fast.
I think people are kind of sleeping on one player that could wreak havoc and have a big day, and he's had a few big days. It's Spider-Man. It's Brian Burns. Like, all this talk about Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito, I get it. They're back-to-back, defensive players of, AFC players of the week, whatever, and they've made some noise here with the back and forth. But, the Giants have a defensive player of the year candidate in Brian Burns. Can you tell me what you've seen in him this year under Shane Bowen, the difference that he's made and what you expect to see him do against Bo Nix and that Denver offense?
I think Abdul Carter has helped unlock Brian Burns to another level. Because Brian Burns has 7 sacks. A few of those have come from stunts set up by Abdul Carter. Teams always double team Dexter Lawrence, but now Abdul Carter is somebody that's commanding those on the outside or inside. So I think Abdul Carter's played a big part in that. Burns has always been really good, but he's always kind of been like the really good tier and not the great tier. He's only had double-digit sacks once, now having 7 sacks in 6 games. So he's always had that. He's always been a freak athlete. It's just putting it together more consistently, and he's putting together the most consistent stretch of play he's ever had in the NFL.
Yeah, Abdul Carter is questionable. I just saw somebody in the YouTube live chat say he's questionable. I'm like, he's going to play. And he was quoted, when asked about the back and forth, saying, like, we're going to settle it on the field. Kayvon even looks better this year. I guess it's like, the more the merrier, the rich get richer. You have these 3 guys, these edge rushers that are applying a lot of pressure. What do you think it is with Dexter Lawrence that he hasn't been his usual self? He's kind of been, slow starting in this season. But, anytime we could see him manhandle a center and get to the quarterback.
Yeah, he's been double-teamed, but he's always been double-teamed since he took that step forward in 2022. So I think this is the issue with the Giants, is if a guy is a great player and is dealing with any type of injury, they take it way too easy on them in training camp. He looked gassed earlier in the year, and then he got sick, which, kept him limited for a couple of weeks. He's still really good, but he's not dominating, like you said, like he has the last few years, and where he just would like you said, manhandle centers, not once or twice, but all game long. So I don't know. It just seems like he's more resigned to letting the double teams handle him than he has been in the past.
Speaking of manhandling centers, I've had my eye on John Michael Schmitz for these last couple years, where I'm just like, I don't know if this guy is ever going to be dominant, not even dominant, but like be an actual NFL center, like they drafted him to be. Now he's in concussion protocol. He's out and Schlottman is in, but maybe that's a blessing in disguise. What are your thoughts on the backup getting this opportunity this week?
Well, Schlottman played a little bit against the Eagles, but their defensive tackle group is pretty weak without Jalen Carter. Speaking of Dexter, my last Austin Schlottman memory was him on the Vikings in that playoff year getting worked by Dexter Lawrence, and that's really the last time he's played. So that's not someone I have a ton of faith in, and I didn't have that faith in JMS. That's actually my biggest worry for this game, that you're not going to see, that they didn't see the last 3 weeks. They've played weak interior defensive line groups where the Broncos don't have that, and they blitz and put a lot of pressure on the interior offensive line, where the Saints, the Chargers, and then the Eagles, they haven't had any of that really. So that's actually my biggest worry, is that interior group. And, Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito get all the attention, but it's the inside that I think is going to be the biggest test for the Giants.
Yeah, you got to have Scat stay in the block, help out, and then Dart's got to get up out of there. I think he will. I think he's going to make plays. Like when I've watched the kid play, I was at the game last Thursday. I'm like, he's a playmaker. If there's a play to be made, he's going to make it. And he's relentless. Like, he doesn't give up on plays. I love that because, we've watched too many quarterbacks. You look at the Jets, it's like Justin Fields, you can't get a play going. Zach Wilson, I used to always be on air talking about Zach Wilson kills plays. He gives up on plays. You can't be doing that. But you need playmakers, and the trade deadline is coming up. And I know Giants fans are looking at Jalen Waddle. What are your thoughts about getting a wide receiver? Not just, getting a wide receiver for, to help the team win, but also the development of Jaxson Dart and what you would have to potentially give up for one of these receivers that's going to be on the market.
I've become less of a pick hugger, where I used to, every player that got traded on an expiring contract or anything, I was like, oh, that's a bad move. They can just sign somebody and then draft somebody. But when you look at these draft picks, and it's like, all right, what do they pan out to? They pan out to good players, great players, and you just don't really get that from second-round picks and third-round picks. But if they trade for a receiver, it has to be somebody that is part of, like, the long-term future, because then you'd be essentially not re-signing Wan'Dale Robinson if you did that. So it has to be like a Jalen Hyatt or Chris Olave, and I think they've put their focus on Jalen Waddle. That's the guy they want, and I think they would give up a second-round pick when the Dolphins may be looking for a first, which they're clearly not going to get from the Giants. So I am for it because you can have that player for a while. If they are trying to get Jawan Jennings or Jacoby Myers, that's where it's less appealing because those guys are going to be gone or older in a couple of years.
Yeah, Chris Olave was quoted as saying he wants to be in New Orleans forever. And Jalen Waddle, I haven't said this on air yet, but I had him in fantasy, I think last year or the year before, and I watched some of those games. He's always hurt. He's always coming out of games. I don't want to call him soft, but I'm like, damn, he's always got a boo-boo. He's always coming out on drives. Like he's an Alabama guy, Miami guy coming up here to the cold. Like his hands might just be too cold. Like I don't know if I'm giving up much for Waddle. There's got to be a Rashad Bateman or a Jerry Jeudy or another option out there.
Yeah, but then if you're going to, like Jerry Jeudy's obviously a really good player and he'd be an upgrade. But like if you're getting a Rashad Bateman, then it's like next year, what are you doing with Slayton, who's under contract, and you're not signing Wan'Dale for him? So if that's what they're looking for, I think they should just, swallow, just eat it and then get through the year with what they have. And hopefully he can come back from injury and not drop passes, which he did versus the Saints. But again, if they can really look to improve it for the long-term future, you do it. But like you said, I agree with you on the Waddle and Olave stuff. Like the injury stuff worries me, and it's like, all right, why is this team trying to move off of this young, great player and pass it off to another team? So I agree with you in that sense, where the injury history with both guys worries me.
Any bold predictions for this weekend? I don't know. Tell me if you think they're going to win, if you think they're going to cover. Any bold predictions for us for Giants versus Broncos on Sunday?
I think this is going to be a tough matchup. But my bold prediction is that no matter what happens, is Andrew Thomas is going to shut down Nick Bonito. There's no doubt in my mind. Like he might get, he likes to feast on when he gets a matchup with a running back or a tight end. But anytime he's going against Andrew Thomas, he's just going to handle that. And I think it's going to be one of Andrew Thomas has faced a lot of great pass rushers. I don't think this is one that he's really stressed about.
My bold prediction is that Bo Nix throws 2 picks. I feel like he's in a little bit of a sophomore slump. I feel like he's a guy that, they made the playoffs last year and people just crowned him as the franchise quarterback. And to me, he has not looked as sharp. And I know Sean Payton's got to be hard on him. And after seeing Cordell Flott last week and, Drew Phillips, I feel like those guys are going to have some sticky fingers and they're going to try and take the ball away. And that's the only way, in my opinion, that the Giants can, stay in the game with the Broncos. They got to get some takeaways. They got to get some interceptions.
And send pressure at him. That's when Bo Nix struggles, is when he's facing man coverage, when he's like, his feet are unsettled when he's pressured. It's consistent. And that's when the accuracy falls off and they said, cancel those interceptions. Go after him. Do not sit back and let him, take quick game all game.
Bobby, you're the man. Thanks for joining us tonight. I've seen you grind over the years. I'm rooting for you. Continue building and doing what you're doing, and I hope more success comes your way.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
That's Bobby Skinner. Look for him on Twitter at BobbySkinner_. Make sure you follow the Giants Nation Pod on Twitter, on YouTube. If you're into watching film and breakdowns, he does a bunch of that stuff, and he's been covering the Giants for years. Like I said, he built Talking Giants, and now he built his own Giants Nations Pod. And I think everybody that follows the Giants online is familiar with Bobby. 888-808-1019. As I'm scrolling through the channels trying to find something to watch in here, I'm back to NFL Network. They're playing Thursday Night Football from last night. Maybe I need to find the Dodgers game, but the Dodgers game is probably already over. Anyway, we will bring in one more guest, but not for like another 40 minutes. So 888-808-1019, wide open for calls, takes, topics. Bring whatever through that you want to talk about. This is Keith McPherson on The Fan. We're on the second half of my 5-hour KM to AM. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
It's not just the new energy of Cam Skattebo. Like, defensively, and we've seen signs of it this year. It hasn't been complete, but we've seen signs of what they're capable of.
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everyone, Boomer here. How long have I been talking about the Chef IQ Sense wireless thermometer? You know how much I love it, but check out what one of our listeners says. It's phenomenal. You want to make a brisket, you look at your phone, and your mouth starts watering when you've got 20 minutes left. Phenomenal. The Chef IQ Sense is the wireless cooking thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking your chicken, fish, or meat. Whether cooking on a stovetop, oven, or grill, the app alerts you when everything's done. Order the newly released 3rd generation Chef IQ Sense now at chefiq.com.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Huddle up with BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this college football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays, live betting, or bet on new markets thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of college football offers found nowhere else. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. When it comes to college football, never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM, make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Promotions may vary by market. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Fun is in the driver's seat at Nielsen Dodge. Get a great deal on the new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram you really want with 0 down payment available, plus the credit help you need. Shop online at nielsendodge.com. Drive into fall event.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Luxury just got tripled with Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Union, and Freehold, New Jersey. 3 powerhouse locations, 1 legendary name. Ray Katina. More selection, more convenience, and more ways to drive excellence. Experience the power of 3. Visit benzfam.com.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
Whenever water damage strikes your home or business, call on the cleanup and restoration specialists at 1-800-SERVPRO to help make it like it never even happened. That's 1-800-SERVPRO.
Franchises are independently owned and operated.
Every sports fan fears an injury to their team's players, but it happens. The only good news for professional athletes is that they have the best doctors and support to get back on their feet. But that's most likely not the case if you or a family member are injured. Who's going to make sure that you get the care and support that you need? The Rothenberg Law Firm will. For over 50 years, they've been winning for injured people. They've won and collected billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm.
Be lawyer for injured ones. InjuryLawyer.com.
My man, Dr. Jay Shah, specializing in minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments for neck, back, and sciatica, migraines, and so much more, offers pain-relieving solutions. There are thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Samwell Pain for all their aches and pains. Visit SamwellPain.com.
Sitting in the driver's seat of the Nissan Kicks is like the best seat in the house. You're in the action. And with the Nissan Kicks all-wheel drive, you can go find the best views. And with the 10-speaker Bose Personal Plus audio system, you can hear everything. Your new wheels await. Reimagine your ride with the reimagined Nissan Kicks. Now get the 2025 Nissan Kicks starting at just $21,830. Shop your local Nissan store or NissanUSA.com. Starting MSRP at $21,830 for base model. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP. MSRP excludes up to $1,495 destination and handling charges, tax, title, and license. Dealer sets actual price.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Vibing on a Friday night, man. I was driving in, and 3 hours ago, it was already dark. And I'm like, damn, when is daylight savings time? How quickly we go from summer and baseball ending to it getting cold again, and the days ending faster. I don't know, I feel like I'm getting old. I feel like I'm not doing enough. I feel like time is flying by. Anybody else feel that way? No? Just me? No, somebody else does. Somebody hears me. Let's get back to the phone. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan talking sports. Trying to find this Dodgers game. I don't know what channel this Dodgers game is on in here. Watch the Mariners come back in dramatic fashion to take a 3-2 series lead, get a win in their building. Eugenio Suarez with a grand slam. Cal Raleigh with the game-tying home run. You know, some teams are just built to hit homers, man. It's just some of them don't, do it when it matters the most. 888-808-1019. Sean is in Connecticut with us next. What's up, Sean?
Hey, Keith, how are you, my friend?
I'm good.
Awesome. Been listening to you for a while. Longtime fan of the Fan. I am friends with Mr. Mad Dog Russo. I'm a DJ. I've done some work for Chris. And also had the honor of meeting Tiki Barber at one of the things I've DJ'd before. And I love listening to you because you're a wealth of knowledge. And I'm a very big Yankee fan and a Giant fan. And the Yankees are in big trouble next year with Volpe being out, Rodon being out early, Garrett Cole not coming back for the beginning of the season. But let's get to football. Love Jaxson Dart. Love the feeling of the team right now. It's been needed for a while, and let's see what happens, and hopefully they get him a wide receiver, seeing the Neighbors is out for the year. What do you think?
Yeah, it's all on Jaxson Dart. And you know what I think about Jaxson Dart? He's got a slow heartbeat. The pressure's not too big for him. He's not overmatched. He's not intimidated by anybody. I think he's going to be ready for this weekend. I think we're, like, in a way going to laugh. Like, yo, this kid does not care. He sees nothing but plays to be made, and he doesn't care if it's in Denver, if it's against the top defense. Like, I think he's going to have some plays that obviously get stuffed or, have some 3-and-outs or, have some rough moments. But I think ultimately we're going to smile, like, watching Jaxson Dart at 22 years old go up against one of the best defense in the NFL and find a way to move the ball, find a way to score. I'm really looking forward to this game. I think it's just a challenge that he and the Giants are up for, and we didn't have that on our bingo card. I think most people looked at it and are like, that's a playoff team. Yeah, they're not going to Mile High and contending with them, let alone beating them. Now there's Giants fans that are like, no, we need this win. We are beating them now.
And the running back, the young kid, oh, my gosh. Love watching him run. Love watching him play. Just, you know what it is? They needed that spark. They needed that spark, and Jaxson and him have given him that spark. And you know what? I got to tell you, the offensive line's working a lot better than they have been. So let's see what happens here.
Sure. Thanks for the call, the compliments, and, all the connections at WFAN. I actually never met Mad Dog. I never met Mike Francesa. People have asked me that a bunch of times. You ever meet Mad Dog? You ever meet Francesa? I'm like, nah, bro. They don't be in here. And they definitely don't be in here at night. I think I saw Mad Dog in the flesh at Fanatics Fest. I think he joined maybe BT and Sal, but I wasn't about to run up on him and be like, yo, what's up, bro? He'd be like, who are you? But yeah, with Cam Skattebo and Jaxson Dart as rookies, like I've just been using the term like ignorance is bliss. Sometimes like that young, just being so naive, you don't know what you don't know. You don't fear anything. Like they are young and athletic, and they also are not jaded by the past of the Giants. They told you after the Eagles game, we weren't here. We had nothing to do with that. Like, I know this is a losing franchise, but we're not losers. We're going out there trying to win. And yeah, what you said about the Yankees being in some trouble, they don't have to be. Like, this is the New York Yankees. They make money hand over fist. They could go out there and go after the top free agents and reload. But I just think that they have this air of like, we're good. We got enough. We've got enough pitching. We've got enough hitting. We've got Aaron Judge. We got these guys under contract. Like, we don't have to do that. So we'll see. What I've been saying after the way this season ended, you lose in the Bronx in a bullpen game to the Toronto Blue Jays, who you should have been able to beat in the regular season for the division and whatever. It's just like, it's embarrassing. It doesn't really give you good feelings of, the offseason going into next year of what this team is or what they're going to do. Like, I think they could take a step back. They're one Aaron Judge injury away from actually being cooked. Neil is in Greenwich, Connecticut next on The Fan. What's up, Neil?
Yeah, hey, Keith. Good evening. I've talked in the past. I'm a fan of yours, and I've been a Yankee fan for 45 years, a diehard Yankee fan. And you segued a few things in that last bit before I got on the phone that I wanted to specifically speak to, if you'll allow me to. The first point, when I listened to Boone and Cashman's press conference this week, and then Cashman's interview on WFAN, I'm like drained. I'm basically like, we're not winning with this, unfortunately, with Judge, thanks to these leaders. And I feel like Boone is a good guy. I feel like he's a great loser. I feel like Cashman's arrogance is through the roof. And I found, for example, that comment, that dig at A-Rod, was really offensive. And frankly, he should be thanking A-Rod, because if not for A-Rod, Cashman has 0 World Series in 25 years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah,
think about
the
that.
drought would be 25 years.
Think about that. I mean, think about that. 25 years in the same job.
All I liked about it was that he did it here, that he did it on WFAN, that he did it on this platform. I don't have the sound on tonight, but obviously watching the Mariners game on Fox, I was like, I wonder if A-Rod and Jeter have any type of rebuttal. Fox probably took the high ground on that. But yeah, like what is Cashman? I don't know. And
I want to say a couple, if I can, a couple more things. One thing about Judge, he is the lipstick on the pig that we've seen over these years. One of your colleagues, Marco, a week ago, did a great job actually detailing why the Yankees have struggled so much. I listened on demand. He did a great job, but I don't have to recount the whole thing here. But the reality is, if you think about 2023, the roster construction is so bad that in spite of spending $250+ million, all it takes is one Judge injury, and you miss the playoffs. I mean, that's how good he is, and that's how bad the rest of the team is.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about this, like,
because they're relying on Greg Allen and Billy McKinney and Willie Calhoun and IKF and Jake Bowers, and it's like that was shameful that year. Like Judge goes down and it's like serves you right because you're the New York Yankees. You're supposed to actually have players.
Yes. I want to make one more point. I can make 10, but I want to make at least one more point, and thank you for the time. The 1 year they gave Judge a true, like, superstar in Soto, they get to the World Series. You look at the Dodgers, and it's gross. We're blessed with Judge. They got Ohtani. They got all these guys who are free agents. It's a super team. It's whatever. It's all free agents, literally. Just about all free agents.
Mm-hmm.
But bless them for spending the money. Fine. I look at Judge. I'm like, it's like Patrick Ewing. We gave Ewing nothing all those years. The best he had was John Starks. It was Oakley. It was atrocious.
Because they don't look at him in that way. Thanks for the call, Neil. I got to move us along because we're getting close to the 10 o'clock break-in update. But I said this the other night. Fireside Yankees had the clip, and I clipped it and put it in my notes. I'm like, I got to remember to speak on it. Brian Cashman on whether he's trying to maximize the final years of Aaron Judge's prime. In quotes. I just look at putting the best team available. I don't look at it as we have to maximize this or that. And that is a mistake. You have the best player in the game. Oh, the best player in the American League. You have the MVP. You have one of the best right-handed hitters we've ever seen, a freak of nature. You're not trying to win while that guy exists? We thought that we had a deep lineup this year. And all year I was saying, what if this is the year that the postseason isn't too big for Judge? What if this is the year that he hits and he comes through? He did, but there wasn't enough around him. Because you thought you could get by with Ben Rice. You thought you could get by with Trent Grisham. You thought you could get by with Anthony Volpe, Austin Wells. All of these things are things that need to be addressed in the offseason. You need another catcher. You traded away Agustin Ramirez for Jazz Chisholm. I was randomly on the treadmill today, and I got mad at Jazz. Because I'm like, I told Jazz, stop talking. Stop talking about we're the best team in the American League. We're stepping on next. We're going to win a championship. Yeah, this champagne tastes good, but it'd be better with a ring on my finger. Shut up. You haven't been here, right? Neil said he's been a Yankee fan for 45 years. I don't know how long I've been a Yankee fan, but I've been putting in pain for a few years, man. A decade and a half since the last World Series win. I don't want to hear it. That talk is cheap. And then even with Cashman, ultimately we fell short of our ultimate goal. We fell short of our ultimate goal. For 16 years, do something about it. But you know what? You don't have to actually do something about it because you're safe and the manager you chose is safe. And we're going to keep showing up to that ballpark because we love that ballpark and we love all the bars outside and we love putting our pinstripes on and our hats on. And we have friends and people that are almost like family to us. And we bring our family to that place and we just keep putting money into it. And then we're sitting here looking stupid. We're sitting here being trolled. We're sitting here being mocked. And not excited for next season, but you know what? As soon as pitchers and catchers come around, we'll be flying down to Tampa, and we'll be doing the same thing all over again. And it's not right. It's not right. It's not right to be like, oh, yeah, they have 33 consecutive winning seasons. We don't care about that. This whole thing, this whole brand was built on winning championships. And getting close enough, it's unacceptable. You have all of the resources. You have a ridiculous home field advantage in that building. How do the Blue Jays come in that building and beat you in a bullpen game? How do you go to their building and you get blown out of the water? It's frustrating, man, because they have the power to do it. Hal didn't even pull up. Hal didn't even show up to talk. So how frustrated and mad can you be, Hal? Do something about it. We got to watch the Dodgers go back to the World Series. They came and they celebrated all over your field, and then did every podcast and interview to mock you. And here they are again. And And you know what? Like Neil said, yeah, they don't worry about homegrown talent and a balance of homegrown players. No, they don't stop adding the best players they can add. You want to take Blake Snell? Come on down. Yamamoto, you want to join your boy Ohtani? Yeah. You guys want to defer some money so we can make this thing happen? Yeah, we're going to trade for Tommy Edman, too. Tommy Edman's contract does not need to be deferred, but he's going to do it just to do it. Oh, the Braves don't want to bring back Freddie Freeman? Come on down. The Red Sox don't want Mookie Betts? Yeah, we'll have him. Like, it's crazy. But, like, it's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence that the Dodgers are consistently good. They make the trades. They spend the money. They sign the guys. They figure it out. Even if they do sign a Tanner Scott and he sucks, they figure it out. Roki Sasaki, who they signed, he was crying in the club earlier in the season. Now he's their closer. Their fans expect to win. That's why they show up to that building. I've been to that building a bunch. I have friends that are Dodgers fans. This is what they do this time of the year. As Shohei Ohtani just hit his second homer of the game. I'm going to go to break. It's now 4-0 Dodgers. And, like, we just got to watch the Dodgers be what the Yankees could be right now. But what are we talking about? Of course not. The Dodgers are the Dodgers. They are incredible. They're about to go back-to-back, and then we'll have to live with the conversation that's going to go on. Oh, the Los Angeles Dodgers are the first team to win back-to-back World Series since the New York Yankees. Keith McPherson on the Fan. 888-808-1019. 10 o'clock coming up. I got 2 hours left. Stay with me. BRB.
Regular season battles in football. Off-season moves in baseball. The Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets all live here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Sitting in the driver's seat of the Nissan Kicks is like the best seat in the house. You're in the action. And with the Nissan Kicks all-wheel drive, you can go find the best views. And with the 10-speaker Bose Personal Plus audio system, you can hear everything. Your new wheels await. Reimagine your ride with the reimagined Nissan Kicks. Now get the 2025 Nissan Kicks starting at just $21,830. Shop your local Nissan store or nissanusa.com. Starting MSRP at $21,830 for base model. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP. MSRP excludes up to $1,495 destination and handling charges, tax, title, and license. Dealer sets actual price.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Don't fumble the ball when it comes to fine jewelry, diamonds, and engagement rings. There's only one choice. It has to be H.L. Gross Jewelers of Garden City. Visit hlgross.com.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 10 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Well, Shohei Ohtani's kind of ridiculous. 2 homers, and the last one went about 470 feet. Dodgers a 4-0 lead as they head to the 5th inning on the Brewers, and Ohtani on the mound. He's given up just 1 hit, 2 walks. He has struck out 6. Dodgers looking to complete the sweep. Eugenio Suarez went deep twice, including a grand slam, capping a 5-run 8th as the Mariners rallied by the Blue Jays 6-2 to grab a 3-2 series lead. Cal Raleigh homer to get that 8th inning started. Jets still trying to get that first win, likely without Garrett Wilson. He's listed as doubtful. So does Aaron Glenn feel like he has to try to protect Wilson from himself from pushing things a little too quickly?
Well, that's a lot of guys. We have a number of competitive guys, but I'll let him and the doctors handle that for the most part.
For the Giants, plenty of chatter ahead of this week with both teams chirping a little bit, but Brian Dable not concerning himself with the noise.
Yeah, like I said, right, I think the biggest thing is going out there and playing well on Sunday, and doing the things you need to do during the week to be ready to play a game against a very challenging, like I've talked about on Wednesday, good football team. And that's really the most important thing.
56 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Oh boy. Keep McPherson on the Fan. It's after 10 now. Do you know where your children are? I checked the nanny cam. My son's asleep. He's good. Anyway, speaking of sleeping, the Milwaukee Brew Crew will be sleeping tonight. I'm looking at the replay. And Marco just said, did you see where that ball landed? I'm like, yeah, the uppercut swing that Ohtani had on it. He put the ball in the back of, like, you know how the pavilion seats in the back of Dodger Stadium where they like renovated, like somebody just got an Ohtani home run ball that was just back there chilling. Sometimes they smoke back there. Sometimes they're just not even paying attention to the game back there. Somebody's back there like, wait, the ball landed back here. It's further than 470 feet. There's people running after that ball. When the game started, I was live and I said Shohei Ohtani is winning this game himself. He's pitching. He walked the first batter, and then he struck out the side. And that was in the top of the first, bottom of the first. He comes up, and he hits a solo shot. Bottom of the fourth, another solo shot. It's 4-0 Dodgers. I laugh, but I'm really, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Like, they exist like this in modern-day baseball, and it is not a fluke. It is because they have taken the action to be what they are over the last, 10 years. I could go on. Anyway, let's go to Dave and Shirley. Dave, I didn't want to keep you waiting. I know there's a lot of Yankee fans calling. I know we were talking Jets before. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, Keith?
Hanging out.
I got a lot of back. I'm a custodian out at William Floyd School District. Shout out to William Floyd football, one of the best teams on Long Island. Just wanted to talk about the Jets. I called the other night to talk about Rex Ryan and Exton. I don't know if you heard about what Aaron Glenn said about Justin Fields, releasing the ball with...
yeah, we played it. Played it. He compared it to the Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, and it honestly, it bothered me because I'm like, those are MVPs. Do not. And then I played what Dan Orlovsky had to say about it, and he broke it down, and it's just like, Aaron Glenn's got to stop. You're not, just stop. You're not helping.
Yeah, he's not Bill Parcells. He ain't Bill Belichick. I think you got to kind of wrong too,
Thanks for the call, Dave. I'm sorry. There was just a lot of feedback. It was rough. Thank you for holding. I wanted to get to you. But, yeah, if you want to rewind in the free Odyssey app, before we had Zach Rosenblatt on at 8:20, we played a little bit of Aaron Glenn talking today about other guys hold the ball, and, you can't do that. Stop with the whataboutism. You're not Dan Campbell. You're not Bill Parcells. Stop bringing them up. Justin Fields is not Lamar Jackson. He's not Josh Allen. Enough already. We watch football. We know. That's why I said those guys extend plays. That's why they're holding the ball. Those guys are freaks. Those guys are out of the pocket, and they're improvising, and they're making plays happen. Justin Fields is a sitting duck. Justin Fields is in quicksand. Justin Fields' line is holding the line for him, and he's sitting there, where do I go? Which way? Is this guy open? I don't want to throw a pick. I don't want to sack. Pre-snap read. How many safeties are there? Are they in man coverage? You should know as soon as you said, where you're going with the ball. Clearly, he doesn't. So I put that on Aaron Glenn and Tanner Enstrand and him as a guy that's been a pro for years. Can he snap out of that? I thought he did. That first game against the Steelers, I'm like, look at this guy. Big test for Justin Fields coming up on Sunday without Garrett Wilson. Anyway, back to the phone we go. John is in Maspeth with us next. What's up, John?
Steve, what's up, man?
I'm just looking at the Dodgers with envy and jealousy, and up until this year, I had been to Dodger Stadium more than I had been to Citi Field, and I'm jealous, man. I'm hating. They're about to go back to back.
I just saw the clip of that Ohtani home run on Twitter. That was insane. But yeah, two things. Well, actually, one thing really. But the first thing is good luck in fantasy this week against me.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really looked at your team. I'll probably beat you though. I'm on a little bit of a run now.
I don't know. I'm projected to beat you by like 15 points.
The projections don't mean anything. Let me see. I see.
I got 21 points last night.
Game. I got Dak versus Bo Nix. The Giants are going to come through with 2 picks on Bo Nix. So right there, I'm good.
Listen. I got Jaxson Dart on my bench and Caleb Williams, so I might just switch it out real quick.
Ashton Jainty? What do you think Jainty's going to do against the Chiefs? Nada.
Jainty? Yeah, probably not much. But McCaffrey should have a good game against the Falcons, I feel.
T. Higgins already balled for you. He put up a good. I'm glad he didn't score that second touchdown.
And Michael Mayer, I think that Brock Bowers is out, but
yeah, that's a good pickup.
Playing the Chiefs.
Anyway, no one cares about our fantasy team.
I know, exactly. No one cares. Anyways, the Yankees, listen. We got this potential holdout happening after next season, right? And, there's a whole bunch of reasons why
after the Dodgers
happen.
three-peat, it's a lock. After the Dodgers three-peat, it's a guarantee. After Kyle Tucker signs with them and they trade for Tarek Skubal.
Well, the thing is this. People are upset, how they're deferring so much money, which
oh, my God, Ohtani,
right
he's filthy.
Within the rules. But why not have the Yankees? If I'm Steinbrenner, like, look, you probably only have 1 year left this offseason to sign free agents and defer money like the Dodgers can. Why not just go nuclear?
They don't want to do it.
And sign Tucker, sign Bellinger, but they got to do it though.
They don't even want to attempt to do it. It's a strategy that they can employ, and they're not even going to try. They don't want to play the deferred money game. But yet they took on John Carlos Stanton's contract.
Yeah, but it's a shame because you got to put your chips all in. These Dodgers are like all in and like rebuying and then going all in again. And we're just sitting here just,
their money is endless, dude. Their money is endless.
Try to see if Anthony Volpe has, a decent season for the fourth year in a row.
See what we can squeeze out of DJ LeMahieu. Austin Wells is a .215 hitter. That'll do. We'll give him a bunch of at-bats. He'll be our only catcher.
First baseman who can't scoop balls.
Yeah.
Put Jason Dominguez in left field who can't catch a fly ball. All of a sudden, and it's just like, come on, just go nuclear. Just do it. We got 3 years of Cole.
No, they'll pick up some other random, like a Luke Weaver type. He'll be good for a year and then turn back into a bum.
We're gonna scrape the barrel. It's just.
I expect them to bring Devin Williams back. Devin Williams probably be back for a lower cost because he's not going to be a closer. And that's going to be nightmare fluid because he's probably going to have some more hiccups.
Just sign these players and trade away the farm system. Trade away anybody that we can in the farm.
But they're not, dude, because they don't have a killer instinct. They do not think like we think. They do not look at. Thanks for the call, John. They do not look at it like we look at it. That is what I've been saying this whole time. We are looking at it like, yo, this is about to be the longest drought in franchise history. You don't care about that? That doesn't feel like impending doom? That doesn't make you feel like you have to be urgent? Aaron Judge is going to be a year older. Cole is a year older. Stanton is old. That doesn't make you feel like you got to do something to win now before these guys pass through. Like, they don't think about it like us. Like I said with that Judge quote, Judge is just an asset on the team. He's just a player on the team. They don't look at it as, wow, this is one of the best players ever. We got to win a championship with this guy. It's crazy. But it's not, because you got to understand, there are parameters, there is a budget, there is strategy and different things that they look at that we don't look at. We just want to win a championship at all costs, And they look at it as okay, so did the Phillies and Dombrowski. And they traded a bunch of top prospects, like their number 2 and 4 prospects, to go get Johan Duran. How'd that work out for the Phillies? They're always going for it, but they've come up short. They went to one World Series. The Phillies are like the Yankees. Very similar, right down the turnpike. But they go for it a little bit more. I don't know. I'm discouraged. I am not confident in what the Yankees will be in 2026. Lou is in Astoria next. Go for it, Lou.
Hey, kid, how you doing?
All right, just watching the Dodgers be the Dodgers. Same song.
I know. Speaking
same
of the
episode.
Dodgers, before I go to Cashman, I gotta let you know something, right? Which I told my son. I said, listen, nobody can ever take away from us that we're watching history in the making. We are watching the greatest baseball player that ever lived. And nobody can ever take that away from us, even though we're Yankee fans, frustrated to the max. The man is unbelievable. Let me tell you something. I don't know.
Yeah, he's balling. I just, my response to me saying he's filthy. He struck out Caleb Durbin and then he struck out Blake Perkins and hopped off the mound. I'm like, he's balling. He's having an epic game. After people were criticizing his numbers in this postseason, like he's having a signature game to send the Dodgers back to the World Series tonight.
Keith, even if he retires tomorrow, even though it's a 10-year, that you need to be a Hall of Famer, this guy retires tomorrow, he's the Hall of Famer. Let me tell you that. Well, let me say something to you about Cashman. I'm sick and tired of this man trying to ask him a question. Is it true that you are involved in the lineup for the Yankees? Like Cashman is going to say, yes, I am. Come on, stop the BS. That ain't going to work. That is
He's
stupid,
never going to tell you. They're never going to tell you the inner workings.
What a waste. Like we're a bunch of dummies. What a waste of time. Stop being like the Inquirer. I know you ever heard of Inquirer.
And they said the same thing about Jeter. They don't know. He doesn't know. They don't know. Like we all know. We can tell.
Jeter Naira. Listen to this now. He goes, Jeter got a lot of rings. What is A-Rod talking about? He only got one. But you know what? In 2004, A-Rod should have had another ring, but our great Mariano Rivera blew 2 saves when we were winning 3-0 against the Red Sox. And let me tell you something, Mr. Cashman. He saved your job. Because if you didn't get a championship in 2009, okay, you'll be out of a job automatically. Let me tell you another thing. Why is there nobody asked the man, why did you keep stopping A-Rod for retiring his number?
It'll never happen. Thanks for the call. Sean Morash got it retired in here. That's about the closest he's going to get. There will never be. Like, if you hear the way Cash talks, they're not ever having, and like, you can't forget about what A-Rod did. A-Rod's got a new doc coming up. Alex versus A-Rod. Yeah, Cash was talking about how but Alex Rodriguez and Jeter picked the Yankees to win the World Series on the show, and then they get bounced and they get crushed after. So it's just a war of words back and forth. It's just a back and forth.
Had a great career. He punched through with 1 championship, and Derek has a lot more than that.
Hey, Cash does what he does, man. But I'm at my wit's end with Cash because, like, I just can't keep hearing every year, we fell short of our ultimate goal. We had some successes. We had some failures. No, we failed because you cut corners in little places. We failed because you don't go the distance the whole way. We failed because Volpe was out there the whole season struggling. You had an out. You could have easily put him on the IL, shut him down. 19 errors, 150 Ks, leading the league in runners left on base. Like, if Volpe cashes in just half of those, come on, bro. It doesn't make sense. You said you want this to be the mecca of baseball. It doesn't make any sense to me, man. Robbie's in Lenox with us next. What's up, Robbie?
Hey, what's going on, Keith? Don't really have a call tonight, but I heard Neil in Greenwich. I used to live in Greenwich. In fact, my next door neighbor was a Met, Timmy Toffel, one of the nice guys in baseball. Some of the things he said make total sense. But you know what? Even more greater than the fault of Brian Cashman and Aaron Boone, it's really the fault of Haas Steinbrenner. It starts at the top. Look, if you're going to hire Cashman every year and the result's going to be the same, no championship, and you don't change anything, then to me, you're the one to blame. I mean, I hate this expression, what would George do? But right now, George is rolling in his grave. And you're right about the Dodgers, okay? One night, maybe after they win the World Series, and my buddy gets his 4th ring now, okay? My buddy Tim Neverett was my old broadcast partner in Boston, and Tim's the voice of the Red Sox. Now he's the voice of the Dodgers the last 5-6 years. Now he's going to get 4 rings on his finger. And he's the nicest guy in the world. If you ever get a chance, get him on. He's a super nice guy, but he and Rick Monday and Oral Hershiser did the game a couple months ago. I got a nice baseball friend for a friend of mine. But anyway, the point being is that it starts at the top, Keith. I don't care what anybody says.
You're right.
You can bring back Cashman a million times, but until you have an ownership that actually really wants to win. Look what the Dodgers do. They get the best players. That's what the Yankees used to do when they traded for Chuck Knobloch. When they traded for when they
the Dodgers are in on everybody. They never have enough. They never stop reloading. Trade deadline, they go for it. Winter, they go for it. They don't spare any expense. Thanks for the call, Robbie. It is not a coincidence. Hal Steinbrenner has developed a culture of not winning championships being the standard. Just having a winning record and getting in the postseason is enough. Because if winning championships mattered, all of these failures for 16 years, like, people would have been fired. Cashman would have been let go. Boone wouldn't have got this much of a run. But you know what? They'll just fire Mike Harkey and what? Mike Harkey, that'll do. We'll throw Mike Harkey out the window. You know, he doesn't have a lifetime contract anymore. What Harkey do? That's what I said. Did Harkey speak up? Did Harkey at the end of the season say, well, I told y'all going to Luke Weaver wasn't the, like, probably. I told y'all I was seeing Luke Weaver was throwing batting practice. We probably shouldn't throw him in game 1 of the wild card, game 1 of the ALDS. We got other options. But you guys want to prove points so much. I'm tired of that with the Yankees. They're foolish pride. They want to be right on their little marginal things, and that's why I think it is Cashman. Because, like, Cashman wants to squeeze the last bit of worth out of Luke Weaver, who he got for nothing. Because Cashman wants to be right about Anthony Volpe. It is not about you. It is about all of us and doing what it takes for all of us to win. 888-808-1019. I know that Yankee fans are blowing up the line, and I'm getting texts now. I don't want to talk about the Yankees. I came on, I said it's a football Friday. The Yankee conversation is dead. It's whack. Like, there's nothing to report. Like, we're cooked again. And I just think we're only going to take a step back. Like, I don't know, bro. It's tough. And it pisses me off because they should be able to win the American League. I don't fear any of these teams. As I'm watching the Mariners, who we swept, and the Blue Jays, who, if we didn't play stupid and throw Luke Weaver in those games and, like, have DJ LeMahieu out there and playing Jazz out of position, maybe our fate would be different. But whatever. It's Football Friday. Coming up next is Andrew Mason, who covers the NFL and the Broncos for Denver Sports 1043. The radio out there. So we will talk to a host from Denver Sports 1043, The Fan, because I need to get the other side of what the Broncos fans are thinking about as the Giants come to town. Stay with us. This is Keith McPherson on The Fan. I will be right back.
The Scarlet Knights return home hungry for their first Big Ten win of the season. But standing in their way are the high-flying Oregon Ducks.
Touchdown, Rutgers!
Kickoff is tomorrow at 6:30. The home of Rutgers Big Ten football is WFAN. Brought to you by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together. And The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the TuneIn, iHeartRadio, and Odyssey app.
Rock and roll will never die, and neither will the low prices. It's the Rocktober Savings Event at Nielsen Dodge. We've turned up the volume on Rocktober Savings on any new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram.
Lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4x4, just $199 a month. Or lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee L Altitude X 4x4, just $224 a month.
We're rocking out the deals with 0 down payment available. $1,500 overbook value for any trade. If you need credit help, we're here to make it happen. And of course, great deals.
On Route 10 in East Hanover, online at NielsenDodge.com, a proud member of the Nielsen Auto Group.
So for head-banging deals that are music to your ears, at Nielsen, fun is in the driver's seat.
Drive into fall event.
With approval term 24 months, due sign Cherokee 5794, Cherokee L 5819, ag tax type 498 doc and DMV.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Ever seen an origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Jokes aside, Verizon has the most ways to save on phones and plans where you can get a single line with everything you need. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on root metric true score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Kick off the new season in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Upgrade to a new GLC, GLE, or GLS, or take advantage of their loaner-to-owner program. Buy or lease a 2025 X-Loaner and enjoy a like-new Mercedes-Benz. Now at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Right back at it on The Fan in New York. Joining us right now from Denver, Colorado, a host on Denver Sports 1043, The Fan, covering the NFL and the Denver Broncos. It's Andrew Mason. Andrew, thank you for taking the time to join us tonight.
No problem.
Yeah, I was like, we got to get some perspective. We've got to get someone that is not in the echo chamber of New York, that wasn't at Thursday Night Football last week when the Giants beat the Eagles, that hasn't been in this Jaxson Dart mania where his jersey is sold out everywhere and, you know, isn't looking at all these memes and posts about Cam Skattebo. So, like, let's start with, you know, Bo Nix. Is this a sophomore slump for Bo Nix, or are you guys confident in Bo Nix out there in Bronco country?
I wouldn't say sophomore slump. I'd say you got a young quarterback who's still developing, and no young quarterback develops on a straight incline. There are always ups and downs and vacillations along the way, which I would say for all y'all who are following the Giants, I'd say bear that in mind as you monitor the progress to come on young Jaxson Dart. There are going to be peaks and valleys along the way as he develops, and there are going to be some rough games. And you saw a rough game certainly against the Saints, for example. So just know that there are going to be some bad days that are coming. But with Bo, you look at the game against Cincinnati on Monday Night Football in week 4, for example, and he got into a nice rhythm, did very well. Goes to Philadelphia 6 days later for the first 3 quarters, out of rhythm, inconsistent. But then the final quarter, finds some gaps in Vic Fangio's defense, gets on a roll. Broncos come back, end up beating the Eagles, knocking them from the ranks of the unbeaten. Sometimes you see 2 different Bo Nixes in the same game. I think a key for Bo Nix is getting that complementary running game going. When the Broncos have balance, this is a very effective offense. And another key for Bo Nix is having good footwork and being settled in the pocket. When he's struggled, generally speaking, there have been issues with the footwork. And getting more consistency there, I think, would lead to a more consistent performance from Bo Nix himself.
Yeah, I mean, last week we watched the offense struggle against the New York Jets, and that was big for the Jets and the Jets fans to see their defensive unit cause problems, but I also attributed some of that to being in London. I really do think that being back at Mile High, being back in Denver, this is a get-right game for the Broncos. So can you tell me a little bit about some of the festivities planned? I've been telling people, like, they're celebrating the Super Bowl and Demaryius Thomas, and I'm like, there's going to be a lot of energy already for the Broncos fans, and obviously the back and forth between Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper and Abdul Carter and Kayvon Thibodeau, and the online back and forth has also added to the Broncos fans as well.
Yeah, so most of the Super Bowl 50 winning team for the Broncos will be on hand for the game. They're putting Demaryius Thomas, the late Demaryius Thomas, into their ring of fame. You've got a couple of Broncos players, Courtland Sutton and Garrett Bowles, who actually were teammates of Demaryius Thomas in the late 2010s. And certainly they've been sharing their memories of Demaryius with their current teammates now. So you're going to have a fan base that's they're going to be fired up for this one. And certainly there's going to be a lot of emotion among the fans because, the memories of Demaryius are pretty fresh. He's still beloved by Broncos fans, and certainly as players have learned about what kind of person and player Demaryius Thomas was, it gets guys certainly talking about him. He's going to be foremost on their minds. So that's going to be fired up. I do think Broncos fans would be a bit more riled up if Russell Wilson were the quarterback, we're starting a quarterback for the Giants and not Jaxson Dart. That would have added another layer of intrigue to this game, but I think there's still plenty for Broncos fans to be riled up about going into this one.
You might be on to something. We're on the phone right now with Andrew Mason at Mace Denver, who covers the NFL and the Broncos for Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Like, I was reading the article, I think, on ESPN that was talking about how quickly Denver has come out of that whole debacle with Russell Wilson. He is the backup. And Jaxson Dart ends up in the concussion protocol. Jaxson Dart takes a lot of hits. Jaxson Dart is fearless where he doesn't slide, and he's going head first into defenders. And I don't know, this Denver defense seems to have a target on him, and they're pretty good. So they lead the league in sacks. There's a chance that they could knock him out of the game. What do you think about this Denver defense going against a rookie quarterback, rookie running back in this Giants offense?
That's the thing that could certainly come up because it's leading the league in sacks, and pressure comes from so many spots. Of course, Nick Bonito is the ringleader, and he certainly was at the epicenter of a lot of chatter yesterday because of the tweet that he put out about the Giants fan base that he deleted, but we all know screen captures are forever. But it's not just him. I mean, on the other side, Jonathan Cooper, he wreaked havoc on the Jets last week, and he was AFC Defensive Player of the Week. You've got Zach Allen, who on the interior last year led the NFL in quarterback hits, and he's on a similar pace in quarterback hits this year. I mean, Justin Sternad, an inside linebacker, has 3.5 sacks when they use him on the blitz. I mean, you've got pressure that comes from all places. Vance Joseph, defensive coordinator, likes to use his corners, likes to use his safeties, likes to be creative at where he brings pressure from. And so the thing that Jaxson Dart has to be aware of, and the Giants' entire protection scheme has to be aware of, is the idea that pressure can come from any spot at any time, and the Broncos do a nice job of disguising where it comes from. I mean, quite often you'll see they'll take their inside backers, they'll take their safeties, and they'll move them up. You'll see you'll see them show double A gap blitz potentially with the inside backers, and then they'll drop in the covers. They're very good at trying to create some, disguise their intent, try to confuse an opposing quarterback with what they do pre-snap in terms of their alignments and what they show. And so that's another challenge for Jaxson Dart, is in identifying what the Broncos are doing pre-snap and identifying what's legit and what they're doing to try to confuse him. So this is probably maybe even a greater challenge than he had last week.
It is
going against Vic Fangio's defense.
It is, because also they're on the road, they're in the altitude, that thin air. Like, this is his first time going out there and playing it. It does make a difference. It's going to hit you, and all the running around that him and Cam Skattebo are going to try to do. You got to catch your breath. I don't know, man. I'm looking at this like it's so ratcheted up. There's been so much talk, but then once you get in between those lines, it's man on man, it's mano y mano, and that defense has so many guys like John Franklin Myers. He obviously had a chip on his shoulder last week against the Jets. All week I've been talking about Tuilanoa Hufanga, who I don't know why the 49ers didn't keep him. He's solid. And then with the Giants not having Malik Neighbors, they don't have any threat at receiver on the outside. Like Patrick Surtain, you should blitz him. You don't have to worry about receivers outside. Question for you, is Dre Greenlaw on the path to playing this week? I know he was working his way back. Do they think he's going to go?
Well, you got an indication that he's on track to play late this afternoon when the Broncos released their number 3 quarterback, Sam Ehlinger. Now, by releasing him because he's a vested veteran, not waiving him, they'll probably put him on their practice squad on Saturday and then have him be their emergency number 3 as a practice squad elevation on Sunday. So they've created the roster spot on the 53 that almost certainly would go to Dre Greenlaw coming off of injured reserve. He went from limited practice Wednesday and Thursday to full practice on Friday. So certainly that trend is going in the right direction. Now, with how much we see of Dre Greenlaw, Vance Joseph, Broncos defensive coordinator, did say that if he does play on Sunday, it would be a part-time role. So I don't think you would see him in an every down role, that they would try to limit his repetitions. But certainly that roster move the Broncos made late Friday afternoon would be a hint that they probably expect Dre Greenlaw to be up and making his debut on Sunday.
Again, if you're just tuning in and you don't recognize the voice, this is Andrew Mason, who is from Denver, who is on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan out there was nice enough to join us to give us some perspective from Broncos country. Another thought that I had that I don't think enough people have talked about this week, another guy that was banged up, Evan Ingram, the former New York Giant. They might try to get him going this week in a little bit of a revenge game like John Franklin Myers had last week against the Jets. What are your thoughts about him coming along here? I know he was banged up in the beginning of the season, but he's a good weapon and a good threat and an easy target for Bo Nix to get going against the Giants.
Well, he's steadily gotten more involved over the course of the year. The first couple of games only had 4 catches for 33 yards, and then he sat out week 3 with an injury. Since then, 4 catches, 5 catches. Now, he's a different type of pass catcher than he was early on in his career. This is not a guy who really can stretch the field anymore. I mean, you look back, go back to his rookie season, for example. He's north of 700 yards. His first 4 years with the Giants, he's averaging 10, 11, 12 yards a catch. Now, Evan Ingram is a guy who's going to, his last 3 years in his per catch averages, he's 8.4, 7.8, 8.1. He's more of a short area target, but getting more involved in the offense, making some key plays as well. He got his first touchdown in a really crucial moment for the Broncos, back in week 5 against Philadelphia. And I think and Sean Payton's been looking for that effective short to intermediate interior middle of the field target. Ingram's starting to provide that option, and I think you'll see him get involved. Perhaps another type of game where he's getting 4 or 5 catches, 6 targets, kind of like we've seen the last couple of weeks.
Well, I'm not going to take up all your time. I know you're on a little bit of obviously a different time than us with the time zone, but Andrew, I appreciate you joining us on The Fan tonight, and we are so looking forward to this matchup between the Giants and the Broncos. And, good luck, but not too much good luck. We're expecting a good one.
My pleasure. It's going to be a lot of fun on Sunday.
That is Andrew Mason at Mace Denver. You hear him out there in Broncos country if you're ever listening to their Fan 104.3. And I think he just brought us some good perspective from the other side. They are going to be revved up, fired up. They're going to be honoring one of their players that has passed. They're going to have most of that Super Bowl 50 team in the building. That was a team that beat Cam Newton and the Carolina Panthers. Their stout defensive players have been talking trash, and they're ready to back it up. And so now you're really going to see a test in the altitude against one of the top defenses in the league with Jaxson Dart Mania and Cam Skattebo following suit. If those guys are able to go in there and shock the world, then we're really cooking with something here in New York. Keith McPherson on The Fan in New York. They just took Shohei Ohtani out of the game. Alex Vesia has stepped on the mound. I mean, the Dodgers are in control, and their bullpen is well rested. It's the 7th inning. I'm sure that they see this one through, but who knows? Here comes Andrew Vaughn up to the plate. I got eyes on that. The Mariners already handled business and won 6-2 to take a 3-2 lead in the American League Championship Series. I have no more guests. If you do want to continue to vent and complain about the Yankees and get it out, I got you till 12. If you're on hold to talk about the Giants, after what you just heard, I will get to you. And of course, Jets fans, we're also here for some Jets fans therapy all the time. So let's take this break. Dial 888-808-1019. We'll get back to doing what we do. KM to AM returns right after this.
It's Chris McMonagle overnights on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
If Jaxson Dart plays like this, I don't care how many games they win. I don't. If Jaxson Dart plays like this, making sure he continues to play like this is by far the most important thing the franchise has. By far. You are not changing coaches on this kid. You're not doing it.
Listen to CMAC on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean nobody. So if you're looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price, get to Town Fair today. Michelin winter tires offer a shorter stopping distance on ice and snow, along with predictable handling in cold, dry, and wet wintry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price and free services for life on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's stepping into a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Run or walk with Giants legends. The Giants Foundation will host a 5K race and kids run presented by Quest on Sunday, October 26th at 9 a.m. at MetLife Stadium. Net proceeds will benefit the Giants Foundation. All participants will receive a commemorative t-shirt, and after the race, stay for a post-race festival with appearances by Giants legends and a live DJ. Register now at giants.com/5K. The Giants Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation.
Injured in an accident? You need help. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Lawyers that have built a legacy of victory over 5 decades, winning billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Call 1-800-624-8888 or visit injurylawyer.com.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's on
Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. T&Cs apply.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Together, let's drive at Paramus Chevrolet. For just $227 a month and $2,004 due at delivery, lease a brand new Equinox 4D Wagon LT with two-wheel drive for 36 months. Buying? Enjoy 0.0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Visit ParamusChevrolet.com today.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Luxury just got tripled with Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Union, and Freehold, New Jersey. 3 powerhouse locations, 1 legendary name. Ray Katina. More selection, more convenience, and more ways to drive excellence. Experience the power of 3. Visit BenzFam.com.
Total Orthopedics is Long Island's premier orthopedic practice. Whether it's a sports-related injury or something far more complex, Total Ortho has you covered with locations throughout Long Island, Queens, and now West Orange, New Jersey. Don't struggle with pain or injuries and get fast, expert care from the leading orthopedic doctors, including the #1 spine doctor on Long Island. Visit TotalOrthoSportsMed.com and schedule an appointment today. Total Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, the experts at getting you back to being you.
New York City is delivering for you every day, everywhere. With a $755 million investment in the expansion of a universal after-school program, allowing over 184,000 New York City students to participate. With better schools building brighter futures, NYC is delivering for families, making this the best place to raise yours. Find out more at deliveringforyou.nyc.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Champ is here. Champ is here. All right, let's get back to just having these conversations. How do you feel about the Giants' chances in Denver? How do you feel about the Jets' chances at home against the Panthers? How do you feel about the Yankees' chances in 2026? And I dare one Mets fan to call me up and have the conversation about the Mets. I would like to, but I appreciate you guys just, go watch the Rico Bronya and you leave me alone. Outside of trolling in the comments and everything else. But as far as doing my show, shout out to the Met fans. They don't even bother. They're like, hey, you got it, boss. Val is in the Bronx with us next. What's up, Val?
Chris, what's good, King? What's going on?
I'm chilling, hanging out. I'm watching Ohtani bat now. He's out of the game as far as the pitching goes. Everybody is on their feet thinking he's going to have a hat trick here. And, yeah, he might. This guy is incredible. He's winning the game on his own to send them back to the World Series tonight.
Yeah, good for them and those. I got some football I want to talk with you, some Giants and some Jets.
Yeah.
Real quick. Only because a caller brought it up earlier. Which one actually sued the Yankees? Was that A-Rod or Alex? Like, which one of his characters was the one that sent us the subpoena? You know what I'm saying?
That was Alex. That was off the field. That had to be Alex.
Yeah. By the way, I sent you that link. When you get a chance at some point, go back through.
Yeah, I saw it when I pulled up. I'm definitely gonna watch tonight when I get home. I just was in the pre-show stuff, and then once the show started, oh no, did he get another one? He did get the hat trick. Wow. Ohtani just homered for the third time.
Yeah.
5-0
Good for them
Dodgers.
and those. Good for them and those. But yeah, I want to talk some Giants and some Jets with you. I ain't gonna get into the Yankees just yet. We got time for that stuff. With the Giants, I think if Dable is smart, right, and I believe he is, he picks up his BBD book and reference a chapter on rookie QBs. And by that acronym, what I was referring to is what would Bill Belichick do? If you look back at them rookie QBs, and I say that because the Giants are starting a rookie and they're going up against a second-year guy. Them kind of dudes, Belichick always made a point of getting in their mind. And it's interesting because you said it earlier and you was talking about Fields. But the pre-snap reads, I think, are going to be key in this game. Because what the Giants are going to need to do to get in the head of Bo Nix and to make him confused and to shuffle up his feet, they're going to have to give him different looks pre-snap. And then as the ball is, as they start to play, give him a different look, like switch it up. Because you got to confuse that kid. If you want to pressure him and really get those turnovers, you got to make him unsettled.
Yeah.
And always with a rookie and with a second-year QB.
I think they will. I think they got enough up front with Burns and Kayvon and Abdul to get in his head and get to him. They need to get home, though. They need sacks this week.
But I'm saying show something at the line, pre-snap, and then you got to flip it up. And just because you got to get his head mixed up. They're going to be trying to do everything they can to call plays to make him comfortable. You can't let him live in his comfort zone. And if you flip it on the same side with the Giants offensively, hopefully they were training up Jaxson Dart to adjust quickly from his pre-snap reads. Because for a fact that, Peyton looking at a rookie and salivating on that, he's going to have them games going on for sure. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And to get to my Jets, this is something I'm going to leave, and I'm going to say this as a little piece of advice. And it's interesting, some of it alludes to what the interview you had on with the gentleman that was talking Jets early in the show. Aaron Glenn, I'm going to ask that you do one or two things for me, please, over the course of the rest of this season. Continue to because clearly you are learning on the job. And so I'm just hoping that you use the rest of this season to really kind of find a nice little balance with how you can get along with people and still do your job at the same time.
Yeah.
And hopefully, the talk that they're talking about with him reaching out to Parcells and things of that nature, I hope he finds a way to put out feelers and start looking for, and I'm not saying to change his OC. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's necessary. It could be or not. But at least put out feelers where he could get some kind of elder statesman
an
as a voice in the
established
room.
offensive coordinator would not hurt.
Well, I'm going to say it like this. Not even so much for what's going on right now, but considering the way things are and the way our record is looking. And, defensive coaches have a way that they look at QBs and stuff like that where they don't put the necessary value on that. He needs an elder statesman or somebody in that room that's going to be able to identify the QB that they're looking forward to, because we're going to be picking really high in the draft. And if we go through all of this, if you're hearing it already, I said it weeks ago to Captain Hoffman, you're starting to hear the tenor come out now. The next thing everybody is saying is that they're not confident in him being able to pick that next dude. You need to have somebody kind of elder QB guru or somebody who's an established OC that could be a voice in your head to help you identify who that next QB is going to be. You know what I'm saying?
I do. Thanks for the call, Val. Got to move it along. Just getting close to the 11 o'clock break and update, but appreciate your thoughts and calling. And definitely going to check the link that you emailed me. Aaron Glenn is a defensive-minded coach, but he's a guy that came in and said, I'm a coach. I'm a football coach. I'm going to have my hand in everything. You can have your hand in everything, but also just that might not be your forte, bro. You play DB. You called the defensive scheme for it's always okay to go get help. It's always okay to get somebody else. And Tanner Engstrand, we figured out the other day, or at least I did. Maybe I'm late to the party. That that's a Darren Muji move. They just had a friend in common. Obviously, Tanner was with the Lions as I think the passing game coordinator, and then he went to college at San Diego State with Darren Muji, and I was on the radio saying, see, this is the problem. These problems happen all the time. When people hire their friends, people hire who they like instead of going out and finding the best guy for the job. The work gets done, but it could be done better if you go and hire somebody more qualified. He's a first-time offensive coordinator because of relationships. 888-808-1019. If you're going to go draft Fernando Mendoza coming out of Indiana, you might want to get somebody that has dealt with a young quarterback before, that has called some plays before, that can kind of bring him along, because this whole thing has not worked so far with Justin Fields, and you need it to work this weekend. You need to figure it out fast. Harvey's in Dix Hills. Harvey, I got you in there before the 11 o'clock break.
Hi, Keith. How you doing? I have to give you credit for something. You know, I had no confidence in the offensive line. I said, don't put Jaxson Dart in until it's stabilized. That was but I asked you the question, one of my calls, is it possible that if the line has increased reps, can they get better? And you said absolutely that your experience, they can. They have stabilized, and that's why he's in there.
Yes, it's just
you got it on that one.
Over and over again. And then Andrew Thomas, I know we were saying because he was slow to return, we're like, how much of a difference does he make? A big difference.
Well, you know, like you as a quarterback, you know, you got to protect your blind side, and you need that great left tackle. I don't care what anybody says.
And these guys got to move as one unit, and the more reps that they have together, the more they can kind of just know where to be and what to do and pick up blitzes and know who to block without even kind of speaking or thinking about it.
That's right. And Sunday's a special game for me. You know, everybody knows that I picked Jaxson Dart before the but anyway,
WFAN knows that you were the guy.
But you don't know, the year before I picked Bo Nix when he was in Oregon, and because they're similar quarterbacks, except Jaxson Dart's a little reckless, and that's the big matchup. The other matchup, as I said earlier, is the offensive line and the Denver defense. So will they hold up? I don't understand why John Michael Schmitz always gets hurt or he gets pushed around. I can never figure it out. He was a moose in Minnesota.
I know, it's weird. It didn't translate to the NFL. It's like he got to the NFL and he's a small fish in a big pond. He's not a big man on campus anymore.
That's right. Now let me ask you the last question. You're the guy to ask for this because I love talking to you because you know your football. You know, we talk about Justin Fields. I was totally wrong on him. I mean,
So was I.
He's on one of only 3,000-yard runners in the history of football with Vic and Lamar Jackson, and the guy and he threw well when he played against the Giants. Do you think it's possible either they divine running plays for him? But I had once gave a stat that 12 out of the 14 playoff teams led the league in passing greater than 25 yards. But the problem is, can you survive on a runner like that, and can you improve his throwing, his accuracy, throwing downfield? Your opinion about that?
I feel like he's trying to be something he's not. Like, he's scared to throw the ball because he doesn't want to have interceptions.
Right.
He isn't using his legs as much. They're not calling as many design runs. I would assume that they are.
But why aren't they?
Because I guess they want him to develop more. And then also, like, this Tanner Engstrand was working with Jared Goff. Justin Fields is not Jared Goff. Having him under center, to me, I don't understand. Have him under center, I guess, to hand the ball off and then to try to establish the run and set up the play action, but he is better suited away from the line. I would always have him in the shotgun so he could get a better look at the defense. I would always have him in the shotgun so it would give him a little bit more time and space to operate, but whatever. I think it's just both the offensive coordinator and Justin Fields are trying to make him something that he's not. And now,
I would design more running plays and then pass, just like Shane Bowen, the Giant. He never blitzes. When we had week one, they'll blitz like 60% of the time. But I don't understand why they design more running plays for Justin Fields.
They have to now. I guarantee you there's going to be some design runs, some called runs, and then I don't know why they are not running zone read with him and Breece Hall. I don't know why they don't run the option with him and Breece Hall. Like, make it tough on the defense. Pick your poison. Who are you going to stop, Breece or Fields? Like, the pass game isn't working. Even like just watching him in the game last week, and if I go back to my notes, there were some frustrating plays because it's 3rd and 5. You need 5 yards. It's quick game. Get the ball out, and that ball should be out of there. You shouldn't be holding on to it so long.
He holds the ball too long.
It's paralysis by analysis. I think he's thinking too much. He's scared, and he even admitted so.
Oh, he did say that. I didn't know that. But I thought maybe it's the receivers. It's the receivers not getting to the spots that he wants.
Yeah, but it's the NFL. These receivers are going to get there and they're going to be covered, but you got to throw at them to give them a chance to fight for the ball one-on-one. He's not even giving them a chance.
You're absolutely right. Can I make one final point? You had one of the Denver radio people on before?
Yes, Andrew Mason.
I must tell everybody, England was a giant. He couldn't keep the ball in his hands. He dropped, I don't know how many balls he dropped. That's why he's not a giant anymore. I don't know what he's doing there.
Well, I mean, he was also with the Jaguars.
It was Miami. Wasn't he at Miami, too? So
I don't know if he was with Miami. He was with the Jaguars.
Whatever the team was.
He was with the Jaguars.
Jacksonville, right.
Yeah, Florida. We'll see. I just think that, whenever it's those games and the team knows, hey, you're playing against your former team, like Rico Dowdle last week against the Dallas Cowboys, they fed him the ball to send a message. Thanks for the call, Harvey. I don't know. I think they'll target Evan Ingram, and it's also an easier target for Bo Nix if Troy Franklin or Marvin Mims or Cortland Sutton aren't wide open, or those plays take too long to develop. It's easier to just hit Evan Ingram up the seam or in the flat, or maybe even a tight end screen to try and get him going against the Giants if he has a chip on his shoulder like that to kind of prove a point. Last hour for me. Time flies when you're having fun. I told you it's a sprint, not a marathon. Open mic traditionally 11 o'clock to 12. Whatever we haven't talked about, you can bring to the fan, bring to me via the calls 888-808-1019. But I will continue on the Jets and the Giants and the Yankees, and keep an eye on the Dodgers as they're looking to punch their ticket and pop champagne and go back to the World Series. KM to AM returns right after this.
It may be the offseason for the Bombers and Amazons, but there's no offseason for Yankees and Mets talk. Get the latest here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Football season is here, and just like winning teams, your engagement should be all about the best. So if you're ready to pop the big question this season, why not visit the experts at London Jewelers? With top-notch professionals and cutting-edge technology, London Jewelers can help you select or even design the absolute perfect ring. So whether you're starting over or starting new, let the professionals at London Jewelers be a part of your journey. Visit any one of their convenient 6 locations across New York and New Jersey. London Jewelers, serving you and your family since 1926.
Sitting in the driver's seat of the Nissan Kicks is like the best seat in the house. You're in the action. And with the Nissan Kicks all-wheel drive, you can go find the best views. And with the 10-speaker Bose Personal Plus audio system, you can hear everything. Your new wheels await. Reimagine your ride with the reimagined Nissan Kicks. Now get the 2025 Nissan Kicks starting at just $21,830. Shop your local Nissan store or nissanusa.com. Starting MSRP at $21,830 for base model. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP. MSRP excludes up to $1,495 destination and handling charges, tax, title, and license. Dealer sets actual price.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When it comes down to finding the lowest price on Michelin winter tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tires' guaranteed lowest price. And when it comes to free services, nobody gives you more free services on your Michelin winter tires than Town Fair Tire. So why look for Michelin winter tires anywhere but Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed best deals? Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. No nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your tri-state Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. It's the Shohei Ohtani game. 3 home runs. He also fired 6 scoreless innings of 2-hit ball with 10 strikeouts as the Dodgers lead the Brewers 5-1. They're in the top of the 8th inning in L.A. Dodgers looking for the sweep. Mariners rallied by the Blue Jays 6-2, scored 5 times in the 8th, highlighted by an Eugenio Suarez grand slam, his second home of the night. Mariners have a 3-2 series advantage. There's so much talk of Justin Fields this week. Aaron Glenn was quick to point out he played poorly in London, but he's not wavering in his support. As for the idea he hasn't been aggressive enough and holds the ball too long, Aaron Glenn seems to think a lot of that criticism is unwarranted.
You look at Lamar, I think Lamar, his numbers getting the ball a lot is higher than Justin's. I think Josh Allen's numbers are higher than Justin's. But I think everybody tends to see who those guys are and understand that, and for some reason they don't understand Justin.
Now, Fields won't likely have his best target. Garrett Wilson's doubtful. Jackson Dart taking the headlines. Another first-round pick, though, and Abdul Carter looking for a breakout game. Carter, though, not really concerning himself with just that half a sack thus far. He knows he's impacting the game more than just numbers.
I don't focus on stats. All I focus on is wins, winning the game. You know, that's all I care about, winning and losing. And as long as I'm doing everything I can do to help the team win, then I'm happy.
He was a surprise on the injury report, questionable with a hamstring, but is expected to play. And in college football, Louisville stunned number 2 Miami 24-21 as Carson Beck picked off 4 times. 55 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, The Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
$888-808-1019. Hit my line one time. Let's finish this thing. Let's run through the tape. Another sprint, another 5-hour show. It's good to be back doing these. See, the Yankees get eliminated, and I can't pout about that. I get more airtime when people are awake. I get to start at 7 and not like right now. Usually my show would be starting at 11 o'clock or later. Keith McPherson on The Fan. I just was tweeting out, like, over the years, I've been an Ohtani hater. Like, if you've listened to me, I've hated on Ohtani for the gambling stuff. I've hated on Ohtani for having a secret wife. I've hated on Ohtani for not giving the Yankees a shot, all these different things. I've found ways to hate on Ohtani for his interpreter, and we know full well he can speak English. Like, I'm not hating tonight. This is one that will go down in history. I will remember where I was watching all 3 of his homers right here at WFAN. This is one that when, we see the clips of it years down the line, sending the Dodgers back to the World Series, the Dodgers winning back-to-back National League pennants. Like, this is one that's going to be front of mind for a long time. 888-808-1019. Jose is in Brooklyn on The Fan next.
Good evening, Keith. Thank you for taking my call. I'm so glad to hear you come around on Shohei Ohtani, and it's not, just a national media bias. He is everything as advertised. He's a special player.
He's like that.
Oh, man. But I had a Jet point and a Yankee point. For the Jet point, I think the keys for the Jets to win is going to be, one, of course, Justin Fields. He's got to play better, and he's got to, actually play with confidence, because to me, that Denver game was just, like I said, it was just a huge disappointment, because it did allow the legitimacy and all the naysayers to pile on and kind of reverse the narrative on the other games, where the other games were lost because of bad defense primarily. So hopefully the Jets can keep the defense up and keep the flag going and see how it's going on. And as far as for the Yankees, I'm hoping for the Yankees. I don't know what's going on with how their situation is. Hearing that press conference, it just doesn't seem like there's any accountability for them. And I don't, and of course, we're not going to get what we want, which is, a change in philosophy, and hopefully, especially come playoff time, where we don't see Anthony Volpe trying to, jack home run shots on first pitch swinging, and it's just something
jack
that
home runs. He's just a consistent strikeout, an automatic out. Yeah,
Exactly.
and no, they don't have to be who's holding them accountable? You and I can't hold them accountable. The beat writers can't hold them accountable. Hal Steinbrenner wasn't even there.
True.
They don't have to answer to anybody. It was funny. I got on earlier this week, and I think Evan was saying, they've been quiet. They've been awfully quiet. And, I heard people talk about firing Boone. It's time to move on from Boone. I'm like, they are not firing Aaron Boone. And if you even think that there's a chance that Cashman gets fired, that's not how he's going to exit the building. He may never exit the building. He may just fall back into some type of senior emeritus overseer role, but they can do what they want. There is no accountability. There is no repercussions. They don't live in the world that we live in as fans, where we're hurt, where we're tired of it, where we want a championship, and we're tired of just accepting that. We were close. We had a bunch of good players. We had some all-stars. We won 94 games again, but we got to sit back and watch a team like the Dodgers go back to the World Series, or a team like the Blue Jays who beat us. Hopefully it's the Mariners, you know what I'm saying, and their fans. I would love for the story to be the Mariners get there and win it for the first time, but the Yankees should be better than this. And we can't accept, and we aren't accepting, they have winning seasons, 33 winning seasons. They're in the dance every year. Because, to me, being in the dance every year and calling it a crapshoot and not finding your way to win that thing, that points it back at you. What are you doing wrong that you just are this unlucky? What are you doing wrong that you're in the postseason every single year, but you're never the last team standing?
Mm-hmm.
In modern day time.
Exactly. And one thing, I was in the chat board, and someone asked if there was a stat to do clutch, and I'm like, you know what? We need to kind of look at batting average and runners in scoring position, because that was a stat that actually used to be brought up a lot to kind of emphasize whether if someone was hitting in the clutch, and hopefully they'll get back to at least playing fundamental baseball and not thinking that bunting and moving people over is a waste of time. That it's just
it's not even about bunting. Thanks for the call, Jose. They were getting 2 hit by the Toronto Blue Jays bullpen in an elimination game in their building, the last game of the year. It's got nothing to do with bunting. It's got to do with folding. It's got to do with being caught again. The Dodgers don't have a hole in their lineup. The Yankees have Anthony Volpe and Austin Wells at the bottom of their lineup. It's instant outs, and then the lineup turns over. It's Trent Grisham. So you mean to tell me that you're going to go Volpe, Wells, Trent Grisham through the whole postseason, and then this is the year that they want to keep consistency with the lineup, and when it's not working? It's whack, man. I'm tired of it. It sucks. It's Judge finally has a ridiculous postseason. I still believe Belly is hurt, and I feel like if Belly was signed, we would have got something in the press conference about Belly and his heel or whatever injury, but Belly wasn't effective. Ben Rice saw the first pitch of the postseason and bang, hit a home run. Then after that, where was Ben Rice? So great regular season for Ben Rice, but he's young and certainly felt like the pressure of the postseason. Jazz Chisholm is another one. I said earlier, if you weren't listening to the show, I was on the treadmill running today. And sometimes I'll just run, and I'll turn this treadmill up till 9, and I'll just run fast, and I'll just will get aggression out in the gym. And it dawned on me. I don't know why. I'm like, Jazz again. And I'm like, Jazz couldn't keep that ball in the infield. At least Jazz had that go-ahead home run in the Judge game. But I'm like, Jazz talked a big, and you guys heard me on the fan the night that they clinched. The first thing they get from Jazz, it's good. This will feel a lot better with a ring on my finger. Bro, chill. All you did was clinch. You're talking about winning the World Series. You got a long way to go. It's a team game. The Yankees got to fix some things, man. They got to figure some things out. But I know they won't, because they get into their meetings and they block out the noise. And they tell themselves, we know all of these things. We have all this data and all this information that the outside world doesn't. We're pretty good at this. Remember Cass saying, I think we're pretty effing good at this. Pretty effing good at this. I think you're like, what do you mean pretty effing good at this? The Dodgers are pretty effing good at this. You're pretty good at like beating up on the Twins, the Orioles, the White Sox to, get your 90-plus wins to get in the tournament, and then you get outclassed. And, like, even if you go back to last year, there are two things that they are able to, knock the Yankees' run of last year. Oh, you only got there with Juan Soto. Please. It's a team game. If Juan Soto was that great, why didn't he go crazy and win the World Series for them? And then also the American League Central. Look at the Yankees when they face the American League Central. I guess, woohoo, we beat the Red Sox this year in the wild card. And that Red Sox team had holes in their lineup. That Red Sox team, the lights were too bright for. They dropped the ball. They threw the ball around. They ended up with a kid on the mound that hadn't even been in Major League Baseball a month. So, like, how much can you really beat your chest and be proud of that? 888-808-1019. I'm taking calls. I know these Yankee fans are coming in, but it's a football Friday. But, like, this is why I don't want to talk about the Yankees, because it's a sore spot, and I want it to go away, but it's not going to go away. I'm aging out. I'm getting old, man. I'm not able to do what I used to do. I've been going to the stadium consistently for 10 years. I'm not going to be able to go to as many games. I'm like, I can't believe it. Like, when I was in college, I was so sure that I would have got another parade by now. That was 16 years ago. I was so sure that by the time I got a job in New York, the Yankees would win another World Series. If there was a way I could fix it, I would. But no, they're cool with just like competing and going to bed at night and telling themselves it's a crapshoot and it's hard to win the World Series. It's hard to get there. But other teams have figured it out with less resources than you. Other teams have figured it out because they don't take shortcuts like you do. The Dodgers are on everyone and everything. They will give up the prospects. They will spend the money, and then they will overuse this loophole to the point where everybody they have is deferred money, and they're able to stack a team that, like, they're not doing anything illegal, right? They're not doing, and then the teams that were doing stuff illegal, why didn't you do the illegal stuff? The Astros won illegally. The Red Sox won illegally. But I don't know. We're just. This is the get back. Shout out to my good friend Ray Negron. I was talking to Ray for a little bit today, and I was like, I get mad at the Yankees. I get pissed off about the end of the season, and I just got to get it out. But my guy Bourbon Legend was in the chat. He's like, Keith, you're scaring me. I better see you in Tampa in March. I'm like, of course you're going to see me in Tampa. I'm not like, it's my team, it's my squad, and the Yankees gave me so much joy as a kid that never goes away, and that's part of the addiction. That's part of the dopamine hit. When they are good, when they do give you this feeling that maybe this is the year, you get that feeling of when you were young and they got it done, and you want to see it again, and it's hard to just go away. Like, I'm not one of those out here fans, I haven't watched a game this year. Then you're not a real fan. I stopped watching then you're not really a Yankee fan, bro. I don't go to the stadium anymore. Okay, we're not the same type of fans. I could be mad as hell at the organization. I'm not going to abandon the team. I'll abandon the Dallas Cowboys, though. That's different. Anthony's in Brooklyn. What's up, Anthony? You got it.
Hey, what's up, Keith? Question. I believe that even if we don't have Bellinger next year, we're still going to make the playoffs. Okay?
They could survive without Belly.
Okay.
They have Dominguez. They have Spencer Jones. And they could add another outfielder that's not Kyle Tucker.
Okay, no, I agree with you. And here's my point. Okay, I don't think Cody's hurt. Okay, I think that before this playoff series, he played in like about 70 playoff games. Judge played in about 65. Judge had better numbers than him in the playoffs. Okay, if you go look at his playoff stats, you'll probably fall off your chair. He's a 211 lifetime in the playoffs. He batted 214 this year, hit a home run in a game that was,
game was out of reach.
Matter.
This game 2 in Toronto did not matter.
Right. So if he's going to look for 4 or 5 years, listen, I know anything could happen. You could have a good year, a good playoffs, let's say, but is this what we're looking forward to? I mean, when I saw his numbers, he had years where he batted like 058 in the playoffs. A couple of them. I was just shocked by it, but I don't know. Just wanted your opinion.
Yeah, I think he was hurt I think he had a heel issue, and obviously this late in the season, nobody is going on the IL or coming out of these games, and they downplayed it, as the Yankees tend to do. But specifically, when he slid home in Game 2 of the wild card, I think that's when I noticed it. He limped off, and then after that, the reporters are talking about it. He had a noticeable limp, and not making excuses for him. Because he played the outfield and he took all his at-bats. He did miss that one ball, I think, in Game 3 of the wild card where I'm like, maybe he's feeling it. But, you got to play better. You're a veteran. You're a former MVP. You've won a World Series with the Dodgers. You've been around the block. You're expected to be, a Batman or a Robin to Judge's Batman. Where was that guy? And that's, even in the chat, I see, I think Enzo said, Juan Soto would have made a big difference if he was with the Yanks from start to finish. He chose to join a franchise that doesn't go to the postseason back-to-back years. He should have known better. Maybe. We'll never know. We will never know. He did not want to run it back. I remember last year Stanton saying, stay with us. Just stay with us. We're going to go back. Because Stanton knew, I'm getting another year older. I can't be the, Robin to Judge's Batman, which it used to be the other way around. He was Batman, and Judge wasn't even Robin. I don't know. Judge was maybe Martian Manhunter or something. Joey's in the Bronx, New York. What's up, Joey? You're on the Fan.
Hey, Keith, thank you for taking my call.
You're welcome.
It's just the same old routine with this team. Defense just destroys us. Jazz Chisholm reminds me of Gleyber Torres in Game 1 of the World Series. All you got to do is get that relay into Judge, keep Ohtani at second base.
Yep, asleep at the wheel.
And you win the game. Cortez doesn't even come in.
Yep.
But because he's nonchalant, he bobbles the ball, and Ohtani goes to third. He scores.
Yep, those little things always, the ball will find you. What you do in the dark comes to the light. I don't have any more analogies for it with the Yankees, but the little things that they do to cut corners always show themselves.
And then I really believe not getting Soto, Cashman went out, he spent money, he got players, but Pete Alonso was dangling in the wind before we got Goldschmidt. Why don't we get him? I mean, that was the start. That would have been a George Senior move. We would have had Alonso. He was dangling in the wind. No one was getting him. And you had Belly, and you had Bregman.
Yeah, they always had their eye on Goldschmidt, and they weren't going to give that $30 million to Pete. It was always we got Ben Rice, and we'll add another. We'll add Goldschmidt. Cashman said he checked in on it, but they were not going to pay Pete what obviously the Mets paid him. And I know I say it, and people think I'm trolling or joking. The Yankees, they don't want to do what the Mets do. They don't. Pete is a whole Met. They were not trying to say, hey, we got your guy like that. They weren't trying to do that.
Right, he was a good player, though. And Fried didn't do too much in the playoffs either.
Yep. We got the bad version of him. We got the bad postseason version of him, a guy that we were relying on. That's why we need Cole back, and we need a better performance out of him. But, yeah, Fried let us down. But you know what? He let us down during the season. He had a stretch of 10 games where I was saying pack it up during the year. I'm like, if this is the version of Fried we're getting in the postseason, forget about it. And you know what? Yeah. That was the version that we ended up getting when we needed him the most in the DS. He didn't want any parts. Yep. He didn't want any parts of the Rogers Center and that Toronto lineup. He folded. No. As soon as Judge didn't play that ball right in right field, I'm like, here it comes.
And a bullpen session is a game that we're supposed to win. Unless I'm wrong, Keith, tell me I'm wrong, but we're supposed to win a bullpen session game. Sorry.
In Yankee Stadium? Hell yeah. A bullpen game with Cam Schlittler on the mound? I went in there that night confident that, this is going back to Toronto. It did not. Thanks for the call, Joey. Yeah. And then, the Volpe thing on this year is a huge stain because it doesn't make any sense to me. And you can try and talk around it that, he could play through it. You don't need him to play through it. He's not playing well. What are you talking about? It wasn't that bad. He could play through it. We don't want him to. He's not producing. Make it make sense? What is the point of playing a hurt player that is not performing well? Oh, I get it. It's because you will die hard on the decision that you made to draft the kid, quickly develop the kid, give him the starting shortstop spot, and you're going to see it through so you can get this moment where you just say, see, I told you so. And it never happened. It never happened. 150 strikeouts, 19 errors, probably 1,000 men left on base. I don't even know that number. I remember them flashing it. I forget what series it was. I was like, this guy leads the league in runners left on base. This is terrible for us. But Cashman and Boone, they never mind that. And then their stories were crossed. Boone, because he put him in the lineup every day. No, it didn't affect him. And then Cashman, well, clearly it affected him. He got surgery on it, and he had his worst year ever. And then some of you will say, oh, he had the same exact year. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. What were you watching? Oh, his numbers at the plate were the same. I'm talking about the full year. You don't think he overcompensated a little bit in the field, feeling that? Why couldn't he hold on to the bat? How many times you see the bat go flying? Because when he's swinging and that left arm is coming, it's foolish, man. This is the highest level. I don't know. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We'll just complain about the Yankees probably the rest of the way as Roki Sasaki just gets those final outs to send the Dodgers back to the World Series. I'll sit here and be jealous and mope and watch them pop champagne. Why not? I've got about 30 minutes left. Don't go anywhere. I'm coming right back.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
The tush push is wide open, and we can all see that, the offensive linemen are pre-snap moving, and it should be a penalty every single time.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
During the Jeep Drive Into Fall event, well-qualified current FCA lessees get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2025 Grand Cherokee Laredo X4x4 for $389 a month for 24 months with $2,249 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-8925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease to qualify. Extra charge for miles over 15,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery from dealer stock by 11/3. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what's to do with your unwanted bills? Ever seen an origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Jokes aside, Verizon has the most ways to save on phones and plans where everyone in the family can choose their own plan and save. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metric True Score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Huddle up with BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this college football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays, live betting, or bet on new markets thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of college football offers found nowhere else. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. When it comes to college football, never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM, make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Promotions may vary by market. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
Kick off the new season in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Upgrade to a new GLC, GLE, or GLS, or take advantage of their loaner-to-owner program. Buy or lease a 2025 X-Loaner and enjoy a like-new Mercedes-Benz. Now at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Upgrade your laundry routine with a durable and reliable Maytag laundry pair at Lowe's. Like the new Maytag washer and dryer with performance-enhanced stain-fighting power. Designed to cut through serious dirt and grime. And what's great is this laundry pair is in stock and ready for delivery when you need it the most. Don't miss out. Shop Maytag in-store or online today at Lowe's.
As a mom,
Comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use this directly.
Fun is in the driver's seat at Nielsen Dodge. Get a great deal on the new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram you really want with 0 down payment available, plus the credit help you need. Shop online at nielsendodge.com. Drive into fall event.
Hey everyone, Boomer here. How long have I been talking about the Chef IQ Sense wireless thermometer? You know how much I love it, but check out what one of our listeners says. It's phenomenal. You want to make a brisket, you look at your phone, and your mouth starts watering when you've got 20 minutes left. Phenomenal. The Chef IQ Sense is the wireless cooking thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking your chicken, fish, or meat. Whether cooking on a stovetop, oven, or grill, the app alerts you when everything's done. Order the newly released 3rd generation Chef IQ Sense now at chefiq.com.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium iced or hot coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions, participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Run or walk with Giants legends. The Giants Foundation will host a 5K race and kids run presented by Quest on Sunday, October 26th at 9 a.m. at MetLife Stadium. Net proceeds will benefit the Giants Foundation. All participants will receive a commemorative t-shirt, and after the race, stay for a post-race festival with appearances by Giants legends and a live DJ. Register now at giants.com/5K. The Giants Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Sitting in the driver's seat of the Nissan Kicks is like the best seat in the house. You're in the action. And with the Nissan Kicks all-wheel drive, you can go find the best views. And with the 10-speaker Bose Personal Plus audio system, you can hear everything. Your new wheels await. Reimagine your ride with the reimagined Nissan Kicks. Now get the 2025 Nissan Kicks starting at just $21,830. Shop your local Nissan store or nissanusa.com. Starting MSRP at $21,830 for base model. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP. MSRP excludes up to $1,495 destination and handling charges, tax, title, and license. Dealer sets actual price.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
I'm sick. I didn't think I would feel this sick, but seeing them celebrate on that field in Dodger Stadium with their hats and their shirts, and it brought flashbacks back to them celebrating Yankee Stadium. Pain, misery. You know, I guess this is what the baseball world felt like when I was coming out of elementary school and the Yankees were three-peating. You know, I guess this is just a get back. I guess this was just what goes around comes around. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I just sat here for a 5-hour KM to AM on October 17th. And number 17 for the Los Angeles Dodgers, Shohei Ohtani, just put together there's no argument, the best postseason performance we've ever seen from one player. And I felt it coming, and if you were listening to my show, I'm like, what the hell? This guy just struck out the side to start the game. And then in the bottom of the inning, he homered. And then he would go on to hit 3 homers, have a hat trick. And he struck out 10, going 6 innings, only giving up 2 hits. I know some people in Japan had the ticket. I know he sent the text message like, bro, I'm going to dominate the Brewers tonight. Take me for 3 homers. Let me stop hating. Let me stop hating. I can't. I'm sick watching this. You know, I just tweeted out, I said the Dodgers don't do BS. They don't just play people because they're on the roster or they believe in them. They play their best players. They keep adding the best players every year. They have the best player. They do this in the offseason. They do this in the deadline. This is what they do. They have fully taken advantage of this deferral loophole. They're back-to-back champs. Doesn't matter if it's the Blue Jays. Doesn't matter if it's the Mariners. Neither one of those teams are equipped to knock them off. I have a text group. I was in the 2014 MLB Fan Cave. If you know, you know. And one of the members of the Fan Cave is my good friend Serena Sanchez, diehard Dodgers fan. Her pops has had season tickets since '88. Whenever I go out there, I roll with them. They show me love. And every single year, she's just got merchandise of them going to the postseason, going to the NLCS, going to the World. Like, it's what they do. It's part of their culture. She's there right now. And my boy Stanton, who is the White Sox fan, just texted in the chat. He said, yeah, that's the greatest postseason performance of all time. I'm not even responding. I don't even want to talk to y'all. I don't want to talk about baseball, man. Because I'm a Yankee fan that got brainwashed as a kid that this is what the Yankees were going to do. The Yankees were going to spend the money. The Yankees were going to find the loophole. The Yankees were always going to get the best players. The Yankees were just going to add talent on talent on talent on talent. It would be a meritocracy. It would be based on who the best people are. There would never be these stupid games of, we believe in this guy, or this guy's got to play because of this. Or we're going to give Aaron Hicks a big contract. We're going to trade for Josh Donaldson. We're going to, come on, bro. And like when we talk about the accountability with Cashman never has to take accountability for the mistakes. Oh, we're going to bring in IKF. Oh, we're going to get Joey Gallo. Oh, we're going to give Severino a big contract. I just realized, we're talking about them wasting Judge's prime. They wasted my fandom prime. I'm aging out, bro. I'm mad as hell. I'll be damn near 40. I just had the prime years of my life living in New York City thinking we were definitely going to win a World Series. I would definitely see a parade. But, I'm washed now. I'm cooked now, bro. I'm in here with my Devils gear. I'm going to just root for the Devils to do it, bro. Come on, Devils. Let's have a parade in Newark. Come on, Devils. Bring it home. Peter's in Beacon, New York on the Fan. What's up, Peter?
Hey, Keith, thanks for taking the call. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for making it.
So you just touched on something that I want to hit on real quick, if I can, besides the point I wanted to make about Volpe in the offseason. So I'm 56 years old. I have 50 years of memories of being a Yankee fan. My first memory was in the old stadium, walking out into the upper deck when I was 6 years old. I have been a Yankee fan, diehard, since I was a young boy. I can vividly remember coming home from school in '78 to watch that playoff game in Boston, and Bucky Dent hit that home run. I was fortunate enough to be at every single postseason game in 1996. I went to every game home and away. We were down 0-2. I thought for sure that we were going to lose, but I still went to Atlanta. And, George instilled in my generation of fans, and it sounds like, you're in between generations with me, but you're still of that mindset that, yeah, we were going to win every year. And if we didn't, it was a failure. And unfortunately, his son does not think that way. He just doesn't. And, this generation that I'm a part of now gets chastised today for thinking that way, and that, no, you can't think that way. It's not right to think that way. And I struggle with that. I do. Hal runs the team differently. Boone is the manager. Boone is doing exactly what Hal and what Cashman want him to do. And that's why he's still here. And the lack of accountability you just touched on speaks volumes to why things, as long as ownership is what it is today, they care about generating the money over victories, and it's not going to change. It's just not, and I struggle with that. I went to the home games for the wild card series. I went to the home games for the division series, and you touched on a few minutes ago when Bellinger got hurt. Bellinger, I'm going to give him a pass because his hitting disappeared. Yes, I know he's a .211 career postseason hitter, but I thought he was ready for a breakout postseason this year. And then he hurt his heel in Game 2 at the stadium, and his hitting was just it was a ghost after that. For me, I thought they had a chance until Jazz gave 3 runs away in that Schlittler game in the DS. I was there. It was painful to watch. Again, it's lack of accountability, top to bottom. It just is. And I don't know, other than ownership changing, which it's not going to. I don't know what it's going to take to make the change. I just don't.
Unfortunately, Peter, it has already changed. They can't go back to what it used to be. This is what it is. They find wins in the little successes, and that's what Cashman talks about. Ultimately, we failed at our ultimate goal, but we had some successes, and they don't have to ever take accountability for their mistakes and the things that they did to cause the failure. They don't say anything about why they played DJ LeMahieu over and over. There was no need to play DJ at all this year. Why did you come into this season without a third baseman?
It's the same reason they did what they did to Volpe. So I'm fortunate to live right across the street from Hudson Valley High A. I've seen Wells. I've seen Volpe. I'm a season ticket holder. I went to a lot of games over the last 10 years there, and I've seen Volpe. I've seen Dominguez. I have seen Spencer Jones. I have seen Ben Rice. And I can tell you right now, Ben Rice should be catching over Wells any day. His bat is better. I think he'll be a better defensive catcher.
But they're going to have him work on being the first baseman over the offseason. They're going to work on him scooping the ball, and I bet you that he's the starting first baseman. They're not going to go spend money on one.
They probably won't, and I think you're right. I think it's wrong, but I think you're right. Volpe, I love the kid. I sit right by the on-deck circle where my season tickets are. The players chat with you when you're on deck occasionally. I've watched this kid develop. They did him wrong this year. It's the same reason they let LeMahieu play third. It's the same mindset. They knew Volpe was hurt. They should have not had, when they picked up Caballero, they should have had Volpe go out for the season, get the surgery done, let Caballero play short. Instead, they broke down the development they did with this kid for years. And now he's not your starting shortstop at the beginning of the year because he won't be ready to play.
And how is he supposed to improve, Peter? What is he supposed to do this offseason to change his approach, to work on his fielding, to work on his throwing,
he can't swing
to
a bat
get
for
better?
4 months.
Exactly.
We're saying the same thing. They really, really did him dirty by not taking him out after the All-Star game, letting him get the surgery, then shut down his season so that he can't swing a bat or field a ball for 4 months.
But it's their own foolish pride. It wasn't Anthony Volpe, who's only 24 years old, saying, no, this is what I want.
I'm with you. I don't blame Volpe at all. It's Cashman's fault.
Me either. Cashman said, I checked on him and I asked him, how's your shoulder doing? And he says, never felt better. Well, that's a lie.
Yeah.
That's a kid lying to you because he wants to get you to go away because he doesn't want to not be in the lineup that day. Never felt better.
Of course.
I'm sure you felt better before you tore your labrum. We watched that game against Tampa on May the 3rd. They stopped the game for 10 minutes. He was hurt.
10 minutes
he
he was on the field. Yes, he was in pain. And for people who are blind to say that his offense didn't struggle, his WAR is the worst WAR he's ever had. And war isn't everything, but let's face it, it was a.
If you watch every game like you, I go to 50 games a year. I watch every single game. You could tell. I mentioned him losing the bat. I'm like, well, damn, he can't hold on to his bat.
Yeah, your description of the bat is perfect to show that he was injured.
I watched him. He's fielding the ball and he's dropping down. He's overcompensating for something. His mechanics are off, and it's like this is a routine ground ball.
The other teams knew it, and they exploited it.
So.
They knew it and they exploited it.
The Yankees, it is shameful that they don't do better. It is shameful that they always think they can get by and cut corners and do little things. And then when the best of the best are playing, they get exposed.
The biggest problem I think the Yankees face is that they believe they're the New York Yankees. They're not the New York Yankees. The Yankees today are not the New York Yankees of yesterday.
Yeah, they're not what they were. That's why I said the change has happened. Like, for it to change back.
You're right. You said it earlier.
There is,
I agree.
This is what, I've accepted that this is what they are, and we just need some dumb luck. we just need some dumb luck one year for it to work out. It is not going to be like the Dodgers that I'm watching celebrate. They planned for this. This is the Dodgers Invitational now. Like, they plan on winning the National League Championship and going to the World Series.
They could be like the Braves and go on that streak of winning the pennant for quite a good number of years and getting to the World Series for quite some time. And I never thought I would see another team three-peat ever again after the Yankees did it. Until now. And now I believe the Dodgers are poised to do it. I do.
Yep.
And I hate that.
And then we're going to lock out. Thank you for the call, Peter. Great call. And like Peter sounds like somebody that I've met at the stadium when I shout out the season ticket holders, when I shout out some of the older fans that I might end up sitting with for a little while, that I have conversations with that have lived this a lot longer than me. Like, I don't know who's more frustrated. Like, the older fan that can remember the 70s and then went through the 80s and then had the joy of the 90s, early 2000s, and then is here, or the young fan that didn't have any of that and has just watched the Yankees win one World Series in the last 25 years and is like, what is this? 888-808-1019. I will take the next three calls from Phil, Craig, and Josh, and then I'm up out of here. Thanks for listening to my show. Stay in the chat if you're in the chat. And, Pete Hoffman comes up next, so let's break it down, and I'll be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
All you want to see is some guy who's out there giving every single bit of what he has on every single play. And he's like a regular guy that maybe your son's friends with that you think is nuts. And you're like, oh, you going out with Cam tonight? Oh,
listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Lunch was great. Greenwich Village is a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Sitting in the driver's seat of the Nissan Kicks is like the best seat in the house. You're in the action. And with the Nissan Kicks all-wheel drive, you can go find the best views. And with the 10-speaker Bose Personal Plus audio system, you can hear everything. Your new wheels await. Reimagine your ride with the reimagined Nissan Kicks. Now get the 2025 Nissan Kicks starting at just $21,830. Shop your local Nissan store or nissanusa.com. Starting MSRP at $21,830 for base model. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP. MSRP excludes up to $1,495 destination and handling charges, tax, title, and license. Dealer sets actual price.
Move and be moved in the Mazda CX-5. The smart choice from those who expect more from their drive. With standard iActive all-wheel drive and advanced safety features, the CX-5 gives you confidence in every condition. Its effortless handling and responsive performance set it apart from the crowd. Inside, you'll find thoughtful crafted design for comfort and connection. There's more to a Mazda. Lease the Mazda CX-5 for $229 a month. Visit your local Mazda dealer or MazdaUSA.com.
If you're injured in an accident, the Rothenberg Law Firm is on your side. A legendary team that has won billions over 5 decades. The Rothenberg Law Firm. 1-800-624-8888 or injurylawyer.com.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium iced or hot coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions, participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Run or walk with Giants legends. The Giants Foundation will host a 5K race and kids run presented by Quest on Sunday, October 26th at 9 a.m. at MetLife Stadium. Net proceeds will benefit the Giants Foundation. All participants will receive a commemorative t-shirt, and after the race, stay for a post-race festival with appearances by Giants legends and a live DJ. Register now at giants.com/5K. The Giants Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Clayton Kershaw on the mic and screen right now, carried to another World Series. He could never get it done. Now he's just kicking back like, let me get these 2 rings with y'all and enjoy the ride. Yeah, I'm hating. At least next year we don't have to worry about the Dodgers winning because Nolan McLean and Juan Soto will stop them. Yeah, the Make It Happen Mets will win the National League next year with Cody Bellinger. Phil is in Sheepshead Bay on the Fan. What's up, Phil?
Hey, Keith. Good evening. Keith, I was going to speak about the trade with approval from Detroit Tigers, but I decided something. I'm listening to what you have to say about the Yankees, the way they run the team. Well, I have a friend that's worth almost $1 million in stocks. I once borrowed $2 from him, and he says to me, we're sitting in IHOP. You owe me $2. I said, I owe you $2. I'll pay it. But what are you going to do with your $750,000? This is how the Yankees operate now. Very petty. They're afraid to spend money. And I don't know what happened to that team because it's a complete reversal of what they used to be.
I mean, they've only done ridiculous numbers as far as what they've made year after year after year in this drought. But, hey, that has nothing to do with what they spend on the team. They spend what they want to spend on the team. They got enough. They don't believe
you know what I think?
Spend that
As
much
long
on
as all these people are in the seats during the week, they're 44,000.
That's a win.
They're not going to budge. They're not going to do much.
Exactly, Phil. That is a huge win for the Yankees that they sell out that building for every postseason game, even though they only had 5.
Right, exactly. And also, what about all the extras they're getting from the station and here and there, advertisements,
Business is booming. Business is good.
And what I noticed is on some of their commercials, they show stuff their past glory. I don't want to know about their past glory. What have you been doing for me lately?
Every time it's 10 year, 15, 25, 30 year, every time they can make a bobblehead of one of the past, of course.
Yeah, of course. Anyway, have a good evening, and hopefully maybe something will happen to the corporates that run the Yankees.
Well, the new Steve Cohen or the new George Steinbrenner, Steve Cohen's got to save us. Go ahead, Steve. Go out and get Alex Bregman, get Kyle Tucker, get Belly, trade for Tarek Skubal, and go stop the Dodgers. Craig is down in Florida on the Fan next. What's up, Craig?
Hey, Keith. Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, we all can.
Hello? All right. I want to ask you a question. How old are you?
37.
You're 37? All right. So you were born in the late 80s?
1996 was the first year that I actually can recall being a Yankee fan and caring that the Yankees won the World Series. So,
yeah, I'm 16 now. I was 3 months old when they won in 2009, and I have a driver's license now. And
you were the kid I was talking about. You are the child I was talking about. I said a baby was born around the time of the last World Series, and that kid is behind the wheel now.
Yep. Well, I don't know what the driving age is in New York, but the permit age in
16.
Florida, it was the license age here. Yeah. Yeah, I got a full license down here 16. So I've been driving by myself to my little brother's school by myself in the morning, listening to the Fan. But here's the thing. You say you hate the Dodgers, and as somebody who's never known anything from the Yankees other than the expectation of when are they going to choke or, whose cheating scandal are they going to be a part of? Is it going to be the Astros this year or some other team? I don't hate the Dodgers. I really don't.
You admire
I see
them.
As,
I hate them because they do what we used to do and we can't do now. That is where the hate comes from. That's why I'm sick watching them. I'm like, why can't this be us?
I know. I wish that too. But then I just look at them and especially in the 2024 World Series, I hated them and for the rest of the night after that. But here's the thing. I don't know how to say, I don't hate them, but it's the Yankees could have done that. And honestly, I see no reason as a Yankee fan to hate the Dodgers, especially because the Yankees had the opportunity to be going back up 3-2 if they made actual little league level
I was at the
plays.
World Series. Thanks for the call, Craig. I hate the Dodgers. Josh is in Philadelphia, my last call of the night.
Yo, Keith. Love you, bro.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks for calling.
Keep spitting bars, by the way.
I will keep rapping. It's a talent that I have, and I know that nobody else around here can do that.
I love it. Yo, bro. I love it. I'm 46. Been in Philly for 20 plus years, a little bit, but still born and raised in New York, love the Yankees. The only thing I will say to dispute you right now is, first of all, we've been spoiled. I've been spoiled in my lifetime. And
what have you done for me lately?
I understand, but I don't agree with Evan very often, but I will say the Dodgers are the real evil empire. I would rather, give me the music. I would rather the Yankees, with all the homegrown talent, the 90s, everything we went through, re-signing our own guys, to go through that rather than buy championships. I would rather that than this right now.
Not me.
That's why I'm going to rather.
However you get the championship, you get the championship.
On my boys to go through it. Let's go.
Like, the Dodgers have a whole loophole. They have finessed the whole system. Don't hate the player, Keith. Hate the game. I hate that Rob Manfred allows this, and they won't allow it for longer. Because right now, there are 29 owners in Major League Baseball saying, this must end. And the show must end. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Have a good weekend. See you Monday. Goodbye.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN New York.
Regular season battles in football. Off-season moves in baseball. The Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets all live here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Run or walk with Giants legends. The Giants Foundation will host a 5K race and kids run presented by Quest on Sunday, October 26th at 9 a.m. at MetLife Stadium. Net proceeds will benefit the Giants Foundation. All participants will receive a commemorative t-shirt, and after the race, stay for a post-race festival with appearances by Giants legends and a live DJ. Register now at giants.com/5K. The Giants Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Lunch was great. Greenwich Village is a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Sitting in the driver's seat of the Nissan Kicks is like the best seat in the house. You're in the action. And with the Nissan Kicks all-wheel drive, you can go find the best views. And with the 10-speaker Bose Personal Plus audio system, you can hear everything. Your new wheels await. Reimagine your ride with the reimagined Nissan Kicks. Now get the 2025 Nissan Kicks starting at just $21,830. Shop your local Nissan store or nissanusa.com. Starting MSRP at $21,830 for base model. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP. MSRP excludes up to $1,495 destination and handling charges, tax, title, and license. Dealer sets actual price.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 12 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by policeofficersrighttosue.com. Shohei Ohtani, a night for the ages. 3 home runs to go along with 6 scoreless innings, a 2-hit ball with 10 Ks as the Dodgers dispose of the Brewers 5-1 to complete the sweep. And they're back in the World Series for the 5th time since 2017. Eugenio Suarez went deep twice, including the go-ahead grand slam. Cal Raleigh also went yard. Mariners scored 5 times in the 8th. They stunned the Blue Jays 6-2, take a 3-2 series advantage. Jets still in search of that elusive first victory. Same for Aaron Glenn as a head coach, but he continues to preach the building blocks.
The focus of this week is winning this game, hands down, point blank. But also making sure that we improve. But there's no way to consistently win without improving. So the guys have done a good job of that. We know we have a lot of work to do. We're not running away from where we are. But again, we're looking to improve.
Jets likely without their best wide receiver, as Garrett Wilson is listed as doubtful. Giants and Broncos engaging in plenty of talk back and forth. Brian Dable, though, downplaying the impact that it's going to have.
That's a really good football team. None of that really matters. What matters is how you perform during the week and how you play on Sunday.
52 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM, the Fan, WFAN.
It's the Pete Hoffman Show on WFAN.
Week 7 of the NFL is here, and let's just say it started out with a bang on Thursday night as we saw 2 very familiar quarterbacks put up 7 touchdowns, almost threw for 600 yards combined. And I feel like I've seen them before. I feel like I've seen Aaron Rodgers and Joe Flacco before. Oh, that's right. They played for the New York Jets within the past 5 years. Both of them. And they were both utter colossal embarrassments with the New York Jets. And all I thought about as I watched that game on Thursday night was, it's not Aaron Rodgers. It's not Joe Flacco. It really is the Jets. They really do suck. They really are unorganized. They really, truly are an embarrassment. And it just makes me feel that I am emotionally ripped to shreds, and I feel bad for Aaron Glenn. I feel for Aaron Glenn because the writing on the wall is there. He's never going to get it right because the fan base is never going to allow it, and the owner is never going to allow it either. Everybody is impatient. Everybody is over the top with their expectations of this team. I mean, we don't even know what we want. Like, this is a perfect year to completely lose, just get destroyed and murdered in every single game, go 0-17 and get the number 1 overall draft pick. But there's no one to draft. Then I hear from other people, well, I want to at least be competitive. Well, This franchise that was you were lied to. You were lied to when you were told that Joe Douglas knew what he was doing. You were lied to. Because if he knew what he was doing, this team would not look this awful. Because right now, yeah, we could sit there and say it's Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji, but a lot of this is Joe Douglas. A lot of these picks, a lot of these players, Joe Douglas. So let's not try and make it all about Glenn and all about Muji. It's everybody. It's the lie of the century that this New York Jet franchise is ever going to get it right. Even when they get it right, they back into it or make a mistake. I mean, legitimately, you want to go back to some playoffs that they made over, back in 2009, 2010, whatever year it was. They legitimately backed into the playoffs. The Bengals allowed them to back into the playoffs. They've never had it easy because they don't make it easy. And the one thing I will tell you, whatever you want, 888-808-1019, whatever you want to say about the New York Giants, whatever you want to say about, Brian Daboll and Joe Shane and how you thought, this team, it hasn't been great over the past few years. The one thing that John Mara does is he knows how to build success. It may not look like it over the past few years because they kept on going the wrong paths, but he tries to be loyal to a T. He's given Daboll and Shane ample opportunity. And all of a sudden, you're starting to see things develop. You're starting to see the fruit come to life. And why is that? Because John Mara makes sure he gets everything out of the people that he hires. Daniel Jones, he believed that Daniel Jones was a real NFL, was a real Santa. Yes, there is a Santa Claus. Yes, Daniel Jones could play quarterback in the NFL. He believed that was legitimate. And now, whatever you want to say about the failed experiment with Daboll and Jones, you can't force people on each other, but he tried. He wanted Daniel Jones to have success. And it didn't work. But now you've given Joe Shane enough time to build something that he's wanted to build, and Daboll an opportunity to go get his quarterback. And all of a sudden, the Giants look like they actually are headed to the right direction. They're actually giving you, in week 7, making a trip to Denver against the Broncos, who is arguably a top, 5 or 6 team in the AFC East, AFC period. The Giants have a shot. This is a game. It's excitement. There's anticipation. The Jets are trying to stop an offer. They're 0-6. There's no sign of life. Their best wide receiver, the best player on the team is their wide receiver in Garrett Wilson, who's probably not going to play. Their other quote-unquote best player, or the player that got paid, in Ahmed Gardner, nowhere to be found on the field. He's playing, supposedly. And you're about to play a Carolina Panther team who is, exceeding all odds, and actually they're getting points at MetLife against the Jets. That just shows you how bad the Jets are right now. You should be arguably a -3 if you're a home team. That's usually what they do. They give you 3 points because you're a home team. The Carolina Panthers are coming to MetLife and are giving points to the Jets. That is how bad this New York Jets team is currently constructed right now. And it starts at the top. And Woody Johnson really has to take a look at himself and say, I'm giving the reins to Darren Muji and Aaron Glenn. And I really have to contemplate and think about what I am doing here. Is this franchise Going to change overnight? Clearly, no. It's not. It's going to take time. It's completely going to take time. But he's got to give it that time. And if he believes in Glenn and he believes in Muji, he's got to give him the length that it's needed to get it right. No matter what everyone complains about, no matter what everyone says, you kind of just got to do what they ask for. I don't think Glenn's the guy. I don't think Muji's the guy. I think they needed a veteran piece to fix this puzzle. But unless Woody Johnson is going to go and fire the two of them after 1 year, then he's going to have to see this thing out for a good 5-6 years. And for Jets fans, that means a lot of heartbreak, a lot of heartache, and just no hope until you can actually draft the right pieces and build the right franchise. But we've seen how they mask things. We've seen the Jets, how they mask things, which is the whole thing of like Flacco and Rodgers. They've tried to mask their deficiencies with quick fixes. And those only work when your franchise is in the right stages, in the right places. The Pittsburgh Steelers can deal with a 1 or 2 year deal of Aaron Rodgers. You want to know why? Because Mike Tomlin has been there forever. You might think that, and hate the fact that the Steelers haven't won anything in a long time. Oh, they haven't had success since Roethlisberger. But they continue to make the playoffs every year. They continue to show some level of success every year. They're kind of like the Yankees. They get back to the playoffs. Do they win? No. But they get there. That's tough to say for a lot of other teams in the NFL. But Mike Tomlin continues to push the right buttons to get his team to play well enough to get him to the playoffs every year. And you tip the cap to that. And that's why you're able to go through last year with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. And that's why you're able to go with Aaron Rodgers this year and find success. And then Flacco with the Bengals. Yeah, the Bengals defense is Swiss cheese. Everyone's known that for a while. Their savior is their offense. Their savior is the fact that they have a juggernaut of an offense. They have offensive talent up the wazoo between Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Chase Brown. You go down the list of offensive gifts that the Bengals have. Joe Flacco just goes in there. I'm a veteran quarterback. I know what I'm doing. Oh, and everyone's good? Yeah, of course we're going to have success. That just shows how bad the Jets have been. Where you brought in a quarterback in Aaron Rodgers, and even he couldn't figure it out. So, yeah, I know it's, more than 24 hours since the Thursday night game. But it's still weighing on my mind that this Jets franchise is giving you nothing to hope for. Absolutely nothing. 888-808-1019. And you have two choices. You either run this thing to the ground right now, burn it down, and start fresh after this year, and you move on from Glenn and you move on from Muji already, or you just suck it up and say, all right, they got 5 years, and it's going to be a long 5 years, but I'm going to stay far, far away from this. I don't know if the fan base can deal with that anymore. I truly don't think they can. That's arguably the toughest thing to do is sit there and say, oh, yeah, we'll give it another 5 years. The Jets fans have been dying to get back to the playoffs since 2010. This is not like we just tasted the playoffs a few years ago. We were in the AFC Championships not too long ago. Well, it's okay. You have to go through these ups and downs, the bumps and bruises once in a while. This franchise has been a dumpster fire for going on 15 years, and it's continuing the process. So it's your choice. I say Glenn and Muji, one and done, and then you go get me somebody who is going to actually change this franchise. I got to be honest with you. I'm already starting with Bill Belichick. 888-808-1019. It's the number to call. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5 a.m. when Joe Beningo takes over. And then my ass is flying to Denver to watch the Giants and the Broncos. Because I work for the Giants, but also because that is going to be a sick game. We'll get into a ton of that. Giants, Denver. And then obviously we will go to, get into the baseball a little bit. You had Boone speak. You had Cashman speak. The Dodgers are on the way to the World Series, and I cannot wait to just go off on the Dodgers because everyone's sitting there and be like, how are the Dodgers so good? How can we be like the Dodgers? You got to spend money. You got to everyone just keeps on going to the Dodgers. I'm going to break down this Dodger thing in a way that hopefully you've never heard before. And if you've heard it before, hopefully I spin it in a way where you get a chuckle or two out of it. But the reality is we should all be pissed at baseball and the LA Dodgers. 888-808-1019. Again, it's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5 a.m. You can always hit me up at Hoff, WFAN on social media. And don't forget the Odyssey app has everything you can imagine. It's got podcasting. It's got the live stream. If you want to, you can go back and listen to shows that you may have missed. Whatever it is, you want to go listen to those interviews, it's all there on the Odyssey app. But let's break into these phones. 888-808-1019. Patrick is in Hillsborough. Patrick, what's up, bud?
Hey, man, I just got two things I want to say about the Jets and the Giants real quick. I completely agree with what you said about the Jets and Woody. Like, this team, they just fire people and blame other people, but I think it comes down to Woody. I think over time, it's like, you had no progress in years, and it's like you just for the next person. We saw it with Salah and the new guy. I don't know. I just think they need a revamp, and Woody needs to do something. But I will say about the Giants.
And here's the thing is, Patrick, it's weird because I say I want him to do something, and he just did something. He just fired Douglas and Saleh. But why did he fire Douglas and Saleh? Because he tried to meddle and put basically the pressure was on for Saleh and Douglas, so they went out of their way to go and move mountains for Aaron Rodgers, and you knew this team wasn't ready for that. Like, hello?
Yeah, there's a lot of hype in the city over that. I just wanted to add about the Giants. For anyone who talks bad about the Giants, I know the Jets fans and the Cowboys fans, they obviously have MetLife a lot. Cowboys fans are everywhere, but the Giants can't knock us out. I know we've had trouble since Eli, but we've won a title in the last decade over the last 4. So I'm still hopeful for this decade, but we got something. Anyways, that's it.
Patrick, thanks so much for the phone call. I appreciate it. Yeah, listen, the Giants, do they have something? I mean, right now you have something to be excited about, that's for sure. I don't know if Dart and Skattebo are going to be able to put you into a level of competition in the NFC East right now. Obviously, this weekend is huge. The whole NFC East can change a drop of a dime this weekend. There's a lot of things that can happen that could put the New York Giants in a place where we're legitimately talking about, oh my goodness, it's not even just playoffs. NFC East is very much up for grabs. And you could say that now, but to then walk into a gauntlet with the Broncos and the Eagles, it's almost like don't bite off too much. We're going to get into the Giants in a few and their fight with the Broncos and all that stuff. And I get it. It's exciting. There's stuff to talk about. It is finally, competitive football. You have anticipation. You have a feel that the Giants could actually win this game. Now, can they win this game? It's debatable. But do they have a chance? Is there an actual... Can you actually envision them winning? I can. Between Skattebo and Dart on the ground, I could see that. I can't see that with the Jets. I can't see that ever with this Jets franchise. And that's what I'm having a problem with, is that I've seen the Jets try and experiment so many different ways and so many different efforts to make the team better. and they keep making the same mistake. They don't commit, and then when they do feel like they're saying they're committing, they do things to then make it look like they're not committing. Again, they never committed to Joe Douglas and Robert Saleh. Why do I say that? Because they force-fed Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson was force-fed to both Saleh and Joe Douglas. Like, that was never a thing. Like, they couldn't move on from Zach Wilson. And the next quarterback up was Aaron Rodgers. Think about how terrible that was. Zach Wilson into Aaron Rodgers. Like, where's the middle ground? Where's the... I understand, Joe Douglas was supposed to build this franchise and build the New York Jets into something that was supposed to be sustainable. That's what his job was. That's what he said he was really good at. Now, he might have failed, and it kind of looks like he did. But part of that is because the quarterback position, the most important position on the field, was dictated to both Robert Saleh and Joe Douglas. 888-808-1019. All right, we're going to get into some Giant stuff coming up next on the Fan as well. But if you want to get into that Jet stuff, again, if you're the Jets fans right now, what are you rooting for? For me, I'm okay with a really bad season and Glenn and Muji one and done, and you actually go and find people to change this organization, because this is not it. Or do you want to sit there and ride with Glenn and Muji for 5 years and cross your fingers that they're the geniuses that are going to change this and that they're going to be allowed to change it? That's what I want to know. 888-808-1019. Evan and more, we'll get to you guys on the other side of the glass. 888-808-1019. Those will take your phone calls, make your phone calls there. Don't forget the Odyssey app. And as always, you can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
The tush push is wide open, and we can all see that, the offensive linemen are pre-snap moving, and it should be a penalty every single time.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Still spending on search ads, hoping to capture new customers? The truth is, search reaches people who already know your brand and is rapidly being replaced by AI. If you want real growth, you need to get in front of new customers on streaming TV, where attention is high on their favorite programming. Viant has proven technology to reach the right customers on the best programming, delivering real outcomes. Want better results? Visit ViantCTV.com today.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Talk sports hands-free. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
And Muji, kind of just figure it out this year on their own. And after they've gone 0-17, you just show them the door and say, this wasn't it. This is not what I expected. And we move on. And then actually bring in people, reinforcements that can actually make a difference in this building. Now, I won't lie. The one thing that Glenn did well and Muji did well so far is it seems like they've cut the cords on a lot of excess waste, and I hate to say that. I hate to make this about the employees, but there's a lot of leaks in the Jets camps. Like, that's just the reality. There's a lot of negativity. The feel is not great. They're trying to change that. They're trying to change the mood. They're trying to get rid of the leaks. So what do? I know that it didn't look great, but they offered a lot of people, packages to move on. And I think the goal is to say, hey, if you're not with us, you're against us. And if you're not going to be on board with what we're preaching, then you're against us. And we can't have that. We can't win with a too many cooks in the kitchen mentality or type of feel. So I actually feel like that's necessary because, again, and this is not to say I want people to lose their jobs, but I will say is this. For a franchise that has not won anything since '69, major changes need to happen. And sometimes you have to look within and be like, all right, what needs to change? Do we need to change the vibe? Do we need to change the building? Do we need to change something? And Muji and Glenn felt like that's something that needed to be changed. Ultimately, will they be right? We'll find out. Will they be the ones to actually reap the benefits? I don't think they should. I don't trust them, unfortunately, to make the Jets better. I just don't. 888-808-1019. That's the number to call. You can always hit me up at Hoff, WFAN. Then don't forget the Odyssey app. Kenny is in Union County. Kenny, what's up?
Yes, sir. Big fan of you, my brother. Thank you so much for being on the air.
Hey, thanks, Kenny. I appreciate you. Thank you.
No doubt, my bro. A few things, actually. I do think the Jets should shoot themselves in the foot. I really do. I don't take nothing past Justin Fields. I think he's playing his game. He's coming in the game. He's bringing his A game the best he can. But the thing is, Garrett Wilson, look at him now. He's injured. But at the same time, he's the only one on the field. There's no other person helping him. They needed to get another veteran and stop messing with these low-ranked receivers. They need another veteran receiver to help him out. And you've got a few of them that's a free agent. Take Breeden Allen, for example, a rookie. He's awesome, and now he's injured. If they could use him as a down-and-out passer, who knows of the success they'd make instead of just having him run up the gut. He's good. If you throw a down-and-out pass on him, he can utilize that and take it down the field like a receiver and be no problem. I mean, to me, it's just like you said. They shoot themselves in the foot. It's like, the organization just are not thinking enough. I mean, the tight end is good, but I mean, come on. I mean, get some help here. I mean, I'm not mad. I think Aaron Glenn, to me, I felt that he's all alone. Whatever decision he's making, I don't think he's getting any help.
It's a possibility. And, it's funny because you said, get some help for these guys. And you know where they got help? They got help for Aaron Rodgers. They basically got all his buddies.
Exactly.
And that wasn't the right move because they basically came in, wiped clean of anybody that was, maybe building clout in the organization, and they got pushed aside for guys that were going to be here for a very short amount of time. And that's...
They were scared of Aaron.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, scared of Aaron. Jeez. I mean, maybe... I'm not even sure if scared of him is the proper term, because maybe they were just in love with they were in love with the idea of him. And listen, what he's doing in Pittsburgh is kind of what you wanted him to do here. But again, that just shows how far away and how disconnected this franchise really is to reality. They're nowhere 100%. Close. You can't just plug in an Aaron Rodgers and be like, oh, poof. And this is not, and Kenny, I got to let you go just because of the noise in the background, but thanks so much for the phone call. This is not Peyton Manning years ago when he went to Denver and then went to 2 Super Bowls with them, right? Like, this is not that. This is the New York Jets trying to rebuild and refocus. They were nowhere close to a juggernaut of a team. And yet somehow, someone up top thought it was a brilliant idea to go and get Aaron Rodgers. And that's just one of the many mistakes the New York Jets have made. And you could just go in on all of them, but it's just like there's too many to list right now. There's no point to do 5 hours of going back in time of all the mistakes the Jets have made. It's how do you change going forward? How do you get better? And I think the best move is let Glenn and Muji completely butcher the season, which is going to happen, and then go let them go, show them the door, say thank you, and find the real people that are going to fix this organization. And I'm sorry. It is what it is. When you have guys like BT and other big Jets fans that are already saying, Joe Beningo, like, I can't watch this every week. Like, these are the fans, the true fans of the franchise, thick and thin. Like, there's no 10-year-old, 11-year-old, 12-year-old, 13-year-old kid waking up and going, you know what? I am going to pick the Jets to root for. They excite me. They're going to be a good team. Something about them just screams greatness. Nobody's going to do that. They're going to go to the Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes. They're going to go to the Ravens with Lamar Jackson. They're going to go to the Lions. They're going to go to teams that have recently had success. You know? They're going to look at the Broncos. You're going to look at the Giants because of Jaxson Dart. Even though he's got 2 wins under his belt. They're going to look at Jaxson Dart and say, that guy has got something. That team has got something. You're not going to look at the Jets and go, ooh, this excites me. They have guys that are supposedly great players. I can't wait for them to be great. I haven't seen it yet, but I can't wait. Like that, no one's doing that. So why are you wasting everyone's time? Figure out a way to get it right. And with Glenn and Muji, they are too green to get it right. There's no structure. They think they know what to do. They've never done it before. And that, again, is partially because of the owner kind of throws his 2 cents in. He pops in here and there and goes, this is a good move. You can't have that. You cannot have that with the football team. Specifically a football team. Because you have too few games. You can't mess around. Like, you can't make a mistake and be like, oh, you know what, we'll fix it mid-year. We'll figure it out. Trade deadline comes up before you know it. Trade deadline's coming up November, 4th or something like that? I mean, it's like 2-3 weeks away. 2.5, 3 weeks away. We're right there. And really, is there any trades that the Jets are going to make to make this team better? No. But before you know it, the season is halfway done, and you're trying to figure out, like, what identity are the New York Jets? Right now, their identity is awful football. That's what it is. 888-808-1019. When we come back, we'll do a little baseball. I know some people are dying to get into baseball, so we'll touch on that a little bit too. I really wanted to wait until 1, but I know that you guys are fiending for it, so we'll get into some baseball coming up next on The Fan. But I do want to hear from the Jets fans. Which way would you prefer to go? Again, I'm saying Muji, Glenn, one and done, move on and find something better. Find someone that actually knows how to make a good franchise. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on The Fan. Hit me up at Hoff, WFAN.
It's Keith McPherson at night on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Saquon Barkley dropped a documentary. I'm not going to watch a second of that documentary because it rubs me the wrong way, even the stuff that I got from Twitter about it. Why are you playing victim, bro? Why do you need a documentary on, like, how it went? The Giants drafted you 2 overall, right? Like, you shouldn't be mad at the Giants. They let you go. They let you get paid. They let you go somewhere where you could rush for 2,000 yards and win a Super Bowl.
Listen to Keith McPherson on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
If you're thinking about popping the question, don't overthink it. Go where generations of New Yorkers have gone. HL Gross Jewelers in Garden City. These guys have been in the diamond game for over 100 years. 5 generations of helping people find the perfect engagement ring. No pressure, no game, just the best prices, real education, and one-on-one honest service you want when you're making a big decision. Don't make the ring buying experience stressful and trust HL Gross in Garden City. Visit online at hlgross.com.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Go running with the Devils on November 2nd, a 5K race hosted by RWJ Barnabas Health and the New Jersey Devils. Register at rwjbh.org/runningwithdedevils. With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Eight 808-1019. Now, many of you know that I love MMA and I'm a big combat sports guy. And, most people are more aware of the fighters. I could say, Conor McGregor, Israel Adesanya, John Jones, for instance. I could tell you the names and you'd be like, okay, I know who they are. I could maybe tell you some people of, the coaches and whatnot, and I don't know if many people would know them as much, but one in particular, Duke Rufus, who, actually coached a CM Punk when he tried to get into the cage. He had 2 fights, weren't very successful, but that's who he went to because he's a Milwaukee-based kickboxing coach. And that guys like CM Punk, Anthony Pettis, Tyrone Woodley, Ben Askren, ton of people. Paul Felder, Jared Gordon, Ben Rothwell, a ton of really good fighters went and worked with Duke Rufus. And unfortunately, I just saw the news that he just passed away at 55. Which is crazy because, again, he's one of the top-end coaches in the business, in MMA, in combat sports. You hear about him all the time on UFC when certain fighters come in. So, to me, that's like a gut-wrenching surprise. And he supposedly passed away in his sleep, peaceful, but that's 55 years old. That, to me, is nuts. Way too young for anybody. But thoughts and prayers to Duke Rufus's family and friends, and for all the people in the MMA community that know him. I think that is a big deal. That is a unfortunate unfortunate passing. I wouldn't be surprised that this weekend, if you see something, from whether it's from fighters, whether it's from the UFC, there'll probably be something said about it, whether it's on the broadcast or whether it's on, social media. But that seems to be coming out right now. I cannot believe that. All right. 888-808-1019. Let's get back to these phone calls. Vito in Wantagh. What's up, Vito?
Hey, it's Vito. That's okay. So,
who is it?
I want to know.
What's your name?
Vito. Okay.
Okay, I can't hear you. Vito, I think I know why, and Ray, maybe you can help him out and just tell him to get off of speakerphone, something like that. We'll get back to you. I don't know if it's Vito or whatever else he said, but the phone line is absolutely brutal. I might as well be talking to a wall at that point in time. that no one will get anything out of that conversation. Not even not even a dog. That would be like the worst. There's absolutely nothing we could do with that phone line. So call back. I'd love to talk to you. 888-808-1019. Let's get to Mike in Brooklyn. What's up, Mike?
Good morning, Peter. How are you today?
Oh, hello, Mike. How are we doing?
Doing well.
Good.
I sent you a couple of nice pictures from the whole Samantha stuff.
Yes, congratulations on a beautiful, beautiful afternoon. It looked like seems pretty. Someone seems happy. I'm not sure if it's you, but somebody seems happy.
No, I got to pay, so it's definitely not good. But it's so listen. One of the biggest farce things you were talking about, the whole Glenn stuff and all that nonsense with the Jets. The biggest lie in all of New York sports is the pitching lab. In fact, by Mr. Stearns himself. So look at our little Dodgers, right?
Right.
Snell,
our little
Yamamoto.
Dodgers. Okay, sure. Okay, but continue.
Yeah. Snell, Yamamoto, Glasnow, Ohtani. 4 complete stud aces. Yes. He did. One thing that Stearns has is you need pitchers. But you need A, B, C pitchers, not D, E, F pitchers, right? So, yes, they got through the 162-game year with a lot of pitchers. Did the aces get hurt? Every single one of them, other than Ohtani, got hurt. Okay? But the Mets did it totally backwards because they got not one decent ace, and B, C, D, and F pitchers were trash.
Right, we know this.
But this is what they have to I don't understand why everybody loves Stearns. He's 1-0.
Well, hold on, Mike. Why does everyone love Stearns? Because he took the Brewers, a team that does not have a high payroll. He was able to build a franchise that went to the playoffs 4 to 5 years. That's consistency. That's stability. He was able to do it under a cheaper dime. There's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of reasons why he's someone that you look up to and go, "Wow, that guy was able to make Milwaukee relevant." Now, listen, Milwaukee just got swept in the NLCS. They're still relevant, and he's not there. But again, it's just, he's only been gone now for 2 years. I mean, it's not like he doesn't have a stamp on it. You know what I mean?
Oh, I agree. But why did he do it? He did it through drafting, a rebuild. He did it through getting guys like Hader, Corbin Burns, Woodruff, right? As drafting them, right?
Yeah, but
you're not doing that. You can't do that as the Mets. Number one.
Well, you can and you can't.
Let him do it, right? If not, right, then you're not going to win by getting all these losers, Cannings, Manaea, Montas, and everybody else. You're not going to do it. You know I'm 100%.
Here's the thing with David Stearns. It's not a question of you can't do it. You can do it, but there's no reason to do it. You have an owner who has a huge wallet. You have a fan base who doesn't want you to do it. So it's a little bit of like both sides. Like, don't go cheap on us because we need to be relevant. You have to get back into it. Maybe you can in the future, but not now.
But at the same time, you can't. What do you call it? Then the problem is, and we say the whole thing about Daddy Warbucks is not really. There's Daddy Warbucks to a certain degree. He's not paying $200 million to other teams. He's not a complete idiot. He's a smart businessman, right? So yes. He gets a so-so, which the guy's never going to be. He's never going to be an MVP. He's a good player, right? Yes. Okay, so we get him. We paid for the Alonso last year. When hopefully we don't pay for him this year, right? We get the Lindors. We get the Nimos. We pay for those contracts. Okay, I agree. He paid the money for that, but then he lets Stearns fill in the blanks. That's what he's been doing because you cannot sustain getting every free agent that's a good free agent and have a $600 million payroll and then pay $200 million in taxes.
Yeah,
he's not an idiot.
But Mike, here's the thing that you're missing. And you know I love you. You know that I respect you.
I love you too.
Well, good. Get ready for this one. You're missing the point. It's the same thing with the Jets. In baseball, you're allowed to go and spend a buttload of money on assets and do that until things are fixed. The franchise was not put in a great situation. Like, David Stearns had to come in and basically flip things and try to rearrange things. So what he's trying to do is basically what you want him to do. You want him to build draft. You want him to build the prospects.
Of course.
But it's not going to happen overnight. You're not going to hit on everybody where, hey, I just found
I'm okay with that.
But hold on. In doing so, realistically, you kind of have to have a payroll of $600 million currently right now, because that's the only way to make all of your fans happy and make your team good at the same time. That's reality, and that might suck to say. Okay. And listen, this is going to be, and this is what I'm going to talk about at 1 o'clock, right after Marco's update. I'm going to get into this because people are missing the point when they look at the Dodgers and they tell me how good the Dodgers are and how they figured out a way to make it work. And wow, I wish we could be the Dodgers. No one can be the Dodgers, Mike. And you know that.
No,
it's impossible.
Of course I know that. I know that.
And why is that? Why is that?
Well, because there's no Ohtani where you can give up like a $700 million payroll or $700 million and deferred. Of course.
Exactly.
I'm not an idiot.
He's the best.
I know that.
He's the best player in baseball.
He is by far.
That is LeBron James saying in his prime.
Of course.
Hey, I don't want to see a dime right now. Just let me go and play for a team. I don't want to see a dime. Just go get the best players that I can play with. That's basically
Pete, I love you.
What it is. It's ridiculous.
Pete, I love it.
It's crap.
Pete, I love you. I'll talk to you next week. But before you let me go.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Marco, like last week or last weekend, was on. He had like his own show.
Yes,
Dude,
he does.
Ask him the deer story and the 3 different levels of fat. Dude, I was almost peeing my pants because it was hysterical when he was telling the story. Like, he walks in the middle of the night, and then now he like walks through his like wherever he is in Jersey. He gets almost into a fight with deers, and then he just wants to go from like fat to okay, I'm not really that fat. It's hysterical.
All right. When Marco comes in, I will definitely discuss about the fat and the deer.
Ask him. And just the last thing, what do you think about the Rangers?
They're terrible right now. They are, Mike. They're basically 2-4. I know they lost in overtime, but they're basically 2-4. They have given up. They've given up. They've given up. The goalies have given up 6 goals in 6 games, and yet they're 2-4. Yeah. That's a problem. That they haven't scored a goal at home. That's a problem. Yeah. Well, we'll get to the Rangers too. Don't distract me, Mike. Jeez. I got more things to talk about with Ohtani. I want to do that at
Come on, man. You only give me a couple minutes. I only get so many time with my favorite guy, Hoffman.
You stop buttering me up. You say that to all the guys. I know that. I've heard you before. I know your story. You're playing.
And the defense? Yeah, I'm a player pimp. But listen, the defense has actually been pretty good. But listen, you have a fantastic weekend.
You too.
Safe trip out to Denver.
Thank you.
And I'll talk to you next weekend, my man.
Sounds good, Mike. I appreciate it. Let me get to Andy in the Bronx real quick before we go to an update. Andy, what's up, man? You got a quick. What do we got here?
All right, Hoff, you want me to do the updates?
Oh, this isn't Andy.
Yeah.
Well,
Steve, yeah.
I told you not to call in like that. Why are you doing that?
And I've been calling the last few weeks, and it rings and it rings and it rings, and nobody picks up.
Well, I'll listen, Steve. Well, that's not true. I'll talk to the guys when you call in. It's no problem. I'll let you go through. But don't call in like this. You know that. You know
That's
you know
why
better than that.
Yeah, but the last 4 weeks, 1 week I called in, and Steve, I got on. The next 3 weeks, I called, it just rang and rang and rang. I felt like I was.
I'll make sure.
Like you guys weren't home.
Maybe somebody wasn't home. Maybe they were. Maybe they were out on the bathroom break. I'll make sure that I get you next time I work here. I'll work every Saturday morning. You know that. You call in. I will make sure that you could be picked up. Okay.
Could you put like a big notice on the bulletin board or something like that? But anyway, listen, I don't mind that. I've been banned from some of the shows, but I always liked your show. I always thought your theme song should be at the Hop. And listen, Aaron Glenn is over his head, this guy. And I don't understand people before he even coached one game. They were all on his jock strap and everything. They were swinging on his jock. This guy is, I know the term, over his head and out of his league. This guy has really shown that he's really a horrible coach. He's got a 5-year contract. Wouldn't we all love to have an NFL contract for 5 years?
Yeah, and to be terrible. And, Steve, I got to go because I do have to do an update. But thank you so much, and I appreciate your not doing the Buchanan. That was Buchanan. You know that, right, Marco?
Oh, of course. Of course.
I've now got it to a T. As soon as he opens his mouth, I get it. It just stinks, though. I tell him, don't call it somebody else. Call it yourself. I don't want to talk to whomever you're going to try to make a fake.
No?
Well, yeah, listen. There's no reason to do that shtick anymore. We've moved on. We've moved past it.
You would think.
I'll talk to Steve. We could talk about Aaron Glenn and how terrible of a coach he is. That I'd like to talk about.
See? How about that?
I'm supposed to talk to you about
what I do.
3 levels of fat and deer.
3 levels of fat. You want to know what the 3 levels of fat are?
Yeah.
Okay. This is where I was.
Okay.
This is where I was.
Okay.
I was at, bruh. That's where I was. And I realized that. When I got to, I realized I needed to make a change. Now I'm at fat.
Okay.
Okay? So I went from to fat. My hope is, because I'm never going to be in shape. That's gone. That's never going to happen. That's never going to happen. So at some point, I'm hoping I can get to, you're not that fat. I went from to fat. I'm hoping to get to, you're not that fat.
I thought this was something about like the fat on a deer.
No. This is just me. The fat on me. That's the fat on me. Okay? That's where I am. Those are the 3 stages of fat for me.
All right. Well, what stage am I at right now? You could be honest. It could be a bro. It's all right.
Nah, you're fat. You're not a bro. You're fat.
I'm working on it. You let me know when I'm a bro.
No, that's a bad thing. I'm serious. I looked at him. I was like, bro. Like, I just knew. Like, we had gone to another level. We've all been up and down. I got to another level. I had to get back from that to just be fat.
Marco, the problem is that I was at that. If there's a level above, like, you're not that fat. I was somewhere up, like, way ahead. Like, I was actually, like, not skinny, but I was, like, close to almost in shape.
No, you were in shape.
For a while.
You were, yeah, for a good long period of time.
And now I got back to fat.
Yeah, no, you did. You did.
Damn. All right.
You did. But see, that's what I'm saying. You got there. You got to in shape. My hope is just to get to, you're not that fat. There's no way I'm getting back in shape. That's not possible. Like, that was 20 years ago.
What time does that hit? It's like after 40, you can't get back into shape?
I don't know. I don't know if that's
been
it.
In shape so long.
I was going to say, the last time I was in shape, I was probably like 22, 23. Then for a while, you're not that fat. Then we got fat, we got bra, we got fat, you're not that fat, like all up and down all over the place, but never shape.
You've been hanging around the bra
I've been riding a roller coaster for a while now, but the last time I was actually truly in shape has got to be good 25 years ago.
All right, let's get to the real
yo-yo is what you're saying?
Was that right?
You've been on the fat yo-yo?
Yo-yo's strong. I've been fat for basically ever. I got in shape for a little while. And then I got right back into the fat realm, which is where I call home.
Let's go to the update.
Love this conversation.
Let's go to the update realm. Let's get to it. Here it is, Marco Belletti.
We're your official station to talk Yankees and Mets. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
And Hoff, we're sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by Dr. Jay Shah, Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit samuelpain.com. Shohei Ohtani continues to show just how much of a unicorn he truly is.
Full count, and now Quintana's payoff pitch. Ohtani tees off, deep right field. Shohei Ohtani, 1 of 1.
And the first of 3 homers for Ohtani go along with 6 dominant innings. He struck out 10, didn't allow a run, gave up just 2 hits as the Dodgers sounds the Brewers 5-1, called courtesy of the Dodgers Radio Network. LA finishing off the sweep, and they're back in the World Series for the 5th time since 2017. 2 homers for Eugenio Suarez, including the go-ahead grand slam during a 5-run 8th. Mariners shocked the Blue Jays 6-2, take a 3-2 series lead. Justin Fields took plenty of heat for his play in London, including holding the ball too long, but
I know that's a huge topic that everyone talks about, but sometimes there's a lot that goes into that. And when you look at the time he gets the ball out, some of those have been some of his best games when he's holding the ball, 3 seconds or whatnot. And it's who he is, and sometimes it's play calls and the way that he sees things.
Well, we'll see what Fields does against the Panthers, but he likely won't have his best receiver, Garrett Wilson, listed as doubtful. 50 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
I'm happy. I'm just fat. 888-808-1019. Pete off with you on the Fan till 5 a.m. And listen, I got to dive into this Dodgers fiasco because everyone's sitting here being like, to be the LA Dodgers, who have now they're going back-to-back World Series. They beat the Yankees, obviously, last year, and now they are either taking on the Seattle Mariners, who have a 3-2 lead over the Blue Jays. But again, it's heading back to Toronto, so you never know what can happen. The Blue Jays have yet to win a game at home in this ALCS. It's the first, and Seattle actually just broke it with the first home win of this series by winning 6-2 after, who was it? It was Suarez hit the grand slam, but I think who was it? Not Julio Rodriguez. Oh, Kyle Raleigh finally hit a home run. And I can't stand, one thing before I get into this Ohtani thing, the one thing I can't stand, they keep on adding up Cal Raleigh's home runs. They said it was his 64th home run of the season. No. Cal Raleigh did not hit 64 home runs this season. He hit 60 home runs this season. This is the postseason. It is a different season. He now has 4 home runs in the postseason. 2 different things. Do not combine them together. No one else in the history of sports and baseball have ever combined home runs from the regular season to the postseason. Don't start doing it now. And I don't know who it is. Is it Joe Davis? I don't know who it is, but he's got to stop. That, to me, is hurting my eardrums every time. Oh, that's Cal Raleigh's 64th home run. My ass. He's got 4 playoff home runs. That's it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do not try to make it sexier than what it is. Listen, 60 is sexy. No one's going to knock that. Don't add these 4. Leave it alone. It's not working. Shut it down. That being said, the Dodgers, I can't stand them. And don't sit there and say, oh, we need to be the LA Dodgers. The Mets have to be the Dodgers. Now, listen, the Mets, the Yankees, everybody's got to find the way to beat the Dodgers, of course. That is the goal. But the Dodgers cheated. Let that sink in. The Dodgers cheated. Okay? And this has been going on for a long time. When you talk about ownership, when you talk about basically, being pushed out of an ownership with the Dodgers, when the Dodgers were terrible and their owners got pushed out and they had to sell the team, like, this was a work for years. And they continue to get special treatment. And I understand the fact that the latest special treatment is kind of a all-around thing. Like, anybody in baseball can do it. But my biggest issue is no one else in sports has a player as good as Shohei Ohtani. And yes, I'm giving Shohei Ohtani a ton of credit for being the quote-unquote unicorn or whatever you want to call him. Best player in baseball. No one else can have a best player in their sport and have that player basically cost absolutely nothing. Nobody. The Dodgers' salary this year was $350 million. That's a heavy salary. That's a steep salary. Everyone knows it. We're not going to sugarcoat it and be like, oh, well, that's pretty reasonable. No, it's heavy. And they got a lot of good players on that team. Glasnow, Snell, Betts, Freeman, Yamamoto, Muncy, Hernandez. You can go down the list. But nobody has the best player in baseball who's in his prime, who could pitch and give you 10 strikeouts in, 6 innings, and hit 3 home runs in the same game and help you win and move on to the World Series. Nobody has that player. Nobody. It's never been done in baseball. Nobody has that player. The Dodgers have him. And they basically saved $40 million off of their payroll. They saved another $50 million because with the taxes and all that stuff. And we all know, once you hit that, Steve Cohen tax goes through the roof. Their payroll should be over $400 million this year. But no, they don't need to. They don't need to spend that money because Shohei Ohtani gave them a discount. And you can make this like, oh, well, you can't blame the Dodgers for being smart and having a guy like that give them a discount. Like, you can't blame the Dodgers for that, but I can. Because Shohei Ohtani was never going to a different organization. He was leaving the Angels to stay in LA or to stay in California to go to the Dodgers. That was all it ever was. He was never going to the Giants. He was never going to Seattle. He was never coming to the West Coast. He was never going to Toronto. Like, that was never happening. The best player in baseball was always going to go to the Dodgers. And you allow them to basically make a Fugazi type of deal that allows you to go and just bring in the best player in baseball and not have to pay him nearly 90% of his contract. So you could just basically stockpile everybody else who's great. That's BS. That is poor form. That is a loophole that the baseball should have read miles away and said, you can't have that. We can't do that. Like, that should not be allowed. But they did because it's the Dodgers. And it's quote-unquote good for baseball. Like, I remember the Yankees when they were a dynasty. When they were the best team in baseball. They won 4 to 5 years. They went to the World Series 5 out of 6. Yeah. It was amazing to see the Yankees in our hometown be that good. But I don't think the Yankees cheated. They built, and they were able to spend money on other players. Sure, if you want to tell me other teams don't want to spend the type of money for certain players, I don't think that's cheating. That's just poor ownership because every owner can go and dish money. The Pittsburgh Pirates tomorrow can go and pay Paul Skeens $200 million if they really wanted to. They can. They don't want to. They choose to work a different way. The Washington Nationals, they tried to give Juan Soto money. He said, I'm not going to stay with your franchise. But they tried to give him money. The Marlins, they don't sign big contracts. They don't. We can go up and down the entire baseball 30 teams in the league and say whether or not they'll spend money, they won't spend money. But if you told me that the best player in baseball wants to come to your team, every team in baseball, all 30 teams would say, I'll take that. I'll have him come here. I'll have Shohei Ohtani come. The Pittsburgh Pirates would have said, I'll have Shohei Ohtani come. I'll pay him $2 million a year and defer the rest of his money. I'll gladly do that. Every team would have said yes to that. There's not one team that would have been like, That doesn't make any sense. They all would have said yes. But he was never going to any other team. And that's why the contract should have been void, should have been ripped up and said, you can't do that. You guys take Shohei Ohtani. That's great. Build to your franchise. It's amazing. You guys got the best player in baseball. But you should not be able to go and defer that. And we're sitting here and we're talking about a potential strike in the next, or walkout in the next couple of years because the owners are going to want a salary cap and this and that and the other thing. But then you let the Dodgers basically destroy your league. In fantasy baseball, I don't know if you guys do fantasy baseball, fantasy football, whatever it is, but everyone's like, oh, well, we want to make sure that we don't want to ruin the credibility of this franchise. Or not the franchise, but of the league. Like, we don't want to ruin it by making some ridiculous trades. So we want to keep it. So that's why we couldn't let a trade go through. So, we can't have the worst team in your league give away the best players to the best team in the league for nothing. So you gotta make it fair, right? That's kind of the deal. Well, the Dodgers are rich, and they just got richer. And it's not about being jealous. I don't care that Shohei Ohtani is on the Dodgers. That doesn't make a difference to me. What bothers me is that they went out and got Shohei Ohtani, and they were able to get out Tyler Glasnow, and able to get Blake Snell, and able to get Teoscar Hernandez, and able to get all the Mookie Betts, and all these other players, and sign them to big deals, and have Freddie Freeman, you name it, all these huge contracts, because $40+ million has not even come close to showing up on this payroll for the Dodgers. So it is impossible for any team, for anyone to say, we want to be like the Dodgers. It's impossible. Juan Soto would have had to deferred and rework that contract. Like, maybe if Steve Cohen in the next 4 years says, hey, Juan, we're going to give you the extra $5 million you want per year because you're amazing, and you're going to opt out. How about this? We'll make it an additional 10. But we're also going to rework your entire contract that we're only going to give you. So now we have 10 years left to deal. Okay? And by that point in time, oh man, I'm not good with math, but by that point in time, you're going to be owed roughly, let's say, $500 million for 10 years, whatever it is. I'm really not even sure. I can't make up the math. $500 million. But we're going to defer 480 of it. Does that work for you? Does that work for you? Juan Soto's going to say no, but try it and see what they say. And by that point in time, they're not going to allow it because there's going to be a whole different stipulation with finances, and whether it's, there's going to be a salary cap and all this stuff in baseball. But the point is, offer it to Juan Soto and see what he says. He's going to say no. Aaron Judge, did he defer any money? No. The best players in sports don't defer that amount of money. So I'm going to say it again. Shohei Ohtani was a special situation. And the Dodgers should not have been allowed to be able to deal with that special situation in the way they were able to deal with it. Take the player, pay that amount of money, totally fine. You should not be allowed to defer 98% of that contract. That was the biggest BS contract I've ever seen in my life. The fact that baseball didn't go in there and stop it was outrageous. And because of that, you've now created a monster with the Dodgers. And I'm not saying that they couldn't have figured out a way to do it anyway. They could have still put all... They all could have put... And deferred and whatever. They all could have deferred. They could have not deferred with Ohtani and then still brought in all those other players last now. But their payroll would be through the roof. They would never have done that. That would have never have happened. Steve Cohen, I just talked about it with Mike on the phone before we went to break. He's like, you can't have a payroll of $600 million. Well, if you want to be the Dodgers, you kind of have to. If you want to be like them, you kind of have to, because that's the only way. Because no one else is going to say, don't pay me now, pay me in 15 years. It's not going to happen. 888-808-1019. I heard Dabo wants to talk about this whole situation. Dabo, what's up, bro?
Yeah, what's up, brother? What are you talking about if you wanted to defer? I'm a Dodger fan.
Oh, well, there you go. No wonder why you're happy.
Yeah, I'm super happy. If the Yankees would have paid or the Mets paid, then you pay them. Then they can defer. Every team has the same rules.
Dabo,
it sounds like you're angry. Listen, can I speak for a second?
I'm going to tell you why I'm angry.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you why I'm angry, and then you could repeat.
I can't talk. Go.
No, I'll let you talk, but I'm going to tell you why I'm angry, because you just told me why I'm angry. So you're reading it wrong. I'm not stupid. Everyone could defer, but the best player in baseball.
Right. Yeah. With the Dodgers. Yeah.
Yeah. And I have no problem with that. And I have no problem with that. I have no problem with him going to the Dodgers. Not one. What I have a problem with is I don't care. It doesn't make a difference.
So how do you call the Dodgers cheaters?
Yes.
How?
Because they
play the same rules
the system. That contract should never have been allowed.
Why?
You're the best player in baseball.
The Mets could have done it. The Yankees could have done it.
No, they couldn't. They could not. Why could they not?
Why could not?
Because he was never going to go there. Like you said.
Why should the contract? He wasn't going to go there because he wanted to play on the West Coast.
Right.
He's from Japan.
Right. Okay. So the best player in baseball.
So you're sour because you didn't want to go there.
No, I'm not soured. So, see, you're making things. Like, listen to what I'm saying, Debo. Listen to it. Very simple. Very simple. I'm going to tell you why it's not fair, and you got to listen. It's not fair because there was never a real chance for him to go anywhere else. He was never going to Toronto. He was never going. The Yankees could have paid him $1 billion, and he still would have gone to the Dodgers.
He was from Japan and he wanted to play the West Coast.
Debo, exactly. So he was never.
How's it not fair?
Okay. So do you want to? You're being ignorant and not paying attention and not listening. I'm going to say it again.
Tell me it's not fair.
It's not fair because no one else, no other best player in the sport, whether it's LeBron James, whether it's Wayne Gretzky, whether it's whatever player you want to name, the best players in time, they have never said, I'm going to defer all of my money for another 15 years down the line. I don't care. I don't need to see a dime right now. He's basically seeing $2 million a year from the Dodgers. Their payroll is only $350 million. And that's a lot, but it's only $350 million because they don't have to pay Shohei Ohtani right now, which is outrageous. Their payroll would have to be over $425 million to put the rest of Ohtani's paycheck on there. But here's the thing is they don't have to because the guy who was always going to sign with them said, keep the money. We'll figure out things later on. No other player in sports is going to be the best player in baseball, do something best player in the sport that no one else that can do what he does. Legitimately, a two-way player.
So he should have went to the Yankees.
You're just being stupid. Again, you're missing my point. Yes. You're missing, you're completely being, I would love to sit there and talk to you more, but you haven't heard what I'm saying. I am not telling you that he should not be on the Dodgers. I'm fine with that. He could be on the Dodgers he can own the freaking Dodgers for all I care. I don't care, but baseball should not have allowed someone at the top level of their game who basically is a freaking unicorn that everyone has talked about and say, you know what, it's okay. You don't need to be paid for the next 10 years. Go to a team and let them say and dictate how you guys want to pay this out. Totally fine with me. You're owed $700 million. If you want 680 of it after the 10 years, that's totally cool. You've just manipulated the entire system, okay? You're talking about the best player in baseball whose $700 million contract, who teams like the Oakland A's or whatever they're freaking called now, the Pittsburgh Pirates, they have payrolls under $100 million year in and year out. You're talking about teams that have $50 million payrolls, okay? That $700 million would be 14 freaking years of worth of contracts. Okay? And you're telling me that the Dodgers get a pass and don't have to pay that for 10 years and you could build a juggernaut of a team? That's the cheat code. That's the BS. That's the manipulation. That's the loophole. And that's the crap that should have been stopped by baseball being like, you can't do that. Like, yeah, that's totally fine. Defer some money. You can't defer the whole thing and get the best player in baseball and then be able to go and sign everybody else. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That is completely egregious. That is basically saying we don't care about baseball as a whole. We don't care about any other franchise. The Dodgers are going to be a juggernaut, and let's just praise and bow down to them. I'm sorry. I'm not going to sit here and be like, wow, the Dodgers, some dynasty by them. I cannot believe it. No. I can believe it. It was built by MLB. The MLB basically built the Dodgers and allowed this crap to happen. So, Debo, you want to call back and understand what I'm saying. I am not jealous that Shohei Ohtani is on the Dodgers. I don't care that he didn't come to the Mets or the Yankees or the Blue Jays or anybody else. Let him be with the Dodgers. That's not the problem. The problem is you created a contract that is completely and utterly fake. It is a BS contract. It's an I owe you. You know how back in the day we used to make up cards like, I'll owe you $2. Here you go. You keep on make up these cards. I owe somebody $2 in grade school. You know, can I borrow $2 off you? I'm going to go to a hot dog or whatever, a soda, whatever it is. Yeah, well, those IOUs build up. But I'll have to pay right now. And eventually, who even cares? Because by the time I graduate grade school, I might have to owe you, but we're going to forget about it. And I might be gone. I might be in somewhere else. I might not have to owe you that money. Like the owners right now for the Dodgers, they don't care. They could sell the team in 6-7 years and be like, you know what? It's not our problem now. It's somebody else's problem. It is the dumbest thing that's been allowed in sports. It truly has. 888-808-1019. Get back to your phone calls. Teddy, Moose, Mike, limo driver Ed. We'll get to all your phone calls. I promise you. At Debo, we could talk again. But just remember, this is not a jealousy thing. I don't care that Shohei Ohtani's with the Dodgers. I'm actually happy he's in L.A. I'm grateful he's in L.A. This is not I'm spiteful and jealous that he didn't pick my team. Don't care about that. It's how the contract was created and basically allowed the Dodgers to become the greatest franchise in all of history. That's basically what they made it out to be, and it's ridiculous. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you. Hit me up at Hoff, WFAN.
The Scarlet Knights return home hungry for their first Big Ten win of the season. But standing in their way are the high-flying Oregon Ducks.
Touchdown, Rutgers!
Kickoff is today at 6:30. The home of Rutgers Big Ten football is WFAN. Brought to you by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together. And The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the TuneIn, iHeartRadio, and Odyssey app.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Do you owe back taxes to the IRS? Whether it's due to job loss, a divorce, a new business venture, or you just didn't file your taxes, don't lose hope. Powerful relief programs are now available that can help you and may reduce or even eliminate what you owe the IRS. With the cost of living affecting millions across the country, Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying anyone with $5, $50, or even $500,000 in back taxes to the IRS to call to get relief options. With over 1,000 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, TRA is America's trusted choice for real tax relief. Relief options are now available that can give you a fresh start and peace of mind. End your tax nightmare today by calling our tax relief hotline. Dial 800-390-8182. 800-390-8182. That's 800-390-8182. Or visit TRA.com. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Ever seen an origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Jokes aside, Verizon has the most ways to save on phones and plans where you can get a single line with everything you need. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on root metric true score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
The Association on Aging in New York is celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Older Americans Act, which funds vital programs for millions of older adults. Services include meals, transportation, home home care, Medicare counseling, case management, and caregiver support. Today, people are uncertain whether some programs remain available. We can help. To learn more about these essential programs and how to keep them, visit our website at agingny.org. Sponsored by the Association on Aging in New York.
Tell Siri to dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the fan. Now, Ray Jarvis, you're a big combat sports fan at all now?
Not really.
I heard it, not really. I'm not really sure if you're on the right mic, but yes, he said the not really.
I was saying boxing, but not MMA.
Okay, that's fine. So, but you've seen all the Rockies or no?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, wasn't there a major scene back in the day in Rocky where his eyes all swollen and he's like, cut me, right? Okay. So that happened, right? So I'm looking right now on a video, and there's this girl, Chloe Watson. I'm not really sure the fight. I just see it. Her eye is completely swollen, and it was an accidental headbutt. And I guess they don't do that anymore? I guess they don't cut the eyes?
I'm not sure if that was something that was even legal back then.
Oh.
That might have been a little bit of extra.
Oh, that was just Hollywood? Okay. Because I'm thinking, not for nothing. If you cut her eye, she probably could see. Because her eye was that swollen.
Yeah, I think the medical angle there, somebody's losing their job.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's be safe rather than sorry. That's why a couple weeks ago when my kid, my youngest, fell off a bench and popped his head open, it wasn't that bad. I make it sound worse than it is, but that's what I told my wife. When my wife called, because I texted her after I called her multiple times and she didn't pick up, I said, I'm taking Anthony to the hospital. So then, within 20 minutes, whatever, because she was teaching, so it's not like she wasn't doing anything. She couldn't answer the phone. She calls me, she's like, what's wrong? And I go, oh, Anthony cracked his head open. I'm going to the hospital. And I guess that's not the terminology you're supposed to use with your wife, is he cracked his head open?
Oh, yeah. She imagined 100% the absolute worst.
Well, what am I supposed to say? He's bleeding everywhere. He's got a hole in his head. It's not like it was 3 staples worth. So whatever that is. At the time, I didn't know he needed 3 staples.
You were supposed to lie.
Who am I supposed to say?
He took a little fall. It's a little blood. He's okay.
Little blood.
You're just going to go to the hospital, make sure he's all right.
Just check it out. It's fine. It's fine. See, but now if I would have said that, I guarantee you would be like, well, he probably could have just stayed and played the game. Because in my head, I was thinking the same thing. Like, once we stopped the bleeding, and one of the parents did a great job of bandaging him up, and the bleeding stopped. I'm like, we don't have to go to the hospital, right? He could go back in the game, right?
You were supposed to rub some dirt on it and put him back in the game.
That's what I was thinking. Now, I believe I did the right thing by bringing him right to the hospital. Again, he fell back, he hit his head. So, again, I think I did the right thing. Check for concussions, all that stuff. That's really what I was more worried about, not the blood. I think I was fine with that. So I think I did the right thing. But I was contemplating.
I got to open my eye. Cut me, Vic.
Cut me. Cut me. Cut me. Now, this girl probably needed to be cut, but I guess you can't do that.
And if you look at the scene, Mick is looking around like, I don't know if we can do that, but we're going to do
it. Listen, if it was pro wrestling, they would have done that. If it was pro wrestling, which is, people say how fake pro wrestling is, they would have cut themselves open for that one.
Oh, yeah, you got to get it. You got to juice for the spot, man.
That's right. I think this girl should have cut herself. I think she should have, hit it as best as possible. Just cut me, we'll be good. I'll figure it out. Listen, so be it. Who needs an eye? 888-808-1019. Let's get back to these phone calls. Teddy in Yonkers. What's up, Teddy?
How you doing, Pete? Pete, I have to be honest with myself. I agree with you. And the people who will call up, will maybe agree or disagree. But as much as I love the Yankees and thinking that Aaron Judge was the best player in the game, he's phenomenal. He plays almost every day.
Yeah.
He plays the outfield and he bats. Ohtani is the best player. It hurts me to say it, but I have to be truthful to myself. He's the best player in the game. And people say to me, my buddy who was a big Met fan says, he's not. because Judge plays every day. Ohtani doesn't play every day. Yes, he does. He hits. But he says he's not playing the field. Okay, he's pitching. But pitching is the name of the game. Pitching is the most important part of baseball. And he's proven that he's a great pitcher. Now, he's not Koufax. No one says he is. But he's a great pitcher, and no one is going to question his hitting. And, Pete, you might as well give the Dodgers the World Series crown. Neither Seattle nor Toronto, with their tremendous lineup and Guerrero, okay, they are not going to beat the Dodgers. Look at their starting pitching. Look what they did to Milwaukee in a sweep, okay? And I want to hear what you have to say before I hang up, because I waited almost an hour to speak to you.
Well, Teddy,
I'm laying down in here in the bed.
Well, Teddy, thank you for waiting. I appreciate that. I don't want to wax poetic on Shohei Ohtani. It actually burns my soul to do that. So I'm not going to sit here and say how amazing he is. You all know it. I don't need to do it. You watched him today or yesterday. You watched him pitch 6 innings, strike out 10 batters, and hit 3 home runs. I don't need to sit there and basically, pamper his ass. It looks beautiful. He looks beautiful. He's amazing. Okay? End the story. But that being said, though, yeah, you're talking about a juggernaut of a team that has excellent amount of talent. Like it's a surplus of talent that the Dodgers have. And if you want to sit there and say that, you got to go play the games, I mean, they bush leagued the Brewers. I mean, they basically just demolished them. It wasn't close. It wasn't exciting. The Brewers are the best team in the regular season, and they basically got embarrassed in 4 games. It wasn't close. And you're right. Like, I expect Seattle to make the World Series. I expect them to win one of the next 2 games. I think Toronto, would be a decent challenge, but I just don't think they have the pitching. I really don't. I think Seattle has the pitching. And if Cal Raleigh, if Eugenio Suarez, if Arozarena, if those type of players step up, they have an opportunity to stay with them throughout the World Series, but it's not going to be close.
Pete, finally, let me ask you this. Would you agree with me? Even if the Yankees had made the World Series, I don't think they would have beaten the Dodgers. And another thing, Pete, the Dodgers, they will keep on spending and spending like the Yankees did with Steinbrenner, and they will produce the tremendous teams because that's their corporate logo. And the Yankees, they grew up, they brought their teams up through the farm system back in the 90s, okay? And let's hope that the Yankees can keep on producing players from the farm system. And that's what I got to say.
Well, thank you, Teddy. And here's the thing, too. Don't get me wrong. Let's not make the Yankees to be out like they didn't go and spend money on players. Of course they did. They did on all levels. They eventually paid some of their players. They happen to have some of the best players in baseball on their team during their run. Hall of Famers. But they went and bought up a ton of players. They would do exactly the same. Let me put it this way. If George was alive, and I hate that statement, but if George was alive, he totally would have tried to get Shohei Ohtani and totally would have tried to do the same thing as well with the whole deferred money. Again, it's not I don't think it would have been as egregious. But B, he was never coming to the East Coast. It's one of those things where it's like he was never not going to be a Dodger. So they would have always matched the money. And he's in the location he wants to be in. So there was never really a competition for him. No one was going to go, I'm going to spend more than you. Dodgers were always going to match. Always going to match. And the problem is that we sit there and try to make excuses of why, the Yankees couldn't do it. And how, oh my goodness, why couldn't the Yankees do it? It doesn't make a difference anymore. George would have tried. Wouldn't have worked out. He was always going to be a Dodger. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Mike in Flatbush. What's up, Mike?
What's up, Pete? How you doing? Thank you for taking my call.
Of course.
Rest in peace, Duke Rufus. It's been a while. It's funny you were throwing out names that I remember. I haven't watched UFC in a minute, but Duke Rufus. He was like just cool. He just was like Muay Thai, and he seemed like a really cool dude. That's really tragic.
I interviewed him at least once. I know that, and he was one of those guys where humble, didn't really want the attention. Like a lot of these coaches, they don't want to do interviews. Like I know some of them do, but they don't really want to go out and promote and stuff like that. They don't want to give out information, so they'll do it occasionally. But he was a nice guy, a humble guy, and it's very, in my opinion, because I'm a big MMA guy. Like that's sad news. That's horrible.
Yeah, big time. And I guess Pettis is going to take up the mantle, and good luck to him.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk about Ohtani. You were talking about the contract and the Debo, or whoever the Dodger fan, maybe he's aware of it, but like there's an article on MLB.com from a couple of years ago explaining the unprecedented deferrals in Ohtani's Dodger deal. And it says that it is, everybody is able to do this. It's the CBA. It states very clearly there are no limitations on either the amount of the deferred compensation or percentage of total compensation attributable, blah, blah, blah. And then, so that's the contract language. And then in this article, it's really funny how it's worded, because it's the source talking to the writer. It says, per the source, Ohtani, quote, had been educated on the implications and process of deferrals and felt that it was the right thing to do. And it was an easy decision for him. And, he just wanted that flexibility, which makes me, first of all, I wonder if that source is the guy that's now in jail. But it gives me a different, like he really doesn't, whether he wants the action or not, it's not that he doesn't care about the money, but he really prioritizes winning, which is incredible.
But Mike, I'll stop you right there, and we can go on in a second. But like you saying he's prioritizing winning, sure, of course. But on the other hand, he's making so much money from international, funds and stuff like that. He's making so much international money from other things. He doesn't need, and it's amazing to say, he doesn't need that $50 million paycheck or $70 million, whatever it is. He doesn't need that paycheck from the Dodgers right now. He does not. So that's why he's able to defer it.
Yeah, completely. And you were right. And I called because I'm like, no, Pete's wrong. It wasn't a discount. It was a deferral. But it is a discount because the value of the dollar decreases over time. So it's really like, I guess he is making so much more money in other things. But that contract, it is legal, and other people can do it. Apparently, Scherzer did it. Somebody maybe he was when he was with the Nationals.
Well,
they talked at the end of this.
Yeah, I mean, Max Scherzer, if I'm correct, was making money off of the Nationals and the Mets while he was on the Blue Jays. I think he's getting paid from like 3 different teams right now. I think there's whatever it is, like there's money that's being floated around, or maybe it was last year, whatever it was. He was getting paid from 3 different teams. But regardless, Mike, I totally and 100% understand it and am okay with deferring money. It's happened in the past. My biggest issue is he's the best player in baseball. He does something that nobody else can do, which up until recently he could do something that nobody else could do, which is pitch like a Cy Young pitcher and hit like Babe Ruth. And my issue isn't the fact that he deferred money. My issue is the fact that he deferred so much of it. No one ever had think about it. He broke the bank. Now Juan Soto got more. Okay, fine. But he was the first $700 million contract ever in the history of baseball. And he's deferring $680 million? Like, that is absurd. Nobody's ever heard of that before. If you told me he deferred, $100 million or $200 million, I could buy into that. But he deferred $680 million worth of his contract, which allowed the Dodgers to then be able to use that money to go and pay other players. Just is what it is.
And I don't think, it's not not as if he'll be the Kurt Flood of the 21st century, because who else is going to do that on that scale, to your point? Yeah. Great listen, man. Thank you so much for taking my call, Pete. Have a great night.
Mike, I appreciate it. And that's my argument. Like, yeah, I'm a baseball player, and I'm an okay player. Say I'm currently right now, let's think of a guy who wants to make money, who's a decent player right now, who's going to be a free agent. Paul Skeens, for example, right? Like, he's somebody with the Pirates. He wants to sign a big deal. He's only played 2 years. He's amazing. And maybe the Pirates come to him and say, hey, listen, we're going to offer you, how much money do you want? We'll make it work for the next 5-10 years. Do you want to be a Pirate for life, or do you want to go other places? What do you want to do? And they say, we're going to buy you out of your arbitration, all that stuff. We're going to give you X amount of money, and we're going to give you upfront money, and then we'll just defer the rest of it. Sound good? And so the deal is going to be for $300 million over the next 6-7 years. $300 million, 6-7 years. And we'll defer 150 of it. Like, even that's a lot. But reality is, like, these players, like Paul Skeens, he's making money now off of advertisements and whatever too. But he might want to go and use that money now. He might want to go buy a house that's crazy money. He might want to go buy an island. I don't know what he wants to do. But Paul Skeens compared to Shohei Ohtani, it's two different worlds, bro. Shohei Ohtani comes from Japan, where he was a huge, huge, huge star and was making international money all over the place. And then he came to America, and now he's making money on top of that. Like, it is just the absurdity of money that Ohtani has is outrageous. And you got to recognize the fact is he doesn't need it right now, which is why he's able to tell the Dodgers, do what you got to do. But what other ball player in baseball right now is going to say that? I'm not telling you that they all need the money up front, but I'm also telling you that someone's not going to say, I don't know of another ball player that's going to say, Aaron Judge. And I'm not trying to sit here and count money for people, but I don't think Aaron Judge is going to be able to be like, let's restructure my contract this year. Let's get me out of this contract that I have right now. It's a great contract. Give me more money, and let's defer 90% of it so we can bring in more talent. Like, that hasn't happened. Okay? Maybe that can happen. Maybe there's players that'll start to think about doing that, but that's never happened. And why hasn't it happened? Because no one else is like Shohei Ohtani, where he doesn't need money. It's a different world. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Frank in Tampa, Florida. What's up, Frank?
How you doing, sir?
I'm all right. I'm okay.
Yeah, I agree with you totally. I grew up a Mets fan, and Juan Soto signing to me was not to my liking, but because that's not what the Mets used to do. They used to concentrate on pitching and everything else. But I'm also in Tampa, and I like the Rays. So they produce good players and good teams, but they can't compete with others.
Well, right, because they don't want to spend money. They can't spend money. And that's the problem.
They can't.
You think about...
Well, they actually sold the team.
Well, think about this. And Frank, and thank you so much for the phone call. And that's what I was talking about before. Like, Shohei Ohtani makes more money than franchises' payrolls. Like, I'll go through the payrolls. I'll find it out after the break and stuff like that, because we're going to have to break in a second. But, like, it's embarrassing how much money certain teams pay their players. But it's okay to then have a player who makes a ton of money, agree to a ton of money, and then be like, we're going to give you all this money, but we're not going to give it to you right now so that we can pay other players on top of that. I just think about what we're talking about here. And yes, it is. There's legal documents that say that that could be done, but that's the problem. Baseball should have been like, that is too much, and we just put ourselves in a stupid situation. But again, they love the Dodgers, so that's why they allow it. 888-808-1019. We'll take a break. We'll come back to your phone calls. Moose, Jerry, Marty, Ray. Listen, we started off with the Jets, so you could call up about the football if you want to. I'm thinking let Glenn and Muji finish out this year. Let them be awful. Let them just completely tank, and at the end of it, make it a one-and-done deal and bring in somebody who could actually fix his team. I want to hear from you on that. But then also, we're talking about Ohtani and the Dodgers and how they made it back to the World Series again, and everyone's sitting here kissing their tuchus, being like, "Wow, this is what we got to be the next Dodgers." There is no way to be the next Dodgers. No one else can do what they do, and why? Because they were able to cheat the system with the Shohei Ohtani deferral. That's it. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. Hit me up at Hoff WFAN.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
I think that's how you get in trouble. Well, Framber Valdez is good. He's only going to cost this much. So even though School Bowl's better, the cost-effective, take that and throw it in the garbage. Yeah. Who's the best pitcher? Go get him.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Kick off the new season in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Looking for an SUV with extra space and style? You'll find an impressive lineup of GLC, GLE, and GLS models in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Or take advantage of their exclusive loaner-to-owner program. Buy or lease a 2025 X-Loaner and enjoy the experience of a like-new Mercedes-Benz. Don't wait. Upgrade your drive this fall at Mercedes-Benz of Edison, the Tri-State's premier destination for luxury driving.
John Ryan.
Yeah, Dad.
I think I came up with a killer slogan for our law firm. D'Agostino and Associates, bite back.
Bite back?
Yeah. When someone hurts you, you bite back. We'll be the law firm that bites back.
Dad, that's brilliant. Accident victims, call D'Agostino and Associates and bite back. Hey, we could even put a big vicious dog on billboards everywhere.
Yeah, and Rottweilers on buses.
Hey, how about a toll-free number?
What are you thinking?
You know, like 1-800-BITE-BACK.
1-800-BITE-BACK. That's brilliant.
But what if people hear fight back?
Easy. I'll spell it out for them, like 1-800-BITE. Back. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
Love it. Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
All this talk about biting back got me hungry.
Me too. Want to grab lunch?
Sure. Hey, how about a jingle?
You mean like D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back?
Why do you go to Princeton Longevity Center?
We go to Princeton Longevity Center because my husband's cardiologist told him having this exam saved his life.
Because somehow 20 turned into 40, and now I need to take my health more seriously. The Princeton Longevity Center designed a program to keep me healthy and active, so 50 and 60 will be no sweat.
Because even though my cholesterol is high, it turned out my arteries are clear. That's a big relief.
Whether you want to make the most of your future years or just want peace of mind, you need the Princeton Longevity Center. Their comprehensive preventive exam combines the latest technology with caring experts to create your personal plan for staying well.
Because I shouldn't have to wait an hour for a 10-minute physical. I go to Princeton Longevity Center because I get everything done in one day and take my results home with me.
Find out why you need Princeton Longevity. Call 888-8000-PLC or go to PrincetonLongevityCenter.com. Call 888-8000-PLC. That's 888-8000-PLC.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We have reached the age where things just cost more.
Cars, phones, life insurance.
Your blood pressure is up.
Your weight is up.
You're one to talk.
I have type 2 diabetes, so I'm getting dinged just like you.
Thank goodness for Big Lou.
Big Lou!
Big Lou can get term life insurance rates for a 50-year-old male with type 2 diabetes or high blood pressure, or maybe he's on anxiety meds for just around $200 a month for $1 million of coverage.
Oh, you got to say that again.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll say it. Big Lou and term provider could get a 50-year-old man, a little dinged up, $1 million in life insurance for around $200 a month.
Call Big Lou.
Big Lou!
He's like you.
800-555-2085. That's 800-555-2085.
Don't put it off. If you're overweight, diabetic, have high blood pressure, you gotta call Big Lou.
Gotta.
800-555-2085.
Write it down.
800-555-2085.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Also brought to you by PoliceOfficersRightToSue.com. Well, Shohei Ohtani putting together quite possibly the greatest individual performance in baseball history.
The big righty McGill sets on the mound. Here's the pitch. And Ohtani drives one, left center field. Did you? Gone! Shohei Ohtani, the stuff of legend.
Shohei Ohtani homering 3 times along with 6 scoreless innings, a 2-hit ball with 10 Ks as the Dodgers dispose of the Brewers 5-1 to cap the sweep. They head back to the World Series looking to make it back-to-back titles, called courtesy of the Dodgers Radio Network. Hey, Eugenio Suarez went deep, including a grand slam to cap up a 5-run 8th as the Mariners rallied by the Blue Jays 6-2 to take a 3-2 series lead. Cal Raleigh homer to get that 8th inning started. Jets still trying to get that first win, but likely without Garrett Wilson. He's listed as doubtful. And for the Giants, plenty of chatter ahead of this week in Denver. Both teams chirping a bit, but Brian Dable not concerning himself with the noise.
Yeah, like I said, right, I think the biggest thing is going out there and playing well on Sunday, and doing the things you need to do during the week to be ready to play a game against a very challenging, like I've talked about on Wednesday, good football team. And that's really the most important thing.
50 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Eight 1019 Speed Off with you on the Fan for another 3 hours until Joe B. Joe, bro, let me tell you about the Jets going 0-7 this weekend. Yes, it's going to happen. He'll be on at 5 o'clock, but till now it's me.
me and you and Ray Jarvis and Marco Belletti, 888-808-1019. That's the number to call. You could always hit me up at Hoff, WFAN. And we haven't touched really on the Giants yet as they're heading to Denver. And I'm looking forward to it. This is my actual first time going to Denver, so I'm actually very much looking forward to it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to actually do anything out there. Usually when I go to these games on the road, again, I'm working this shift, so I'm not getting great sleep. I'm trying to sleep on the plane. We get to our location, and then everyone's like, all right, well, let's go out. Let's, go get a bite to eat or something like that. And I'm just like, I'm going to go to the hotel room and just pass out for a few days, even though I really can't do that. It's more like hours. And then I get a phone call from Evan. He tells me he wants to do a Rico Bronya. So then we end up doing that for 3 hours. So that's usually my road trips. I try to do things once in a while. Like, where was I last year? I got some really good wings. It wasn't, maybe it was Pittsburgh that we were in, that I got some really good wings. But overall, like, I do try to do my best to, like, go out a little bit. But that being said, I really was looking forward to going out somewhere. I want to go to Red Rocks. That's really all I want to do tomorrow, or later today, I should say. So hopefully I can do that. But anyway, who cares about me? It's about this game. Tomorrow, 4 o'clock, the Broncos and the Giants. And let me just put it this way. If somehow the Broncos play football like they did last weekend against the Jets, the Giants will win in Denver. Because there's no doubt in my mind that the New York Giants can't put together better offensive drives against the Denver Broncos. That Cam Skattebo and Jaxson Dart can't find openings that the Jets couldn't find. That Jaxson Dart won't be able to find. And I'm telling you right now, I'm not sure. I've never been to Colorado before, so I don't know how the air is. I've heard stories, but I can't imagine it affecting guys like Jaxson Dart and Cam Skattebo and some of the other guys. And what I'm really looking forward to is after last week's huge win over Philly. Like, you could sit there and say the Chargers game was big and it was a huge game against the Chargers. Okay, fine. And then they lose against New Orleans. But to beat the Eagles, their rivals, on prime time, like, it was a big deal. So to go to Denver, I'm not saying it's not a big deal, but it's a different feel. It's not the same energy going up against that division rival. With all that history with Saquon Barkley, with all the talk of the Saquon Barkley documentary. Like, think about that. There's a ton of different things going on here going up against the Eagles where it's not the same against the Broncos. There's obviously different storylines, but these are now all created through, the Denver Broncos and, trying to call out Jaxson Dart and about his chain and all this other nonsense. It's different. That being said, though, I do think this week is going to be another improvement offensively. Denver Broncos defense is tough, but I could totally see a guy like Jalen Hyatt, who last week got a little confidence, got those 3 catches in a row, almost, not saying that he almost scored a touchdown because he was wrapped up. He was never going to make that catch no matter what, even though he said he's like, great wide receivers make that catch. I don't know if that would have been remotely possible the way he was being, held. But that being said, the fact that Dart went to him in that spot and he almost made that catch, I feel like Jalen Hyatt is going to be opened up a little bit more this time around. I feel like that is a huge possibility. I feel like Theo Johnson and Dart have a really good connection. And if Johnson's not catching a ball, he's blocking for Cam Skattebo or for Jaxson Dart. And they're really setting up themselves to play a really good game. And I'm not concerned about the defense anymore. I'm not concerned about the fact that Cordell Flott was basically the full-time quarterback, that there was no rotation between him and Deonte Banks, who, congratulations to Banks. I think he just had his wife or girlfriend just had twins, so good for him. But the fact is, you have a defense led by Brian Burns, who's been eating things up, having an amazing season. 7 sacks already. I think that they're going to make it a very tough day for the Denver Broncos. Now, I picked the Broncos to win. I picked the Giants to cover, though. I think this is going to be a close game. If you told me tomorrow, though, that the Giants show up and walk away with a victory, that's not going to shock me. This Giant team doesn't shock me anymore in a negative way. Like, if they went up and had a dud, that would shock me. Now there's hope. Now there's excitement. And I'm looking forward to the New York Giants and how they play against a good Denver Broncos team. That's for sure. 888-808-1019. That's the number to call. You can always hit me up at HoffWFAN. But we've been talking a lot of baseball. Basically, now we've turned it to Shohei Ohtani show because, they're going back to the World Series, and I just think that this is a completely crock as the Dodgers are the only team to be able to get to do what they're doing because they have the best player in baseball who deferred 90-something% of their contract, and because of that, they're able to stockpile players and get really good players in. And who wouldn't want to join Shohei Ohtani? I mean, come on. I want to join Shohei Ohtani. I'll be the ball boy, the bat boy, whatever. I don't care. Give me a role. I'll do it. So, yeah, I like it. The rich get richer. That's what they say. 888-808-1019. Moose in Jamaica. What's up, Moose?
What's good, Hoff? How are you? Good morning.
Good morning.
So, yeah, I'm a Yankee fan, but because my mom's a Mets fan, I care about the Mets in a positive sense.
Oh, that's nice.
I'm not here to talk trash, So, but I'd like to talk about what the Mets should do. There's 12 to 15 things they need to do to make sure what happened this year doesn't happen again. I've already expounded upon what the Yankees could, would, should, need, can, but won't do because whatever reasons. That being said, first things first, for the sanctity and overall legacy of your franchise, please re-sign Pete Alonso. Basically, give him what he wants in a reasonable amount. But at the same time, Soto was apparently taking grounders and fielding at first in practice. So maybe that's the transition plan.
Yeah, but
that's
but Moose, you know what? Not for nothing. The fact that you're sitting there and talking about Soto taking grounders. I mean, I've seen.
That's what Mets fans were saying.
No,
I'm not saying this.
No, but I got to be honest. How many times do we see We used to see Mariano Rivera take fly balls in center field. Were they ever going to put Mariano Rivera in center field? No.
Yeah, once again, it's speculation. I've heard Alcintron say it like that might be, but that's just one thing. And then you have to figure out your 3 to 4 infielders for 2 infield spots if you are going to re-sign Pete Alonso from Acuna, Mauricio, Beatty, Vientos, and also what are you going to do with Jeff McNeil?
Well, McNeil's going to be traded. Listen, I mean, Moose, I'm not going to do it right now because I feel like that'll take up the rest of the show, and I don't want to do that right now. And I think it's too early to talk about. I mean, we still got a World Series going on that hasn't even started yet. So
one last thing, trade for Cease. One last thing, and I'll let you go. Trade for Cease. Just get it done already.
No.
Trade for Cease or King.
I'm not interested in him.
Fair enough.
And listen, Moose, I understand and I appreciate the phone call. I'm not interested in Cease, and I mean maybe King, but I need a dominant ace. Dylan Cease is not a dominant ace. Like, I'm sorry, he's just not. Last year, he was 8-12 with a 4.55 ERA. His whip was 1.33. He had 215 strikeouts. Okay, fine. That's not a dominant ace. Like, David Peterson pitched better than that. Right? Would we trade? Think about it this way. Let's look at David Peterson's numbers. All right? And I'm going to ask you a question here. David Peterson was 9-6. Who cares about the win-loss record? So take that away. He pitched to a 4.22 ERA, not as many strikeouts, only 150. His whip was 1.37. So Cease was able to obviously get more strikeouts, but again, 4.55 ERA, his whip was 1.33. So the ERA higher and the whip a tad lower compared to Peterson. But would you trade for David Peterson if you're the New York Mets? Would you trade for him? Not saying he's on your team already, so he's obviously a starter. Would you say, ooh, I want David Peterson on my team? And you can compare the strikeouts and be like, well, that's the big difference. But at the end of the day, his numbers were basically the same besides the strikeouts. At the end of the day, I don't care how many strikeouts you have. I need you to get outs. I need you to get productive outs. David Peterson's career ERA is 4.12. His whip is a career 1.37. Cease is a little bit lower, 3.88 with a whip of 1.26 or 1.27. Still, not ace-like. And that's what I want. I want an ace. I would go more Shane Bieber, but again, he's not. It's an option for Toronto, and they'll probably pick up that option, and that's disappointing because they should have made that trade last year. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Jerry in North Carolina. Jerry, what's up, bud?
Hey, man. I agree totally with what you're saying about the Dodgers. It's because it really reminds me of the situation the Major League Baseball had once before in 1998 when they were almost going like blinders with the home run derby between McGuire and Sosa, and they only add up to one thing. They were one attendance for Major League Baseball, and I think that's what the same thing is here as with Ohtani.
Yeah, and it's ridiculous, Jerry, because they pick and choose what they turn a blind eye to. And I'm not sitting here saying that like we talked about earlier, like a caller called in earlier and said, there is nothing against this in the rules. You are allowed to defer money. You're allowed to defer whatever amount of money you want. So, yes, that is all good and all. But the rule was built not with the intention of, I'm going to sign the best player in baseball to a record contract that no one has ever had before in the history of baseball. And, oh, by the way, he's going to defer 98% of the money. And on top of that, we're going to go out, and since we're the Dodgers, we're going to go out and still have a payroll of $350 million because we're still going to go and get the best players on top of that. Like, that all equals a bag of crap. That all equals, you talk about being, I don't want to say fair, but like, because the Rays could do the same thing, right? Could the Rays do the same thing as the Dodgers did? Yes and no. Yes, because they can choose to do it, but which player is going to go and say, I'm going to defer all my money and I'm going to go to the Rays? Like, no one's choosing the Rays. The Dodgers are one of the best franchises in history. Same thing with the Yankees. And it's not even the fact that he went to the Dodgers. Like, people get that out of your head. I don't care that he went to the Dodgers. I'm fine with him going to the Dodgers. It is the fact that you were able to allow all of these things. That should never be the case.
Yeah, exactly. It's and you look about another situation. It was back in 2004 that the Arizona Diamondbacks had accumulated deferment amount of $254 million deferred. It was going away back to the 2000 series when they played the Yankees. They had money deferred, and because Colangelo, they had to sell his majority interest in the team because he almost went bankrupt.
What the Diamondbacks, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing is, like, I feel like the Dodgers have put themselves in a situation, by the way, like they have ample amount of money, so I don't think they're ever going to get into bankrupt and all that other stuff, but I feel like they are able to withstand this. They have the finances to do all the above. And here's the thing, right? Everybody is, all Mets fans should really pay attention to this because what the Mets fans are begging for the Mets to do is something that the Dodgers literally just did. They literally just got the best players in baseball to play for their team between Mookie Betts between Shohei Ohtani, they got Yamamoto, they got Tyler Glass now, they got Blake Snell, they got all these unbelievable players, Teoscar Hernandez, to play under the LA Dodgers, right? They're all on the Dodgers. Meanwhile, what they can do is build up their farm system. They can actually create. So they have all these guys under contract. Freddie Freeman at first base. They could build Will Smith at catcher. Build their farm system. And as players fade, and this is what they're going to do. And this is smart. As players fade, then they're going to start to plug in the young kids that they've supposedly built and hopefully have built if their organization has done a good job in the minors. And that's what everybody wants David Stearns to do. The problem is the Dodgers found that loophole to make it successful. Like, David Stearns tried to do this in a different way. He tried to get a best player in baseball. He did. He got Juan Soto. That's a Shohei Ohtani. He still has a very high payroll, like the Dodgers. The problem is the Tyler Glasnows, the Yamamotos, the Blake Snells, they are Kodai Senga, Sean Manaea, Clay Holmes. Like, think about those worlds we're talking about. Those are huge, way different. The Pete Alonso compared to Freddie Freeman may be on the same level, but now Pete Alonso's a free agent. He's going to bring him back. You know, there's that's what I'm talking about. Like, David Stearns is in the process of trying to recreate what the Dodgers are doing, but the Dodgers did it on a level that no one else can touch. And that's why it's a little, to me, it's like, it's almost video game stuff. Like, you wouldn't normally be able to do. They were able to push a button that no one else could push.
Yes, the crazy thing is, too, is that the Dodgers were like Cohen's first choice as a team acquisition. He was going to pay $4 billion for him instead of what the Dodgers were sold for. That was crazy, man.
Yeah. Well, Jared, thank you for the phone call. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, no, it definitely was crazy. And just imagine Cohen in that situation with Shohei Ohtani. How much money would a Shohei have gotten at that point in time? 888-808-1019. Marty is in Staten Island. Marty, what's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning, Pete.
Good morning.
Listen, I was in the union, the Carpenters Union, for 35 years. Now, if I'm not mistaken, you could every team has a union rep. Yes. We call them shop stewards. They're the eyes and ears of the union to make sure.
What do you call them, Marty?
Union reps, I believe. Every team has a union rep.
Oh, I thought you had a nickname for them. I'm sorry.
No. The Carpenters Union, we call them shop stewards. They're the eyes and ears of the union.
Got it.
So whoever the rep was for the Dodgers dropped the ball, and somebody could file a grievance against the Dodgers with the union, with MLB players.
How so? Explain it to me, because I'll file it right now. I'll file it right now.
No, you can't file it. The representative has to file it, or a representative from the Reds, the Mets. File a grievance.
Well, how so? Explain to me what's the grievance? What would the grievance say? That they manipulate the system?
That they're monopolizing, in actuality, with this Ohtani thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. 100%.
And that's what a union rep does. He's there because like. Where does the medical come from for the players? It comes through the union. You think these owners would be giving you medical as good as it is?
Yeah. No. I get it. You're right, and I think that's a good. I wish someone. Well, that's part of the CBA, right? Like, that's gonna happen. They're gonna have the CBA. It comes up, and they're gonna sit down and talk, and all this is gonna come to a head, and I'm not sure if it's going to go in the direction that I want it to. Like, I just want there to be, not saying fair play. That's not what I want. I want more teams. I want 2 more teams added on. I think you need to find a way to have a bottom for baseball teams without having a salary cap, without capping it off. but I do think there needs to be a bottom. I don't think you could have teams anymore because what's the point of having a franchise that's got a payroll of $67 million like the Miami Marlins who are not going to win anything with that? Like they just changed organizations again. They changed. Jeter was in that organization a few years ago. He's gone now. So the top people in that organization have changed over. So the plans have changed, right? So $67 million payroll is not all of a sudden to be like, oh, well, they're gonna be this magical team. They're not there yet. They're still a few years away because they're in the process of rebuilding their franchise. Yet I don't think you should be able to allow a team to have as low of a salary as they want. It just pisses the fans off. I don't care which fans they are. But on the other hand too, like I don't kill the Dodgers for having a payroll that they have of $350 million. What bothers me is that it should be over $400 million with all the taxes that have been brought together. It should be like $425 million, maybe $450 million, their payroll. But they got off with a deferral that was outrageous and very manipulating. And that's what bothers me. 888-808-1019. Let's get into some of the real teams that are here. We're talking about the Dodgers. I know they're making the World Series, so that's why we're talking about Shohei Ohtani and all other stuff. But let's get into the Yankees coming up as Cashman and Boone both spoke. A lot of information came out. A lot about Volpe, a lot about the pitching staff, a lot about injuries. So we'll get into that and more. 888-808-1019. It's Peter Hoffman with you till 5 a.m. when Joe Beningo comes on. And you can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN. Sports Talk on WFAN is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. By the way, I'm very excited. Paramount Plus is going to be also the new home for UFC. So starting in January, I don't have to pay the pay-per-view. I could just watch the UFC on Paramount Plus, which I already own. What is it? Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Who will stay? Who will go? Big questions loom for the Yankees and Mets this offseason. Get the latest here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
We are moving now.
Electric bikes are everywhere. They are quiet and very fast. Teens ride them on the roads, in bike lanes, but also in places they should not be, like sidewalks and parks.
Look out!
When you ride, wear a helmet. Don't speed. Watch out for pedestrians and cars. New York State and your community have specific rules for electric bikes. Follow them. Go to trafficsafety.ny.gov for more info. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. Dope. Dope, 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 dope. Dope, 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 dope.
Eight 808-808-1019. Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5 a.m. And let's just talk about the Yankees for a little bit before we get back to the Ohtani conversation. As if you missed out the last 2 hours, basically we've been ripping the Dodgers, and they're cheating basically over Shohei Ohtani. And if you don't recognize it, then the joke's on you. But that being said, let's get to the Yankees because they're not cheating and they're losing as they're going out there and playing players that shouldn't play. And now going into 2026, they don't have to worry about playing players they shouldn't play because those players won't be available to start the season. And that's really the outcome of this press conference with Boone and Brian Cashman. You have Anthony Volpe with the shoulder surgery. You have Clark Schmidt with Tommy John. You have Garrett Cole, who's still not ready since his Tommy John. Carlos Rodon now has had surgery, so he's going to be out for a little bit. Your pitching staff has taken a major hit for the first month of the season. And your offense, which, they couldn't really make a decision or couldn't really give you a firm feel on Anthony Volpe. Is he going to be the shortstop that you're going to use every day? Is he going to be, what are we doing with Anthony Volpe? And even Boone and Cashman, I understand Cashman said he had privy conversation with the doctor, or he saw more information than Boone was able to. So that's why he was able to go and say and feel confident saying that with Volpe's injury, it did affect what he did on the field and with the bat, unlike Boone, who said it didn't affect him at all. That being said, though, what are they doing at shortstop? That is a real, true deal. Like, you have a shortstop who is going to be unable to, who's had now 3 seasons where his OPS is what it is. Like, we could sit there and say, well, Volpe's got some pop. Yeah, he hits about 19 home runs this past year. Could he get 20 home runs? Okay. But with that pop, his OPS is at still 663, 666, right around that. Like, that's his career OPS is 663 or 666. So, that's who, in 3 years, that's who Volpe is. That hasn't changed at all. His batting average has gone up and down a little bit, but his OPS has not. So you could sit there and say, well, the numbers are the numbers, or the numbers have changed or lower because of his injury. But really, the numbers are just the numbers. And his defense was a little disappointing. His defense was a little bit disappointing, more disappointing than really. But that's also because they have a first baseman in Ben Rice who's not a first baseman. And Paul Goldschmidt lost a step himself as well. But you're going to have a plan B. And I hate to say that because everything this year seemed like a plan B from not getting Soto. You're going to have a plan B for your shortstop. And that needs to be priority number 1, I guess. Maybe priority number 1 is to figure out what the hell's going on with your starting pitching for the first month of the season, because whether it's Luis Heel, Cam Schlittler obviously is going to be in the mix, but you're going to have to rely on Max Fried, Schlittler, Heel, and who else? There's going to be other people you're going to have to figure out starting games that you may not want to start games. Will Warren, he's going to have to improve. I liked Will Warren, but he really didn't do anything in the playoffs. He wasn't giving you real innings. And it's the inconsistency this past season. He can have some unbelievable moments on the mound, give you 9 strikeouts, give you close to double-digit strikeouts, or he can get blown up in the first couple innings. So Will Warren's going to have to improve. But then you go up and down that team. And Bellinger, is he coming back? Is Grisham coming back? What are you doing with Dominguez? Stanton's another year older. Are you... I know he's got a non-trade, but are you going to accept that as Bible? Or are you going to try to talk to him and say, hey, what can we do to move you? Me, I think that Stanton's someone that you don't want to move.
But I know others think different. And reality is, and this has been a thing that's been said now for a little bit, Aaron Judge isn't getting younger. You are now ruining Aaron Judge's prime. That is a fact. Aaron Judge is in a situation where he is if you want to say that the best player in baseball is Ohtani, Aaron Judge is 1B. Because I think for what Judge does and if you took out the fact that Ohtani pitches, Aaron Judge is the best player in baseball. His fielding is incredible. I mean, look at him out there making defensive plays in right field. He is a great player defensively as well as offensively. Ohtani pitches. That's his big. I'm trying to do my best to crap on Ohtani, but it's not working. I just can't. Not today. Not after what he just did. But that being said, though, it's like Judge is not having surgery on his elbow, so maybe just recovery. But there's still there's so much that the Yankees have to figure out. They got two guys who basically play catcher. That which bat is better, which defense is better. That's what you're weighing. There's too many things that you have to weigh out. Same thing with the Mets. Like we'll get into the Mets later on too. There's so many things that they have to weigh out. But right now, the Yankees, they have to weigh out a lot. Because it starts with the pitching. And then as you go around that lineup, question mark after question mark, because I don't believe in Dominguez right now. I don't believe in Volpe, but he's not even ready. He's not even going to be able to have a normal spring training. There are a ton, and not for nothing, but Jazz Chisholm, who is somebody that maybe you could consider keeping around. He's got 1 year left. Are you keeping him around, or are you trying to move on from him and trade him for some value? Because here's the thing about Chisholm. He definitely has skill. He definitely has pop. He definitely is athletic. He definitely has a vibe. But does that fit the Yankee way? And can you win with Jazz and his deficiencies, which are he's not a perfect defender. No one seems to be in New York these days. But he is definitely not perfect. And they can't get second base right for whatever reason. Maybe that's a place where Volpe can actually shine. I don't know. His glove doesn't seem to be the issue, Volpe. It's his throws that seem to be a problem. Maybe that's where Volpe should go. Maybe you get a better second shortstop. Maybe that's the goal. Either way, that means you got to make a decision on Chisholm. And if you're not going to pay him a lot of money, which is what he's going to want, then what are you doing with him? Are you going to just let him walk like Soto? There's a lot of questions there. 888-808-109. Let's get back to the phone calls. Ray is in Waterbury. Ray, what's going on?
Hi, Pete. Great show as usual. You're right on with the Dodgers. Here's the domino effect. They cheated by backloading all that money, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then all the Japanese pitchers follow him in. I mean, they use the Mets to pump and the Yankees to pump up the price.
Sasaki, Yamamoto. Yeah, of course. You're right.
Yeah. So the only way the Mets and the Yankees could stay with him is just load up on the salary and pay the freight on the luxury tax. Now, here's what they should do. They worry about balance and parity. You know what? They should allow them to go back to that, open up. Here's how you get parity. Go back and make them defer less of that money on the Dodgers. That's how you make it fair.
Yeah, well,
really, that's the way to make it fair.
That's how you stop the deal. You stop the deal from the beginning from even happening. Like, you have baseball stick their head in there and be like, listen, you guys are about to have a $700 million contract. Totally fine. You know you could do that.
but you're going to defer $680 million. I'm sorry, that is not going to happen. We will allow you to defer an X amount of money. Maybe we'll allow you to defer 50% of it. But 680 of it, you cannot do. And because you were already, and we see it, you're going to go out and sign everybody else in the world anyway. Like, you're going to have to pay for that. Like, you're going to have to be like any other organization that doesn't spend money because they don't want to have those type of bills. You're willing to do that, okay, fine, but then you have to actually do it. You're going to have to reap those negatives. You're going to have to pay for what you're bringing in. And listen, again, I'm not saying that the Mets and Yankees didn't try to defer money or wouldn't try to defer money. I'm just saying you can't defer $680 million off of a record contract and think that that's okay. It's just not.
Absolutely, Pete, and that's where they should be able to go into that when the agreement runs out. That's how you correct it. Never mind this nonsense. They got to make the poor teams can't spend. Start with fixing that. Make that the part that's deferred more less. And make that count on the luxury tax, more of it.
Yeah,
and that's how you correct it, Pete. You know what? And if the Mets get their hands on Skubal, give them $500 million, and see what you can defer there. If it's, you know what I mean? Because if you get them in a trade, if they're fortunate enough to get them, sign them right there. Give them what.
But Ray, and here's the problem, Ray, and here's the difference between Skubal and Ohtani and Judge and Ohtani and Soto and Ohtani and basically any other ball player not named Ohtani. He was making so much money already from Japan and his international money. Like, this money that he was getting from America, from the Dodgers, he didn't need it. Like, that's the biggest issue here. And that's the crime of it, is he does not need this U.S. dollar right now. He definitely wants it. He wants it, but he doesn't need it now because he's making so much out of other places. It's not like him being like, you know what? I could live in a studio apartment in LA and I'll make $1 million or $2 million a year and that should get me by. That's no problem. No, I don't know how much he makes per year, but there's no way that guy's making $2 million per year and that's it. He's making a buttload of international money. And yeah, that studio is a mansion. Okay? And he's not living off of $2 million a year. He's living off of millions and millions of dollars.
You're right, Pete. And here's what they should do, too. These players that are coming from Japan or internationally, they should go in a draft so the Dodgers can't compile one after another.
Well, I mean, listen, I don't want to do that. And Ray, I appreciate the phone call, and I get your point. Like, and this is where I tried to say it before when the guy Debo called in and was like, oh, you're just jealous that the Dodgers got Shohei Ohtani. I'm not. I'm not upset that they have Ohtani. I'm not upset that they got Yamamoto. I'm not upset that they got Sasaki. I'm not upset that they got Freeman, Betts. I mean, don't get me wrong. Was it ridiculous that Chaim Bloom basically gave the Dodgers Mookie Betts for basically nothing? I mean, yeah, that was stupid. That's like I get confused sometimes at how dumb GMs are, right? Like, that's why I'm concerned about Pete Alonso and whoever else with the Mets, because I know that David Stearns thinks he's the smartest man in the room. So you may see something really crazy down the line of like, well, we don't really need this guy, so let's give him away because I'm so smart and we're going to build the team this way. Now, Chaim Bloom didn't realize trading away Mookie Betts and then missing the playoffs wasn't a good combo. He got his ass tossed. Now, the Dodgers, I can't fault them for getting a trade like that and saying yes. That's like the Yankees with Stanton. Of course you're going to say yes. That doesn't mean it's blocking you. That doesn't mean it's blocking Steinbrenner from making a move for Harper or for some other players. That's on Steinbrenner. This was on Jeter and company saying, just take Stan and just give us some crappy pieces back. And that's basically what they did. But anyway, like the Dodgers, it doesn't bother me the players they get, but you just have to pay them. Like, you can't tell me that it's okay that they have a phony payroll this year, that the Mets somehow have a bigger payroll than the Dodgers, when in reality, they shouldn't. They should have the highest payroll in baseball. However, they don't, because of this deferral of $680 million. It's a joke. 888-808-1019. Tony's in Montreal. Tony, how you doing?
How you doing, Hoff? I just want to mention a couple of things about what you're saying. So if you give me some time, I just want to do some numbers.
Sure.
So the Dodgers are the second highest value team in the major leagues, behind the Yankees at $8.2 billion, and the Dodgers were worth somewhere in the range of $6.8 billion in the previous year. They jumped 23% in capital value since last year to this year to something like $7.7 million, but they're still behind the Yankees. And what you've been talking about all night is the collective bargaining agreement that was organized and signed and promoted by Major League Baseball's union. And at the same time that you guys are talking about the Dodgers taking advantage of this, last year they paid $103 million in luxury tax and $150 million in revenue sharing. That's $253 million that they gave back to the league for signing. So how can they do all this? Well, they do all this because they're the fourth greatest franchise on the planet in revenue per year at $1 billion. There's Barcelona, Madrid, Dallas Cowboys, and the Dodgers. And why are the Dodgers taking advantage of deferred contracts? Is that they don't care about indebting their franchise, and they're indebting their franchise until I believe the year is almost 58. So between now and 58. And you're going to say, well, the Dodgers have only done this. The Mets did this with Bonilla, and Bonilla contract, they're still paying it until 2028. And the good thing about Bonilla, Bobby Bonilla, is that he got interest on his contract, so his deferred payments are worth even more than his original contract, if you can believe it, because it was a 28-year deferral. So whoever signed that contract for Bonilla made him a multi-millionaire by deferring his contract. And why is Ohtani willing to defer his contract and only $2 million a year? Is because he's earning $100 million a year in endorsements.
There you go.
So
that's what I'm looking for.
The issue is Ohtani doesn't care about that initial $600 million contract. It's deferred. So the actual team, Los Angeles Dodgers, have deferred to Oscar Hernandez and all of their major stars. And all of their major stars are making money because the team is doing two things, Hoff. They're generating more revenue than any other team in Major League Baseball. They're paying luxury tax, and they're paying this revenue sharing. So they're giving $253 million a year last year. But why are they doing this? Is because their franchise increased by 23% from the year past. So they generated a capital value of over close to $2 billion. And guess why the Yankees don't do this? The Yankees have a zero debt structure. When you carry contracts in the future, like the $600 million contract, that's called capitalization of their debt.
Right.
So the the Dodgers are at 7%. Guess what the Yankees are at? 0%. They will not capitalize and mortgage their future because they want to build their program from another way. They want to build from their young players and their franchise. So we cannot say it's un-American. It's actually very American because the system in baseball is capitalist, and it's saying to the best organized team that can generate the greatest amount of money, you are going to do whatever you want to do with your money. But and in fact, They even have a socialist component to it because there's revenue sharing and there's luxury tax. So everybody else in the league can do what they're doing. They just don't have the gumption to do it because the Dodgers have gambled on the future of their franchise, not today, but in 50 years' time.
Right.
They want it to be worth $100 billion. And the reason they're doing this is because their market share is not just the United States now; it's the entire Asian market. And you cannot fault them for being intelligent about the future. That's Mr. Walton, who owns that franchise with a guy that used to play basketball that everybody loved, Magic Johnson. So they said, where is our market? The United States is limited. We need Canada. We need Mexico. We need Asia. Guess what? They're right, and they're winning, and they have the money, and they have the gumption. There's another word I was going to say. I don't want to say it on the radio. But you cannot fault them for being capitalists. If you want to fault anybody, you turn around and you look at Hal, and you say, how come you're not capitalizing in the future? Guess what? Because they're worth $8 billion. $8 billion.
Yeah.
And that original franchise was worth in the millions. And if you want to know one other thing, the Montreal Expos are the reason this doesn't work, because the Expos were sold by Mr. Loria. And he flipped it for the Marlins. And he's a cheap owner, that guy, a very cheap owner. So Major League Baseball ran Montreal, ran it into the ground, treated us up. So when the Seagram family, the Bronfman family, bought the Expos, they bought it for $9 or $10 million. That's why people are looking at these franchises and saying they're worth $1 billion. If Montreal Expos were still in the league, they would be worth exactly what the Blue Jays are worth, $2-point-something billion.
Tony,
and that's what.
Did you see the Montreal the Montreal Expo documentary is coming out soon, right? It's coming out next week.
Yeah.
Are you going to watch it?
Of course. And you know what, Hoff? You know that is the travesty of baseball. Look, I'm a baseball fan. Right. I watched both of those games today. Okay, I didn't think I would see a game like Ohtani pitched today. 6 innings, no hits, 3 home runs. That's a Babe Ruth heroic event.
That was not normal.
That's not normal. But the thing is, okay, you have Judge in New York, and they have Vladdy in Toronto. But the thing is, this issue right now that you're talking about, okay, is accounting, analytics, and capitalization of teams. And when you want to capitalize your team, you have to gamble on your revenue. And just on TV revenue, okay, they make $350 million a year. And on gate revenue, Los Angeles makes $4.9 million a game. And they make another $350 million. So they're making $680 million a year just on TV and on the gate, while some teams are making $500,000 on the gate in Major League Baseball. If you have one team earning $500,000, another team earning like almost 10 times that amount, that's why they're able to take the risk and capitalize their future, because they don't care what the team is worth today. The Los Angeles Dodgers want their team to be worth $1 trillion in 50 years.
Hey, Tony,
and you know what?
I got to take a break.
They're going to buy up everything in Los Angeles, including the Los Angeles Lakers and the Los Angeles Kings.
Of course. Tony, I appreciate the phone call. You're the best as always, but I got to take a break here. We'll get more into the Ohtani talk, whatever you want to talk about. Jets, Giants tomorrow. A little bit of maybe a little hockey talk with the Rangers as they are struggling. 888-808-1019 is Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5. Hit me up at Hoff WFAN.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
It's been so many years since the Giants fans. This is just a fan thing. This isn't a team, with construction or anything like that, and performance. The fans can come to Giants Stadium and leave us.
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, New Yorkers. Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with AutoPay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with AutoPay mobile plus discount and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios for eligible new Fios Internet and mobile customers. Both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
D'Agostino & Associates is a legacy firm that's there to help accident victims. I'm attorney Jenna D'Agostino, continuing the legacy my father, John D'Agostino, started 35 years ago when he built D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm, one client at a time.
I grew up on these New York and New Jersey streets. They shaped me. I'm attorney John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. I often tell the story of how my father lost his leg in a construction accident so people understand I've been there and I'll be there for you. Call my team first, 888-24-LAW-24, 888-24-LAW-24.
Continuing the legacy means working closely with my father and our team. When you're injured, we know a big decision has to be made. Call our team first.
D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey. I've been there and I'll be there for you. Call my team first, 888-24-LAW-24, 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino Law Bite Back.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Get breaking sports news here. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, an Odyssey sports station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Also brought to you by Dr. Jay Shah at Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit SamuelPain.com. Shohei Ohtani put on a show. 3 home runs to go along with 6 scoreless innings, a 2-hit ball with 10 strikeouts as the Dodgers eliminated the Brewers 5-1 to cap off the sweep. They're back into the World Series for the 5th time since 2017.
I'll tell you, before this season started, they said the Dodgers are ruining baseball. Let's get 4 more wins and really ruin baseball. Let's go!
That's Dave Roberts on TBS. Meanwhile, the Mariners rallied by the Blue Jays 6-2 as they scored 5 runs in the 8th, highlighted by an Eugenio Suarez grand slam, his 2nd homer of the night, as the Mariners have a 3-2 series lead. So much talk of Justin Fields this week, and the idea he hasn't been aggressive enough and holds the ball too long. Aaron Glenn seems to think a lot of that criticism unwarranted.
You look at Lamar. I think Lamar, his numbers getting the ball out is higher than Justin's. I think Josh Allen's numbers are higher than Justin's. But I think everybody tends to see who those guys are and understand that. And for some reason, they don't understand Justin.
And Fields likely won't have his best target as Garrett Wilson is listed as doubtful. And Abdul Carter was a surprise on the Giants injury report, questionable with a hamstring injury, but is expected to play. 50 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Real quick, as you know, basketball season's coming up, so we're excited about the Knicks. But the Rangers have already played 6 games. And they are 2-3-1, which is basically 2-4. Like, I don't go with this, oh, well, they lost in overtime. They lost the game. They're 2-4. Okay?
I am utterly embarrassed for this franchise right now. And Chris Drury has had plenty of time to fix things. The fact that this team is 2-4 when their goaltenders have given up a combined 6 goals. 6 goals in 6 games. Mind you, you could add on 3 more to that tally because it's empty netters. So if you want to say 9 goals in total, but only 6 of them by the goalie. While the goalie's in, the goalies have only given up 6 goals in 6 games. And they have 2 wins on the season. Think about how dumb that is. Defense has been playing great. The goalies have been playing great. Their offense has been shoddy. So much so that they have lost 3 games at home and have scored 0 goals. That is a record for the start of a season. The start of season, 0-3 at home and have 0 goals at home. That is a record. Okay? That's embarrassing. And you want to sit there and talk about this franchise, if it's stepping in the right direction. You know, they got rid of Kreider. You want to talk about like the fact that they committed to Igor, all this stuff. And I look at this team and I say, they have old players in Panarin and Zibanejad who aren't stepping up. They're not scoring. You have a coach who is new to New York. You know, he had a lot of success with the Penguins, but he had Sidney Crosby. He had Evgeny Malkin. He had some of the best players in hockey. He doesn't have that here with the Rangers. And a team that missed the playoffs last year, which was completely embarrassing. Now, you're starting off 2-4. And there's got to be a real hard look at what's going on here. I know that some people are like, hey, give it time, give it 20 games. And I'll try, but through 6, the defense playing so well. This is like the Mets pitching staff. Except the fact is that the Mets won with that pitching staff in the beginning of the season. Right? The Mets pitching staff was like, how is this working? This shouldn't be working. They shouldn't be pitching so well. It's like the defense is playing extraordinarily well for the Rangers. When is the scoring going to happen? And I understand, like, you can't just make things out of nowhere. But part of it is there's no body in front of the net that's playing hard-nosed hockey, that's able to put the puck in the back of the net, that's able to get those rebounds, fight for deflections, all that and more. There is a system that was in place for years. You get somebody in there. Chris Kreider just kind of hangs around, buries the puck off of a rebound. Everybody's missing. Everybody's sloppy. Is it because it's sloppy? Is it puck luck? You can't have 3 games with no goals at home and say, oh, just all puck luck. It's got to be more than that. So it is to me right now, the Rangers are a tough watch, and it's tough to believe that this team is going in the right direction, especially considering one of the guys that they're really believing in is Alexei Lafreniere, and he's done nothing too. That's the young kid. That's their up-and-comer, right? He's been around now for 4 years, so he's not even a rookie anymore. He's not a young kid. He's been playing this game. Like, let's go. Let's show up already. It is highly frustrating right now. All right, let's get back to these phone calls. 888-808-1019. Limo driver Ed is in Asbury Park. Limo driver Ed, what's up, bud?
Hey, brother, what's going on? Let me tell you about. All right, Tiny. How many you said he had 3 home runs, right?
Yeah, he did today or yesterday.
How many guys was on base? The first one that he hit.
None,
right?
Yeah.
Second one.
None.
Third one.
None.
Okay, so why don't you just walk him? It's called walk a Tiny. You got it.
Well, here.
Called Walkatani. Walkatani. As soon as he comes up, everybody starts saying around the whole field, Walkatani. You got to. That's stupid.
Well,
that's stupid. The picture.
And Limo, Ed, I'll give you a second, but hold on. Just because it's funny, yeah. I said the same thing with guys like Vlad Guerrero Jr., with Aaron Judge, with certain players. Like, you don't need to pitch to them. Like, if there's nobody on base and it's a 0-0 game, why give them an opportunity to break it open? Like, maybe if right, like if it's like you're on the cusp of being eliminated, there's no reason to put yourself in a hole, right? There's no reason to pitch the Yankees didn't back down from Vlad Guerrero Jr., and that was a problem. He was able to make the Yankees pay. Don't need to do that.
Yeah, and have the other guys behind them make you pay. But that's the problem is, and just the way that he does it. But then also, too, this young man does an arts and craft of his swings. He works hard. In Japan, they work hard on their craft. In America, we don't do that. In America, we don't do it. You can even look at their soldiers. Hey, we just had our own guy that runs our military say they're fat and sloppy. Our military. Man, you ever see them dudes, man, in Japan when they be walking and they be strutting and doing their thing? They all in a single line. These dudes in shape, man. We're not. And in baseball, listen, in baseball, we ain't in shape. You said the guy used to play for the Mets a couple years ago. He's fat as he couldn't even run around the bases. These guys are out of shape. And hey, listen, man. Listen, you know what? Tommy's playing with his own luck. Hey, he could go outside and be walking somewhere down there in L.A. and get ran over, and that money's gone. you didn't even get a chance to even enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? Not every second, every minute, every hour is guaranteed, bro. Plane can go down with the team. Anything can happen.
Right.
But hey, you got to give it. But listen, you got to give it to the Dodgers, man. They doing what they got to do. If you can't beat them, you better start trying to learn how to join them.
Yeah,
because they found a way to get around that loophole.
Well, but that's the thing, and Ed, I appreciate the phone call. That's my biggest issue. Like, you're right. Like, they were able to figure out how to figure out the loophole. The loophole was created because there was a special player who was never going to go to another team besides the Dodgers. That was the only team he was going to go to. And yet somehow, and that's why I'm almost like, I wish I was in on these conversations, because it's such a joke. It's not even like the Yankees and the Mets and everybody else who maybe tried to bid for Ohtani, like, what were their deals like? If they put in $1 billion for say, and they're like, hey, let's defer all of it, but we'll give you $1 billion. Was Ohtani going to think about going to? No. It was, I'm always going to go to the Dodgers. Let's make it work. Give me a record-setting deal. And, oh, yeah, by the way, since I don't need the money, you can just defer it all and let's get really good players. Like, it's almost like insider trading, right? Like, think about that. It is such a, and it's not cheating because there is, on paper, on record, you're allowed to do these deferrals. So that's not cheating. But when you lay it out the way I lay it out, which is best player in baseball, not going to go anywhere else but the Dodgers, no matter what anybody else offers, breaks the bank with the best contract ever, biggest contract ever in baseball, and they defer 98% of the money? Those four things should not line up together. There should be a mandate about why you can't do that. And yet, here we are. The Dodgers, like you heard in Marco's update with Dave Roberts, they say that we're ruining baseball. No, it's been ruined already. You screwed it up. And it's not because we're upset that the Dodgers keep winning. It's because of how they built it. That's what screwed up. And baseball allowed it. Like, think about all the cheating scandals that have happened over the years. steroids, the Astros. What the Dodgers did should be considered cheating. However, it's the Dodgers and it's Major League Baseball. So they want their, like Tony called in from Montreal. Was like, hey, this is great for business. The revenue shares and all this stuff like this is huge. This is a big deal. It's international, all this other stuff. So it's great for baseball that Shohei Ohtani is going back to a World Series and being highlighted as the best athlete in the world or whatever you're going to say. Yeah, it's great. But not for the real baseball fan. And I guess who cares about the real baseball fan? Because we're just fans of our teams and we're fans of baseball and we've been here longer than everybody else. They want to grow the sport. 888-808-1019. Val is in the Bronx. Val, what's up, bro?
Captain Hoff, what's going on, King? What's going on, Doc?
I'm hanging in there, man. What's up?
Yo, before I get into my points, man, all power to you, bro. I don't know how you go about to, because you had a great show so far. It's been good. And now you're about to finish this up and jump on a plane and then have to deal with Evan's stuff later on. Good power to you, bro. Good luck with all of that.
Thank you.
Good luck with all of that.
Listen, I would lie if I was saying I'm complaining about it because it's a luxury, the job that I do.
Well, that's why I said power to you, because I know you love it. So, yeah. and you're doing what you want. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
But I want to get in on that Ohtani conversation because I think you're missing the boat. And I also got a Yankee point I'd like to make as well before I close.
Go for it, man.
But that stuff, you know why you lost that argument with the dude that called from L.A.? It's because as much as everybody's saying things that make perfect sense, shout out to Tony from Montreal, even limo driver Ed, I didn't know that. All those runs, because I was looking at it. I want to hate on Ohtani. But, I saw Reggie. I was a little kid when Reggie hit the 3 in a World Series game. Reggie never went back on the mound and made sure that he prevented the other team from scoring runs, too. So, I want to hate on him, but it's an amazing thing what he did. But the real reason why it is an argument and why it is cheating, and this is the thing that everybody's missing. Personally, I could care less about how you work out your accounting as far as the Dodgers and how they do business. I could care less about how Ohtani works out his own personal account. He's making money around the globe and doing everything that he wants to do, New Balance commercials, all of that. Go ahead, live on. The issue becomes when my Yankees sign people and we go over the luxury tax and we start paying dollar for dollar for I got to hear as a fan, I can't get this money because if I spend $30 on Bregman, it's actually going to work out in terms of how much I'm really spending to be, 40 or 50 because of the luxury tax. See, what's going on is that when they do that with Ohtani, they're not reflecting that, the real value of his contract is not being reflected in their salary cap books. So and then it's not just him. They're doing it with other people too. They just signed Snell with deferred money. Yeah. Edmonds took deferred money. I think, what was that, Hernandez kid or something like that? When he worked out his deal, some of that
Hernandez,
was deferred. Yeah. None of those guys are showing up on their books in terms of their salary cap numbers for the real value that they're signing them for. And as a result, it is cheating because when you're paying, you taking into consideration the fact that you signed Soto and you're paying him what you're paying him on an annual rate, and then trying to figure out how you also sign Pete and how you also sign this guy because you're afraid of the luxury tax. It's because you're paying dollar for dollar the real actual value of their salary. They're not doing that for those guys. As a matter of fact, it's so egregious with Ohtani that never mind, I don't even know, but the fact that whatever they paid him out of pocket, I don't even think that, I think it's a little bit over half of what that's $700 million. If you stretch that out over 10 years, let's say $70 million, I think they're somewhere around in the 40s or something like that as far as what that really counts on their salary cap. And who knows what happens with the rest of the other guys that they're doing that in addition to. So none of them are really showing up on their books for their real value. That's where the cheating is. Because, again, like I said, people get mad at Hal. People want to get mad at Stearns when he says stuff like that. But they're paying dollar for dollar or, the thresholds start to go up on them. And it's hitting them where they're paying what you're seeing as what they're telling you this guy is worth. It's almost a little bit less than double what they actually have to come out of pocket to pay for that guy. That's where the cheating comes in. So, you're perfectly right on that. And I know I took up a lot of time, so I'm going to try to get back to my Yankee stuff.
No,
and
it's
just
all
say
good.
that real quick.
I'll let you go, Val. It's all valid points, and I'm listening to it, so you're good.
No, because the stuff with the Dodgers, like I said, and you said it too, I could care less where he ends up, man. It's free agency. You know what I mean? Kirk Flood and all those dudes fought for that to choose where they get to go. Power to them. You know, and for a lot of young guys, when they come into different leagues, no matter what league, NBA, you know, NFL especially, the MLB, where they get picked, it really actually shapes what they do later on in their career. So when they get that opportunity to make their free agent choice, by all means, do what you want. But then let it be reflected correctly on the books, like I said, because when my guy Steinbrenner calls foul, it's because he's getting hit with that in a different way than how the Dodgers are getting hit with it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. They're not playing the same game, dude. That's the problem.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. And to get to my Yankees point, though, I'm probably sound in the minority on this one, right? And I heard all the stuff with the press conference and all that. All I'm going to say is this particular offseason, right, compared to last season after the exodus of Soto, the caucus or the canvas that was left, right, for Cashman to work on prior to as far as his meetings and all that stuff, moving into the winter meetings and all that stuff like that, who you're going to sign and all of that.
Yeah.
I personally think that, you know, from our plan B pivot, even though we didn't get the results that we wanted this season, as far as what remains and what is left on that caucus, right, I actually think we're in a better situation than we were last offseason. So, Cashman, you can talk all that stuff, and I'm with you. A lot of times I sound like a Cashman defender. The press conference with him and Boone and everybody dissecting it, this, that, the other, the third, I'm trying to be real quiet about stuff because what I'm looking for now is because I want to see what the tweaks actually are. Because you actually have, if you look at what we're holding on to, based on all the moves that happened last season and even in the trade deadline, you actually have a representative canvas that is really just a question of how far all out you really are going to go and do things to add stuff to this team. And that's where you're going to make the other haters, not me, but the other haters, when they say stuff like, you know, you're not willing to go all out because you have requisite ingredients. If you look at what we have going on right now, from the pitching, from the, like I said, the canvas that's left, the carcass that is left from this last season, once you dust yourself off and you pick yourself up and you're ready to move on, you should be, if you identify correctly, and we don't talk about all the moves, because I've been asking people, everybody, like, what are you really targeting? What are you looking for? I haven't really settled in on that. But all I'm saying is what we have right now, and I kind of feel like you should feel the same way with the Mets, too, when you look at Stearns. Y'all got a decent enough canvas where if y'all make the right moves and y'all really, like, it's really just a question of now it comes back to how much you really are about to go out and get this thing. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, no, Val, that's 100%. Like, you're correct. And you can't just be like, all right, it's going to come to us. No, you got to go out and get it.
Get it. And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But like, both teams are in a better situation than they were last. Like, y'all had to chase Soto, and that you know, occupied a lot of time in the offseason last year. We were chasing it, too, until we found out we couldn't get it. And then we were chasing our pivot now to get back to something that was
I got to disagree. Val, I got to disagree on one thing, and it's both sides. The Yankees, they don't have much wiggle room as far as pitching goes. Like, what else are they going to get? Cole, you know, Fried, Rodon, Heel, Schmidt. Did I say Schmidt?
I actually feel good about our pitching moving forward. I know we got guys that we are hoping and like looking at how they rehab and things of that nature.
Yeah,
but
like when are they coming back?
The Yankees got a bunch of money coming off the books at the end of this season. You know, everybody's talking about, Bellinger opted out. Goldschmidt was just this, and you know what happened. There's money coming off the books. That money comes down. Like, there are people that are moving. The fact that you're opening up these holes is actually, you know, I even heard John from Master call earlier and was saying something about, you know, everybody getting involved in this whole deferred money and all that stuff. It's all well and good. I got no problem with it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, the canvases that both these teams have, you got ingredients that are going to be left back from when you look at, you dust yourself off, whoever got to move on, and you look at what you have left. Right. There's a good structure to start building on. So it's really going to tell me.
I got to fight you on the Mets part too, because here's the other thing. Like I talked about the Yankees, I think their pitching staff. You're not going to build more to the pitching staff when you have all these guys that are injured. So the first month is going to be rough.
Even with the Mets, you found McClain, you found Sproat, you found
but you're probably going to trade those guys. You're not going to trade McClain, but you're going to probably trade Sproat to get to acquire some actual pitching. You're probably going to trade one of your offensive players, whether it's Vientos.
So let me put it to you this way. Considering that you have that starting point right now, as far as before the hot stove and all that starts, right? Compare that to last year. You trying to tell me that your pitching was in a better situation than it is right now?
It's tough to say that the pitching staff's in a good place.
As far as where you started and what you can add to it. I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. If you understand what I mean.
Yeah, but you're going to have to also get rid of stuff. Like, you're going to have to get rid of Kodai Senga. You're going to have to, move.
You got to make moves, but I'm saying you're starting at a spot right now where, you are better off than you were even last year. And you had expectations of last year. So if they do the things that they are supposed to do, if they use the assets that they have on paper right now, as far as what is left behind, you should be able to do the things that you want to do. You got Soto in tow. You got Lindor in tow.
There's one thing you're missing out on.
Who you want to move up.
There's one thing you're missing out on. Is there's two players that are going to free agency, and they're going to be big distractions, and they're going to, what they did last year with the big distractions, they allowed the distractions to hit for the entire offseason. Edwin Diaz.
I know you're going to say Keith. You know how I feel about Keith. Y'all should just get him up. But I'm saying, even that.
It's Edwin Diaz, too. Edwin Diaz, you got to just go out and sign him tomorrow. As soon as the first day you could sign him, and then call it a day. And not have that be the point of emphasis the entire offseason. And that's what
Didn't you guys lose money off your payroll also, though?
Of course, we lost a ton. We're losing Marte. We're losing Winker.
So now you got room to say, look, let me get Diaz, let me get Alonso, and who else am I going out looking for based on what I'm still keeping from last year? That's all I'm trying to say.
No, I get it.
There's structure there in both teams for them to make the right moves, man. You know what I'm saying?
Val, you're way more optimistic than I am. I'll tell you that much. I mean, listen, maybe it's because I'm still
just trying to be pragmatic and accept what it is and move forward to the next year. Okay, he got his hat trick, whatever. Y'all play y'all World Series, do y'all stuff. I'm about me and how I get to that point.
All right. Well, listen,
you know what I'm saying?
I hope that you get to that point. I hope it means you're there, Val. I mean, I would love to see Val, have a good one, all right, bro? I appreciate you as always.
You too, peace. Yo, fly safe, brother. Fly safe.
Thanks, Val.
Have a good trip, man.
Thanks. You appreciate it, man. Listen, I am all on the optimism for Val. Here's the deal. I don't think that either franchise is in a terrible spot. You have obvious moves or obvious things that are going on with both franchises, like Juan Soto and Aaron Judge are locked up. So that's clearly good things. The Yankees pitching staff, once they come back from being injured, should be great. But when is Cole coming back? When is Schmidt coming back? When is Rodon coming back? Those are three real questions. Volpe, when is he going to come back? For the Mets, I'm being serious about this. Edwin Diaz and Pete Alonso cannot be a distraction the entire offseason. And if they are, then we've lost. The Mets have lost the offseason again. If Pete Alonso has to go to February or March to sign a deal with the Mets, if he goes and signs a deal with the Giants tomorrow or whenever the season's over, you know what I mean? Okay, it is what it is. There goes that. But if he comes back to the Mets and they don't get the deal done till February or March, then we've basically wasted this entire offseason. Because they're going to keep on doing these blind moves that are all right, here we did this. Oh, cool. But Alonso's still not signed, and that's going to get the conversation going again. Same thing with Diaz. Diaz, you just got to be done. Sign the deal. Get it done. And it's not Edwin Diaz and Pete Alonso, I want you just to bow down and whatever the Mets offer you, you just take. I don't agree. Everyone's saying, like, I wouldn't pay Pete Alonso more than 4 years. Why? Why would you not pay Pete Alonso for more than 4 years? I think that Pete Alonso should never wear another uniform ever again. Which means that you're going to pay him one way or the other if I had it my way. Why would you only want him for 4 years? Oh, because he can only play DH. Okay. If I'm correct, I'm pretty sure there was a guy in Boston who played DH for quite some time, and he had a lot of hits, a lot of big hits, a lot of game-winning hits, a lot of home runs. I think he's even in the Hall of Fame. I think his name was David Ortiz. I think. And what did he do? He just DH'd. Now, I understand that today's day and age, it's a little different. Like, you don't just go out there and grab a DH and that's what you're going to do. Like, he's just a DH. You usually don't do that. But you know who does that now? Shohei Ohtani. That's what he does. He's a DH. I understand. I'm not saying that Pete Alonso and Ohtani are the same bracket. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is, for 20 years, David Ortiz played baseball. And I would say he was a DH for, let's see, position, DH3, DH. Yeah, it looks like he was a DH for pretty much all of those years. He played first base a little bit, but he was really qualified as a DH. And he went to the Hall of Fame. He had 541 home runs. You telling me Pete Alonso can't do that? I think he can. 888-808-1019. That's the number to call. You can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN. Sports Talk on WFAN is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
The tush push is wide open, and we can all see that, the offensive linemen are pre-snap moving, and it should be a penalty every single time.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Luxury just got tripled with Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Mercedes-Benz of Union, and Ray Cattina of Freehold. 3 powerhouse locations in New Jersey. 1 legendary name, Ray Cattina. More inventory, featuring one of the East Coast's largest selections of new and pre-owned Mercedes-Benz vehicles. More convenience with 3 state-of-the-art service centers to keep your Mercedes-Benz running like new. And of course, legendary Ray Cattina customer service, where you always come first. Experience the power of 3 at benzfam.com.
Hey, New Yorkers, fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and 1 line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios. For eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentlemen's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Of some sort. He's just grooving back there, Ray. I love it, dude.
It's good tunes, man.
It is. I appreciate you. You know what? A lot of times I gotta, depending on who the producer is back there, I gotta go, hey, do you mind like playing these tracks? When Ray steps in, I don't have to think about it. I'm like, I know that Ray's gonna just bring the hits.
Hey, we got to bring the right energy, you know?
You got to, man. Honestly, like, dude, there is a feel with music to me. Like, it changes the mood. Like, I'm not going to sit there and say that I was thrilled with the music I was playing because I'm not a big Kiss fan. Yesterday, Ace Frehley, though, passed away from Kiss. And I felt like it was, you had to play Kiss music all day yesterday. So I did that. Played a little bit of Weezer as they reference Kiss and Ace Frehley in one of their songs. So, like, I made sure I had that out there because of dedication, because I think that, like, certain people will love that. And I appreciate the thought process of that. But, like, for the most part, man, like, whether you're playing a sport, whether you're getting hyped to talk, whatever it is, there's certain things that will get you more hyped, and the music that leads into it definitely drives that feel, for me at least.
Absolutely.
Have you ever, now again, I know that you're not a combat sport guy, but like, do you have like a walk-up song, or like if you got introed into like a basketball game or whatever it is, football, did you have like a song that you wanted to be walked up to or something like that?
It's two songs. One, because I'm a wrestling fan, humongous wrestling fan, I always appreciated Hogan's Voodoo Child entrance when he was with the NWO, so that's one.
Okay.
Loved it. It was the coolest thing ever to me to see him come out with the belt, do the air guitar thing, young, impressionable. But then there's Bone Crusher, Never Scared. Like, to me, that's like
my God, yes.
Like, that's the ultimate get hype song. Yeah. You know? That sets the energy right for whatever's going to take place afterwards.
That is my favorite song from Madden, by the way. Like, that was, when I heard that on Madden, I was like, this song is it. Like, I'm just going to keep up. And every time I play it, I feel like people don't know where it's from. I'm like, if you played Madden, like, was that Madden 2004, 05?
I think that was 05.
Okay.
Because I got lost in franchise mode in 05, boy.
Yeah, yeah. But those songs were like the soundtrack of my life, because I've been sitting there playing with my, whether I'm playing against my friends or whatever the case is, I'm playing franchise modes, and you just lock in, and then you have those songs on repeat. And every time that hit, I'm like, I know where I'm at, bro. I know what's going on here. Phenomenal. 888-808-1019. I'm glad I got Ray on my side here with the music. It's a good day. It's a good day. It may not be a good day for the Jets tomorrow, but it's a good day today with music.
I think the Jets win tomorrow. The law of averages, we're playing it out. They almost pulled it off last week, as ugly as it was.
Imagine. Oh, now, right. Let me ask you a question here, right? So I'm not sure your allegiance. I'm assuming you're a
Giants fan.
Giants fan. Okay, good. So that's even easier. If you were a Jet fan, because you've gone through the Giants' ups and downs. You've gone through the losing seasons and what you want out of a Giants losing season. The Jets haven't won it forever. They got a new coach. They have a new GM. And they're playing awful football. What to you is the most important thing right now? Because we've gone through the Frank Gore game.
Yeah.
We went through the Frank Gore situation where all you had to do was not win, and you get was that the Lawrence draft?
I believe it was.
That was the Lawrence. Right. So you win, Frank Gore's excited. You get an extra win on the record, but it makes you miss out on Lawrence, and you get Zach Wilson instead. That's what happened with the win. The Jets are at that point where you don't really want to win, but there's really no one in the draft to take as a quarterback. But you kind of do want to win because you want to see Aaron Glenn have some sort of success. Like, where are you at?
Here's the thing with Aaron Glenn. After watching last week's performance, I wanted everybody fired. That was one of the worst coached games I've ever seen. When the wide receiver is yelling at the head coach because of how they bungled the end of the first half. You run the most obvious fake punt.
Yep.
And then you proceed to run the ball twice after that, so you never put the ball in the air. What did you fake the punt for? Because you weren't in plus territory. You were still on your side of the 50. So a lot of things just didn't make sense. My thing is, if you're the Jets, I believe in rebuilds. I know New York City hates the concept of rebuilds, but in the NFL especially, there's no lottery. So there's currency in losing games. You're a bad football team. Lose as much as you can. However, if I am a Jet fan and you ran Aaron Rodgers out of town and he looks like Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh now, right?
Which he does.
You don't want to play football anymore, right? Allegedly, you came in there, you stuck your chest out, Aaron Glenn. You wanted to be the only Aaron in the room, apparently. So, all that being said, at the very least, if you're going to lose, at least let Fields air the ball out. To me, this whole idea of playing conservative football because you want to win games, but then you said he is your guy. You have to let him crash and burn. He has to get vertical, even if it's ugly. I'd rather the Jets losing him throwing 4 picks than what we saw last week.
Oh, God, yeah.
So let Fields throw the ball, air it out, throw it whoever is available. It doesn't matter who's on the field. Just let him throw the football. If he is your guy the way you told everyone he's your guy, we have to see what he can do. And if you're going to hold his hands, tell him you've already ruined his mind because he's not running anymore. He's holding the ball too long. You're not allowing him to get vertical. So what is he there for? What are we doing? Let him throw the ball, go 1-16, and draft whoever you're going to draft. That's how I look at it.
Well, I mean, listen, but here's the thing is, I don't know if I trust these guys to draft the right guys. I don't know what I'm trusting right now. They are so green. Darren Muji doesn't add anything to my life whatsoever. I have no faith in him. It just, and again, this also goes back to the previous regime because everyone, kissed Joe Douglas's tush like, oh, he's an amazing football mind and he's going to. It was an amazing football mind because this roster is 0-6 right now. And most of it is because of Joe Douglas.
Well, to me, in my opinion, you cannot start over with a new quarterback with a defensive-minded head coach. I think that model is done.
Yeah.
I think if you're starting over as an organization and we know the most important position is quarterback, you can't have a defensive-minded head coach. Because, to me, that combination platter always leads to a stunted quarterback. When's the last time we saw a defensive-minded head coach and a young or rookie quarterback flourish in the NFL?
I mean, you tell me. You might be the first.
And the Jets love defensive-minded head coaches. You got to lean into the offense. That's what the Giants did with Daboll. They leaned into offense, and they're giving them every chance to fail. Now you have your guy, Jaxson Dart, and we see once you install your guy with your offense what it can look like. The Jets, if you have a defensive-minded head coach, most defensive-minded head coaches are going to do whatever it takes to win games, even if the quarterback absolutely sucks. We saw that, 15 years ago with Mark Sanchez, average quarterback at best, but the defense carried. You got a false sense of confidence with the team when the quarterback was never really that good. The offense was never really
and then
that
all
good.
of a sudden, and then I love the thing with Mark Sanchez, the false sense of wow, this guy is good.
Right.
And then you strip him down from all the talent that was around him, and you're like, oh, this guy actually sucks.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, we knew that. Like,
but
that's
the
why
defense, though, right?
The defense was great, and they had offensive talent around him, around Mark Sanchez, which is why when you strip it from him,
It makes no sense. It was. Listen, I'm on your side with all this stuff when it comes down to the way they're approaching it with the defensive coaches. I also think that, on the other hand, too, Brian Daboll's lucky that he's under a guy like John Mara, because Mara is loyal and he gives people opportunity. Now, listen, you could say he had a quick trigger with Shermer, with I'm blanking on the guy that came from
Joe Judge.
Not even Judge. It was the guy before, the guy that benched Eli. McAdoofus, as some people would say. But yes, McAdoo, Shermer, Judge, they all got short hooks, but they were all deserving of it. And McAdoo, the reason for the short hook was because he benched Eli, and that was just a really soured situation at that point in time. So I think McAdoo actually had the right idea, just poor execution. And when you go from Eli to Geno, that's maybe not the way to go.
You don't bench Eli Manning late in the season when the season has already been decided. Yeah. You know, so when you do that, how you handle it, Eli won 2 championships, you got to treat him a little bit better than that. We didn't have a Willie Beeman on the bench for you to bench Cap and figure out a playoff run. Let Eli finish the season. But I think with Daboll bought himself a lot of time getting to the playoffs in year 1. That got him a lot of time.
That definitely helped.
You know?
Because not for nothing, he showed he can have success with the guy that Mara wanted.
Right.
Which was Daniel Jones. Now, what was the biggest issue, though? Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley, both of them could never stay healthy for a full season together at the same time. They were not effective together. Plus, the biggest, and this is the biggest one, is that Andrew Thomas wasn't healthy.
Right.
The guy is healthy and clearly has made a significant difference with this running game, with Skattebo, with Jaxson Dart, giving him more time to be able to create plays with his legs. The offensive line is just completely different when Andrew Thomas is out there.
And I think the Giants just never wanted to admit to the media, listen, we're in a full rebuild. I don't know, for some reason, they were allergic to just say it. Say the thing, let the fans know what it is. Giants fans are not foolish. Sometimes they say crazy things, but we know. We look at our roster, we know.
Yeah.
Just say we're in a rebuild. Don't expect anything. And we wouldn't get so up in arms. If they would have just said that the last 2 years, Giants fans would have just waited. All right, we didn't like what happened with Barkley, although I think that was the right decision. In my opinion, you don't pay running backs. I just come from that school. You don't pay running backs. But if you're going to pay the quarterback who only had 1 good year over the running back, that's a problem. If I had to choose between Jones and Barkley, I'm going to pay Saquon Barkley. You gave Jones top 5 quarterback money. Literally, I'm not making this up.
No, he did. He got that money. Yeah.
I could understand the sour grapes feeling that Barkley had in that soft documentary, right?
Right.
But at the end of the day, it was a rebuild, and we're seeing it pay off. You lose, you get high draft picks. You have a GM who can identify talent. You have a coach who knows what good quarterbacks look like because he wanted Jaden Daniels. Before that, he had his eyes on Drake May as well. So I trust the process. I've been trusting the process with the Giants.
And look at May now with the Patriots. Like, I mean, they're on a different level. Like,
give him some players. You see it.
You take away, like, Bills are still the cream of the crop for the AFC East. But the Patriots, with a very, in a very short time with Vrabel being the head coach, who knows what he's doing, Patriots are back to rising to be a top team in the AFC East, and the Jets and the Dolphins are still who they are, man.
The Jets are in NFL purgatory, which is the worst thing you can be. You're not even on a treadmill. You're just in purgatory.
Ugh. 888-808-1019. Let's get to Carlos in Clifton. Carlos, what's up, bud?
Hey, I was going to talk about the Yankees, but I just got to hit back on some of those football comments. You don't pay running backs, but Saquon Barkley's not just a running back. He's the best player in the NFL. Defensive-minded coaches and young quarterbacks, one of the best dynasties, Bill Belichick and Tom Brady. So, and then let me get to my Yankee point.
Yeah, but that was a long time. That was a long time ago. I mean,
wait, Bob. No, it's not about long time. You said defensive-minded guy and a young quarterback. Okay. I mean, that worked out. I just think it's circumstance. Just some coaches are coaches, no matter defensive side or offensive side. You just got to have that right marriage. I'm not saying it's it can't happen, but you just got to have that right marriage. That's all I'm saying. But with the Yankees the other day, it was like watching one of the worst episodes of the first 48. You had good cop and bad cop. I'm a Yankee fan.
I'm
You
sorry,
had a
Carlos,
good-
Carlos,
it was
Carlos.
good.
Hold on.
Go ahead. Go ahead,
I'll let you go. The first 48 is a show that I was addicted to years ago, and I haven't seen it in a while. And it's one of those shows where if you know the story, basically someone gets murdered in the beginning of the episode, and you gotta go and you gotta find the killer. And the best way to find him was in the first 48 hours. Otherwise, you're basically not gonna find the guy. So how are you relating this to the first 48?
Because remember, they always had the good cop and a bad cop who were interviewing the suspects.
Okay,
and that was Cashman and Boone. One is telling you, you know what, the injury had nothing to do with his performance. And the other guy said, well, maybe the injury did. They told us this. Forget about what I told you yesterday. Listen to what I'm telling you today. The kid was the worst hitter in baseball this year. He never had good numbers as a hitter. He showed some power, but like where are you getting his analytics number from when he played for Del Barton? Like I don't understand how they botched this on so many levels. First of all, you had him there. Okay, he might have been injured, so then you send him down and get operated earlier. Get us a shortstop in there to help us, and then you didn't do it, and then you keep running him out there through the playoffs. He goes 0-13. Like, Hoff, make it make sense.
Yeah.
What are you telling me? What are they telling us? Like, a real Yankee fan could sit back and say, wait a minute, something's not right here. Like, who do they think they're fooling? Like, they got to get a shortstop. Now, you botched it. Now, this kid, his problem is hitting more than it is defense. He won a Gold Glove with his first year. So now he can't even go to winter ball because you're operating on him now. Something you should have did in the middle of the season or the beginning of the season once he got hurt. So now he can't even do that. And then you're telling us that, you know what? You didn't say Volpe's not going to be our shortstop, but you left it all open that he might be. Like, I don't know what these guys are doing.
Well, Carlos,
Hoff, we need a
Carlos,
Yeah,
let me just say one thing, and you're very accurate in the whole thing of they should have just the kid lied to him, and I'm not putting it on Volpe at all. I'm not even close to putting it on Anthony Volpe. So let me just say this when I said that the kid lied to him, because when you're talking about a young kid who's playing shortstop for the New York Yankees, you think he's going to go and tell Brian Cashman when he comes up to him and says, "Hey, how you feeling?" He goes, "Phil never felt better." Of course, he's going to say that.
Right. But Hoff, we're talking about the Yankees organization that has this history of misdiagnosing or not diagnosing injuries. Like he's not going. Like, I don't care. Tell him if you're performing, you go check. How many times have they told him? Now we find out this guy had loose bodies in his elbow. Like, I just don't understand, like, what they're trying to do. We almost need to bring Doge in and clear everything out. Like, clear it out. Like, I'm with it. Cut the fat. Let's go already. This is the New York Yankees. There's no pride anymore. It's like these teams don't fear us anymore. It's like, I don't know. I don't know anymore, Hoff. I just know that there's something screwed up there with management. I mean, Cashman, I mean, he did a lot, this year bringing in players, but they botched a lot of stuff this year, and that shouldn't go unnoticed. I'll let you go.
All right, Carlos, I appreciate it, man. Thanks so much. And listen, they did botch a lot of stuff. The point was that you were saying, like, what they're missing Anthony Volpe's development this offseason. Like, he can't go out and train. He can't go play winter league, winter ball. Yeah, that sucks. Did they know it? Could they have had surgery? And let's be serious. Would Anthony Volpe not playing shortstop this past season for the Yankees, would that have hurt the Yankees at all in any way? I don't think it would have. Like, would they have finished the same record? They might have finished better. It's like when you look at the Mets, they might have made the playoffs if they called up Nolan McLean maybe 2 weeks earlier. Maybe they win one of those two games that he pitches, and one of those two games is all they really needed to win to go to the playoffs. Well, how about Anthony Volpe, going on the IL or go to get surgery done and they have somebody else play shortstop that's not throwing the ball into the dirt and can actually hit the ball a little bit, and they win a couple more games, they win the division. Not only do they win the division, they're the best team in the American League. And they got that number 1 overall playoff spot. It's a whole different ball game. 888-808-1019. One more hour to go. Everything's on the table. Yankees, Mets, Jets, Giants, NFL Week 7, whatever you want to talk about. We can talk some hockey, Rangers. Basketball season starting up this week. Let's go. Whatever you want. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. Hit me up at Hoff WFAN.
It's Chris McMonagle overnights on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
I don't know about you, but I remember Jaxson Dart being a bit of a project heading into the draft. And people thinking that of all the quarterbacks taken in the first round, he may very well be the least equipped to step in and start right away.
Listen to CMAC on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
This is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Okay, girls, ready to go?
Yeah! Mom, I'm hungry. Can I have a snack? Me too, Mommy.
You want a snack?
Yeah!
Got it?
Children learn from our behaviors.
Mommy, can you open this,
All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, here.
Thank you.
They learn what is okay from the adults they see.
Mommy, are you on your phone?
If you're a distracted driver, chances are they will be too. What kind of driver are you raising? Funded by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Accident victims, this is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. What do you think matters most when you have to hire the right lawyer? Experience? Well, I've been doing this for 35 years, and I've handled tens of thousands of cases and recovered hundreds of millions of dollars for people just like you. To me, what matters most is that I actually care. I'm going to make sure you have a say in what happens with your case. You, me, and our entire team of over 50 trained professionals are going to fight together to get you every dollar you deserve. Because for me, it's personal. Your pain has a price, and we're going to make sure the insurance company pays. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey, and we'll come to you 24/7. So give me a call today at 888-24-LAW-24. That's 888-24-LAW-24, and ask for me, John D'Agostino. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backaches, and sciatica and go see my guys, 3 double-board certified pain specialists at Samwell Institute for Pain Management. They specialize in migraines and nerve pain and will get you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. Join me and thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Samwell for pain-relieving solutions. Same-day appointments available with offices in Colonia, Livingston, and Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain like I did for effective pain-relieving solutions. Visit SamwellPain.com.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 4 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. And also brought to you by policeofficersrighttosue.com. Shohei Ohtani with a night for the ages, 3 home runs to go along with 6 scoreless innings, a 2-hit ball with 10 Ks as the Dodgers dispose of the Brewers 5-1 to complete the sweep, punch their ticket to the World Series for the 5th time since 2017. Eugenio Suarez went deep twice, including the go-ahead grand slam. Cal Raleigh also went yard. Mariners scored 5 times in the 8th. They stunned the Blue Jays 6-2 to take a 3-2 series lead. Jets still in search of that elusive first victory. Same for Aaron Glenn as head coach, but he continues to preach the building blocks.
The focus of this week is winning this game, hands down, point blank. But also making sure that we improve, because there's no way to consistently win without improving. So the guys have done a good job of that. We know we have a lot of work to do. We're not running away from where we are. But again, we're looking to improve.
Jets likely without their best wide receiver, as Garrett Wilson is listed as doubtful. And the Giants and Broncos engaging in plenty of talk back and forth, but Brian Dable downplaying the impact that it's going to have.
That's a really good football team. None of that really matters. What matters is how you perform during the week and how you play on Sunday.
50 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
For another 55 minutes or so up until Joe B at 5 a.m. And this show has been a little bit all over the place. Start out with the Jets, as I'm extremely disappointed with this regime. And I'm at the point now where I say go 0-17. Let Glenn and Muji make mistakes, and then fire them. One and done, because I think the only way for this New York Jet franchise to become something, to become better, is by going out and bringing in somebody that actually knows what they're doing. And I know Glenn and Muji may have an idea of what they want to do, but right now, it's not happening. And it's not going to happen for a long time. And I don't know if I trust potentially going out there and giving these two 5 years and not be much better. Not get any better. Not improve at all. That's an issue that I have. So I'm almost at the point where saying, hey, you know what? Just go lose every game, get a good draft pick, and then bring somebody else in that actually knows what they're doing. Hell, Bill Belichick, if he's out of UNC, bring him over here. I'm good. Let's go. The other topic we were talking a lot about, the Dodgers went back to the World Series. And everyone's saying you gotta, the Yankees and the Mets, they really gotta do the Dodgers model. They gotta be, that's the team that they need to be. And I need to remind everybody that there's no way that the Yankees and the Mets can be what the Dodgers are because they've cheated. They've figured out the biggest loophole in any sport. They went and got the best player in baseball who was always going to come to the Dodgers, right? Like once he was hitting free agency, Shohei Ohtani was always going to be an LA Dodger. He was never going to be a Toronto Blue Jay. He was never going to be a Met, a Yankee. Didn't make a difference who you thought he had ties to. He was always going to be a Dodger. So Shohei Ohtani, best player in baseball, only two-way player in baseball, basically a cheat code in himself. He knows he's going to be a Dodger. The Dodgers know he's going to be a Dodger. And they say, here, let's get this deal done where you don't need to pay me for 10 years. 98% or 90 whatever percent of this deal, and go out and sign other people to fill in that payday, to get paid now, so that we can basically just build championship teams, build a dynasty. And that's all nice and that's good. But in my eyes, that's cheating. Because, yes, you're allowed to defer money. No one's saying you can't defer money. But for the best player in baseball, the player that can only do what he's doing, nobody else can do what Shohei Ohtani is doing. And you're going to allow them to defer $680 million from a $700 million contract. That's the biggest contract ever in baseball, $700 million contract. And you're going to allow the first time ever of that type of contract, of any contract, to be that big, and you're going to allow them to defer 98% of it or whatever it is. You're basically handing them over the best players in baseball. And it's not a question of, oh, well, the Dodgers did it, that's why I'm pissed. I'd be, I'd be happy if he was on the Mets, of course. But if someone complained to me and said that that's BS and that's, they're cheating the system, I'd say you're right. They definitely are. And for all the teams out there, like, think about this. The Miami Marlins payroll was under $70 million this year, right? Under $70 million. That's what Ohtani should be making this year. Instead, he's making $2 million off of the Dodgers because he's got that international money. He's got endorsements. He's got so much other money coming in. He doesn't need the Dodgers' money. Hey, if that's the case, why sign him to anything? Offer him a couple million a year. That's it. And I understand that's ridiculous. You're not going to do that. But the point is, the fact that you were able to defer so much and then allow them to go and bring in Blake Snell, allow them to, it's Tyler Glass now, Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, you name it, go up and down that Dodgers lineup of guys who were not brought up through the Dodger system. Maybe Will Smith, but Mookie Betts was not a Dodger for life. I'm not going to start to name everybody because, the reality is there's very few players who came up through that Dodger system. But you're able to sign anybody you want because where you're supposed to be allocating $70 million this year, you don't need to do that. And you could basically take those funds and give it to other players and build a dynasty. And I'm not telling you that I'm upset that the Dodgers are good. But tell me that if the Dodgers had a payroll of $450 million because of you have to pay for Ohtani's contract, tell me that they'd actually do that. Tell me that they'd actually have a payroll of $450 million. I don't think they would. The same way that the Yankees don't want to have a payroll over a certain amount of money, I'm sure the Dodgers don't want a payroll over $350. Which is why it's ridiculous to allow them to have a player worth $70 million on your team and only have to pay him $2 million. It's a crock, especially with all the taxes and whatnot that they've thrown in there to prevent guys like from Steve Cohen to be able to pick up whomever he wants, whenever he wants. And here's the other thing, right? Like, on top of the fact that Ohtani is an amazing ball player, he's one of a kind. There's nobody else in any other sport that's going to give up and defer all their money and be the best player and go to a team that other players want to go to. That's like LeBron James going, I'm going to L.A., don't have to give me a dime this year, pay me down the road, go get me all the other best players in basketball, to come to the Lakers, and we'll just have a super team. I'm going to get paid down the line. That's fine. I don't need the money right now. But get everyone else who's wants to get paid and bring them here. We'll bring a championship. Same thing with football. Like, you have a little bit of that here and there, but not to the egregious nature of Shohei Ohtani, and that's what bothers me. That was nobody else in baseball, nobody else in sports is going to defer. Juan Soto didn't defer 98% of his contract. Didn't happen. Aaron Judge didn't defer 98% of his contract. Didn't happen. But Judge could have done it. But he's not this international superstar making all this money overseas. 888-808-1019. Let's get back to these phone calls. Phil is in Howell. Phil, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing? Listen, I'd like to talk about the Mets for a minute. I think the best available player out there in free agency to them, I think Clay Bellinger would be a great fit for them.
Cody Bellinger?
I mean, yes, I do. I think because he can play first base, he can play the outfield. They would have like more, flexibility in how they, arrange their lineup or whatnot. They could, what? I don't know if they're going to sign Pete or not. All right. But I do think that if they do sign Pete, they would ask him. I think Pete needs to be like more or less a DH than a regular, I don't know if he would go for that. I mean, you could play him a couple of times, just a week, just to get him the feel, for the field still. But I mean,
Phil, listen,
there's a lot of things you could do.
Phil, here's the thing: is like if I think that Pete Alonso is going to figure out at some point in time he's going to have to start DHing a little bit more, and I think that's fine. And you go through, like I was going through David Ortiz's number, right? How many games did David Ortiz play at first base?
Like zero? Not many.
He played less than 2 seasons worth at first base, like games in total. He played like 282 games, right? So Pete Alonso, like there's nothing wrong with signing Pete Alonso to a long-term deal and signing him to a deal where it's like, hey, I'm going to put you as a first baseman for now, but then we're going to transition you to DH. There's nothing wrong with that. It's more about, though, how much are they willing to pay him? And again, I just don't think they're ever going to pay him the amount of money that he wants. He deserves a big deal. I think he's going to get a big deal. I don't think the Mets are going to give him more than a 2 or 3 year deal. They're basically going to pay what they paid last year and see if that's enough for him. And it's insulting, and I don't know how you're going to figure out that production. I don't know how you're going to go ahead and just like where you're making that production up, especially with the fact that Juan Soto thrived because of Pete Alonso. You could sit there last year and say, "Oh, Soto did well because of Aaron Judge." Well, look at this past year. Same thing.
Well, they could put, they can also use getting a guy like Bellinger. They can also put Soto with the DH too. Because come on, man, he is a terrible defensive outfielder. He's not even adequate Don't tell me he's even adequate. He's not even adequate.
But Phil, let me ask you a question. If you're telling me that you're going to get Cody Bellinger, which, by the way, is not a bad idea, I just don't think that they're going to out.
No, I wouldn't sign him for 5 years. Maybe like 2 years with an option, something like that. That's about as much as
I think the Yankees need Cody Bellinger more than the Mets need Cody Bellinger. But that being said, though, if you look at the defensive outlook for the Mets right now, it's Nimmo, it's question mark at center field, and Juan Soto in right field. That you're telling me you'd almost want to fill Cody Bellinger at right field rather than get a center fielder? Like, I mean, you need a center fielder, you need a left fielder, you need a lot. I'll survive with Soto for another year or two in right field.
Well, can you put Cody out in center field?
Yeah. Cody can play center field. The reason why
so let him play center field. Then you got Nimmo, you got Bellinger, and then you got, Soto. And like I said, there's a lot of versatility there. All right? Yeah, I mean, like, you can DH one guy one day, have him play the field the next day, this and that. There's you can do a lot of things with that.
No, I don't disagree, Phil. And thanks so much for the phone call. I don't disagree. 888-808-1019. I'm whether or not you get Cody Bellinger for the Mets, which I think is going to be tough because I do believe that the Yankees are going to make a pursuit for him, which they should. He fit in very well with the Yankees. But if the Mets did get Cody Bellinger, it's not to go and say, oh, well, now Juan Soto's your first baseman. You have a lot of other holes in your outfield. And, I mean, he could play anywhere. He could play 4 positions. But I wouldn't do it to move Soto to first or DH. I would, use Cody Bellinger to fill in either left field or center field. You can have Pete Alonso be your first baseman / DH. Have Juan Soto be a right field / DH, whatever. But those are your potential two first basemen in Soto and Alonso. 888-808-1019. Ahmad in California. What's up? In Berkeley. What's up, man?
Hey, Pete, thanks for taking the call. I just wanted to talk about the Giants. I mean, I'm 47 years old, so, obviously I was around for the first 4 Super Bowls, but, these last few years have been so difficult, but, there's just something about this weekend that I'm finally, all these years of watching these guys struggle, I feel like this week definitely has some juice to it. Jaxson Dart, of course, on the offensive side looks great. It's going to be hard to judge without Neighbors this year. But I'm just super excited about this defense, man. I really love the way Abdul Carter brings it. I just feel like with this type of pass rush, anything can happen on any given weekend, and I'm just super excited for this weekend. It's the first time in a long time I've been excited.
Well, and Ahmad, it's not just about Abdul Carter. He's had a much lower impact, I think, so far on the defense. But the fact that it's a collective unit up front. Like Burns, Dexter Lawrence, Thibodeau, and Abdul, they've all look at Burns right now. I mean, and he gets to the quarterback, and it's not because of other guys. It's because he's just quick off the snap, able to read, able to make moves, spin moves, whatever it is, and just attack. I mean, I've been severely impressed with what he's done.
He's on pace for 20 sacks this year, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just, I feel like Abdul Carter as well with the pressures. I mean, you're right, it's not just about him, but just the kid's so young, the way he approaches it. I just love the way even his interviews, I mean, he just seems like a real professional. I'm really glad they drafted him.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this much, there's a difference between him and Kayvon, for example, right? I look at, obviously the position's a little different, but Kayvon, he's a little bit flashier. He talks a big game. Obviously he was in the conversation with Cooper and whatnot when talking about Jaxson Dart and being flashy and whatnot. Abdul is not really like that. He is just who he is. He's much more humble. I don't know if he talks a big game, but he's very confident, which is good. And that's something that the Giants and Ahmad, I'll tell you this much, man. This is the biggest key to all of these young kids that Joe Shane brought in. Skattebo, Dart, and Abdul Carter. They are confident. They are totally ready for the moment. This is not too big for them. That's huge. You know?
Yeah. Can I say one more thing, too? Just a huge shout out. Andrew Thomas. Andrew Thomas. He's just, as soon as he came in, just anchored this offensive line, and this team in general just got better.
Well, and thanks so much for a phone call, Ahmad. I appreciate it. Think about this. I mean, the past 2 years, the reason why the Giants have played awful football is because Andrew Thomas hasn't been healthy. I mean, that's the reality. You go back a couple of years ago, that first game when Dallas came to town, it was raining outside. It was a Monday night or was it Thursday night? I forget what day it was that they played. Maybe it was a Thursday night game. I don't know. But it was a Sunday night game. I just remember it was a primetime game, and it was the Giants versus the Cowboys, and it was that first freaking drive. The first freaking drive of the game. There was a bad snap, I think it was, at one point in time that put them back a little bit, and then they had to go because they were driving the ball like crazy. It was great. And then they went to go and kick a field goal, and I know Gano probably got hurt on that play, though that his injury didn't come up till later on because I know he chased down the guy that picked up the fumble. But I think Thomas got hurt on that play too, and that was basically the season right there. Dalen Jones didn't have the coverage he needed on the offensive line, and that's it. Like, it was just, season was over. And same thing last year. It felt like as soon as Andrew Thomas got hurt, it was like, wow, this is not going to go the way we want it to. And the first 2 games of the season, obviously Andrew Thomas isn't around, but it's also Russ Wilson. It's not Jaxson Dart. So maybe Jaxson Dart would have been more, mobile and able to get around some of the situations that Russell Wilson unfortunately threw some picks in. But I'll tell you this much. Andrew Thomas solidifies that front line so much, and you never hear his name during a game. And that's why you love Andrew Thomas. Because he just does his job. That's it. And now you got to start to think about like how good the Giants have it with certain players, certain talent level, right? Like, obviously, you're excited to hear about Dart and Skattebo. You want to sit there, okay, Neighbors is out, so that sucks. But Wan'Dale Robinson has been looking really good this year. He's been physical. He's gotten hit hard a few times, but has no problem getting right back up and getting back into it. Skattebo, same thing. Just puts his head down and goes through and just bum rushes through the. Like I said this, I think I said it last week, but the reality is, which is more dynamic of a play? The Eagles tush push or the Giants handing the ball to Skattebo and just going up the middle? Like, Skattebo moves the line himself. It's unbelievable. And by the way, I was a little disappointed because I forgot who it was. Was it it was the Steelers that did the tush push on Thursday night, and they got called for a penalty. They got called for a false start. And I'm a little disappointed because if that's going to be the new tone, if that's going to be the new trend that they've finally realized that the refs have to call offside or false starts against the offense on these tush pushes, and the Giants had to deal, and the Eagles have, think about the Eagles are 4-2 right now, right? And how many times were they successful with that tush push? But no offside, no nothing. But now you're going to change the rule? It's kind of a little bit of a cop-out. It's kind of a little bit of a little too late. So I would, I'd almost say, what, at this point in time, just let it go the rest of the season without calling it. Either that or call everybody. But you can't call the Steelers for it and allow the Eagles to basically get away with murder. Because every time they do that stupid tush push, there is someone full starting. someone who's getting offside. And yet, they don't call it. They don't call it. Listen, the Giants are going to play the Eagles in 2 weeks. They got the Denver Broncos tomorrow, but then they go to Philadelphia. You telling me that the tush push isn't going to be a thing for at least a couple plays? Of course it is. You better call it. 888-808-1019. We got about 30 minutes to go, so get on the phones, open lines, whatever you want to talk about. It's all on you, whether it's Jets, Giants, football, Week 7. You want to talk about the Yankee brass spoke this week. We could talk about that, the injuries. You want to talk about the Mets offseason already? There's really nothing going on. And we can actually get into the Correa stuff that Kai Correa and the coaches that got signed just the other day for the New York Mets. We can get to that. But right now, not a lot of Met talk. There really shouldn't be. If anything, it's more about how there is no way the Mets and Yankees can compete with the Dodgers because the Dodgers cheated the system with Shohei Ohtani and the contract, and they have found a way to buy themselves and cheat themselves into a dynasty. So congratulations to the LA Dodgers for basically cheating and being successful at it. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5 when Joe B takes over. You can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN.
The Scarlet Knights return home hungry for their first Big Ten win of the season. But standing in their way are the high-flying Oregon Ducks.
Touchdown, Rutgers!
Kickoff is today at 6:30. The home of Rutgers Big Ten football is WFAN. Brought to you by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together. And The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the TuneIn, iHeartRadio, and Odyssey app.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Ever seen an origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Jokes aside, Verizon has the most ways to save on phones and plans where you can get a single line with everything you need. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on root metric true score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn app.
Eight 808-1019. About 20 more minutes for me, and then Joe B takes over at 5 a.m., and then I'm off to Denver. Let's go. Can't wait. I cannot wait to get out there. Probably won't have enough time to do anything just because I'm going to be so exhausted. I'll try to sleep on a plane, but it's just not going to be an amazing sleep. And I'll probably just pass out in the hotel room and then wake up and then do a couple of Rico Bronies with Evan Roberts because that's what we do. That's what I do. We never stop Ricoing. And don't forget to check out all that stuff all on the Odyssey app. Like, go to the Odyssey app. You'll find the Rico Bronya podcast. You'll find WFAN Daily, which is what I do. Pretty much, I try to do at least 5 episodes a week. Maybe sometimes I do a little bit more. Maybe we get some interviews going on. So it all depends on what's going on. Obviously, with the NBA kicking off this week, I'm going to maybe do a couple different previews for the Knicks, maybe even the Nets too, which I definitely will do the Nets preview. Maybe I'll have Evan on for that to preview the Nets. That'll be interesting. Either way, but that's WFAN Daily. You can find that on YouTube. Obviously, you can subscribe there. You can go to the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. You could just go and find it there and favorite it there. You know, there's plenty of platforms to find WFAN Daily with myself, Rico Bronya, or this show live. Like if you're in the car right now and you're like, I want to keep on listening when I get inside. You don't have to have a radio next to you. You can just put your phone on with the Odyssey app. It's amazing technology. It really, truly is. 888-808-1019. Let's get back to these phone calls. Steve is in Houston. Steve, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Gore, buddy, man? Long live the Rico.
Yes. Oh, by the way, you'll be very happy about this, Steve.
What's going on?
So I have a guest. I'm trying to get this guest on. I haven't gotten the book yet. Hold on. I don't know if I have it handy right now, this email that I have. But it's basically a book that's coming out or is out right now. It's based off of, like, a bunch of murderers, like real-life murderers, like I think Ed Gein and all that stuff. It's a book written by somebody. So I'm going to have the author on to talk about the book. But I think it's straight up the Gore Buddy alley, if you know what I mean.
Because I saw a pretty bad one, though. You see the Toxic Avenger movie?
No, I have not. I've never seen any of those, Steve. I've never seen any of those.
Oh, who's a short guy from Game of Thrones?
Peter Dinklage?
So he's the Toxic Avenger.
What?
Pete Hoffman. I don't know how I sat through that movie. It might be the worst movie ever. Let me ask you.
That's not true. By the way, Steve, I've watched plenty of bad horror movies, and that's what gets me going. When I watch a bad horror movie where I'm just like, I'm going to invest my time in this for whatever reason, and you find something that's a gem where it's like, it's so bad, it's good. You know what I mean?
And I was waiting the whole time for this movie to do that. It was tough.
By the way, the book is called The Monsters We Make. And I believe, go take a look at it. Yeah, it's got Jack the Ripper is in it, Ted Bundy, Dahmer, Unabomber, everybody. So I mean,
the historical aspect of it makes sounds interesting too. I do like that real life tie-in. But let me give you some horror of my own though. So last week you were talking about jumping off the Jets bandwagon.
Yeah,
I jumped off, brother.
Let's go.
Let me just tell you. Here's one thing's good, one thing's bad. Never really had a Jets jersey until I got a Chad Pennington jersey. I was able to buy that. That same year, though, my mom got me this same exact jersey, a white number 10 Pennington jersey. But I'm like, Jeff fan. Then a couple of years, couldn't get another one until Mark Sanchez. Same thing happened. Got a Sanchez green jersey. Father moved down here before he passed away. He's like, hey, didn't know you had one. So I have 4 Jet jerseys, 2 white 10s, 2 green 6s. It's tough to wear it now. It's just tough to wear it just because, A, we're going to be owing God knows what. And then the second jersey you own, I don't know what's going to happen with Mark. It's kind of a sad story.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just an unfortunate omen. Listen, I'm jumping on the Giants bandwagon. I'm not anti-Giant. think that might be the team that just gives a little excitement because they're just fun to watch right now. They're just a fun team to watch. Why hate on them? You know.
And Steve, and this is something, and this is why I don't really want baseball realignment to happen, and I don't want to sidetrack the conversation with that.
No, that's cool. Always.
But like the Mets and the Yankees aren't in the same division, and they're not in the same league. So like, there should be there's animosity because we're neighbors and we're right on top of each other. But that's the same thing with the Jets and the Giants. Like, they're not really rivals. They are, but they shouldn't be because they're not in the same division. They're not facing the same teams. They're up against a whole different, playoff platform. You know what I mean? So
it's not Islander Ranger like that.
Right?
You can't. That is. Even when people down here are like, well, like I can't believe Met Yankee. Yeah, it is definitely a rivalry, but and the Jet Giants, like you said, we share the same house. Islander Ranger, like I can't. That's totally that's hatred. That's not a strong word. That's rivalry. That's unacceptable.
It kind of, Steve. It is kind of hatred. It is kind of.
Hey, Pete, keep up the great work and have a great time out in Denver.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Steve. And good job by you, by the way, jumping ship and going to the Giants, because I'm going to tell you right now, I don't care who it is. If you want to be happy in life, you got to take a break from the Jets. You have to, and it's not that you have to leave forever, but you have to do what's right for you. You can't be especially if you're a baseball fan like I am. I'm a Mets fan. And I'm not sitting there saying that I was going to give up on the Mets, but thank goodness Steve Cohen bought the team. Otherwise, I don't know how I'd live with the Mets into Jets. Like, this was a bad season for the Mets. But I don't expect it to happen that often. I feel like things are going to change soon. The Jets, there's no hope in sight. And after having a rough season with the Mets, who I'm going to buy into because I do believe that they're going to get it right eventually, I can't go and then watch a 17-game season of the Jets and invest my emotions into everything they do. Like, I hate watch them now. I hate to watch them, and I hate watch them at the same time. I hate to root for them, but I'll root for them because I can. Because I'd prefer doing that than investing my time in the Jets have to win. We got to see what they're going to do. And what's the next step? I'm still invested in them clearly because we're still talking about them. And I still have my opinions on what they should do to get better. But I'm not sitting there and dying with every loss and dying with every play. I can't do it. I mean, they're just too bad. And to now flip and say, I've invested more time in the Giants, or like this, there was, I had an offseason to basically make a decision on where I was going to go with my interest. I almost thought about staying in the division. I almost thought, because my family are all Bills fans. The 3 kids I have in there, in my household, they're all Bills fans. I almost stayed that way. I almost said, you know what, screw it. I'll just be a Bills fan. The whole household will win. I didn't do that. I went to the Giants. I saw something in them. The preseason was great. I mean, what does preseason really mean? But now you could see where the preseason, you could tell that there was something going on. And I understand that the Giants went 0-3 with Russell Wilson to start the season. That wasn't great. That wasn't productive. But on the other hand, you look at now what this Giants team has done over the last 3 games. They should be 3-0. They should be 3-0 because of what happened in New Orleans. That should have never happened. They should not have lost. They should have secured the football. 5 turnovers in a row is unacceptable. They had a lead. They were up 14-6, up 14-3, up 14-6. They should have won that game. They didn't, but I think they learned a lesson. You know, and it wasn't perfect. Look at Skattebo. Look at Jaxson Dart. Both of them fumbled the ball, and they learned their lesson. Like, hey, we got to be more careful. We cannot. This is our baby. We cannot allow that to happen. We lost the game because of simple mistakes that were unacceptable. And I think that they're going to move forward, and they're going to be better off for it. And they're exciting, and they're young, and they're confident. You could sit there and say, oh, yeah, the Giants lost the first 3 games of the season, and they lost that game in New Orleans, and now they're still the same old Giants. But the reality is, they're not. They have a team filled with talent, filled with young kids that don't know losing, and they will get better every game. And now they have a tough test tomorrow in Denver, like an extremely tough test. But do I think for a second that they're not up for the challenge? That doesn't mean they're going to win. But do I think that this team is not up for the challenge? I think they are. And if the Jets, now listen, the London games are just so stupid, so I can't sit there and be like, oh, what? That's good football every time you talk about European games. We know how bad they are. However, if the Jets were able to keep the Broncos at bay, and it was a close game, and it was 13-11, and any good team in the NFL would have beaten the Denver Broncos last weekend. Giants definitely would have beat them last weekend. If this is the same type of Broncos team that shows up, the Giants can win. And a few people that I'm really looking forward to seeing how they bounce back, not bounce back, but how they improve off of last week's game. Obviously, Jaxson Dart himself. Obviously, Cam Skattebo, you want to see how he does. But I want to see Jalen Hyatt. Like, he had 3 receptions, 17 yards. We all know that one ball that was, in the end zone that he couldn't catch because he was basically getting held. But I'm thinking, like, clearly, and afterwards you heard him talk. You heard Hyatt talk. You heard him say that Dart has built his confidence. And the fact that he's gone back to me is just, it makes me feel like I can't let him down or whatever. Don't want to put words in his mouth, but the confidence level, the fact that Jaxson Dart is that type of guy, like, it's a big deal. Like, that conversation, that energy is building throughout the locker room. And then you see what the defense does on, Brian Burns leading the league in sacks. You see Cordell Flott get a huge pick off of Jalen Hurts. The first one that Hurts threw all season long. You've seen that front group of, obviously, Burns, but Dexter Lawrence, Abdul Carter, Kayvon Thibodeau, like, all those guys, they are getting to the quarterback. They're putting pressures out there. It is a group that is hungry, that is attacking. Why not the Giants? And there's no reason that you should feel ashamed about that. That, like, oh, I'm jumping off the Jets bandwagon and going to the Giants. That you can't. Listen, in this day and age, I'm all for about it. Whatever you want to do that makes you happy. You need to be happy. And I'm tired of being sick and tired of watching the Jets. Like, I'm tired of it. The Giants give you something to root for. There's no wrongdoing in turning on the TV or listening on the radio, wherever it is, however you're going to watch or listen to the game, however you can take it in, and getting enjoyment out of what this young team is doing right now. And I'm telling you right now, I don't think that the Giants fans will say, no, you can't jump on. And I'll be honest, at the end of the day, it's the Jets fans' loss if they don't want you back when the Jets, if they ever become good. Which that's a huge question because you never know if they're ever going to be good. I am all for making moves that make you happy these days. Because ultimately, the teams themselves aren't making us happy locally. So we got to do what we got to do. If the teams aren't going to make the right moves, if the teams aren't going to be winning, then I got to win. And in order to do that, sometimes it's, let me move on from my team for a little bit. Let me go take a little pleasure from somebody else. It's okay. You're not hurting anybody. You're actually helping yourself. Listen, thanks to Ray Jarvis on the other side of the glass. Crushed it with the tunes this morning. Marco Belletti on the updates, all the phone calls. Thank you to Shohei Ohtani for figuring out a way to cheat the system and get the Dodgers back to another World Series. Check out another episode of Rico Bronya tomorrow. We will have that out there. It'll be a fresh episode. There's one out there right now that we just posted late last night. This morning, you can check it out there too. WFAN Daily will be back tomorrow. Good luck, Jets. Keep on losing. Let's get that over. Giants. Good luck in Denver. Coming up next on The Fan, one and only Joe Beningo. Have a good one.
It's Keith McPherson at night on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
The Giants won the draft, and I said that on draft night, getting Abdul Carter, trading back up to get Jaxson Dart, who they specifically wanted. And obviously you've got the ties with Ole Miss and Eli, and he wanted to be here as well.
Listen to Keith McPherson on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call